this region itself, at least 2 to 3 lakh jobs only in the IT, AI, and this space is going to be created with the efforts made by the current government of Andhra Pradesh under the leadership of Chandrababu Naidu Garu and Lokesh Garu. So that's, now we are fortunate to have that kind of vibrance now. But I have few appeals. So I appeal to the government of Andhra Pradesh, please create a comprehensive AI ecosystem across Andhra Pradesh. We have been actually advocating. And we also need an IT park in Godavari region, a hub that can anchor AI innovation, attract investment, and create thousands of jobs for our talented youth in this Godavari region. I also want to appeal to the Godavari diaspora. So our friends from this region working in US, Europe, offshore, across many countries, and we have the expertise, and you have the expertise, the networks, and the resources. Please come back and invest in building IT infrastructure in our region. I'll just quote one or two examples. Recently, Tirupati, IT diaspora of Tirupati, so they have just identified 20 acres of land, and they have announced to create an IT park with the name called Pelican. Yeah, so that is Pelican Valley. I think some of you must have read that in the newspapers. In fact, I am in touch with those organizers. So they, of course, government is creating the IT parks and they are creating ecosystem. They have policies. They are doing their job. And even industry players also, particularly people who are hailing from this region, in Andhra region, people who hail from Tirupati and who are there in US and other places, they themselves have come with 20 acres they bought, and they are building their own IT park exclusively by themselves. So my appeal, same, we have classic example. Even this IT Serve Alliance, we have how we have IT association here, we have a big IT association in US for all the companies from the India, and particularly majority of them are from Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. So that association recently met Honorable CM, and even they got, as per my sources, they got 10 acres commitment in Visakhapatnam to create an IT park. When we have two classic examples, my appeal to the Godavari diaspora also, people who are there in elsewhere from Godavari region, so please come back and try to create an IT park and try to create an IT investment in our region, in Godavari region. So that is my appeal. Now, let me just try to conclude. Yeah, today's summit, so you are going to have an exceptional experience. We have brought together some of the top AI experts in the country to share their insights with you. And I wanted to thank each of our speakers who have agreed to come to Kakinada and be part of this historic summit. And here is what we planned: excellent keynotes from the top AI experts and visionary leaders, engaging fireside chats moderated by the top experts, and deep dives into the cutting edge topics like the Agentic AI, which is very trending topic, generative AI, then future of work with AI, then we have something Edge AI, then robotics, which is a niche area, again, where there's a lot of involvement of AI, and also AI for startups and innovators. These are the topics, and that is how we actually structure the entire summit from the morning to evening. Why attending this summit matters? Let me tell you. So why being here today is one of the best decisions you have made. Attending the summit like this will make a tremendous impact on your career and your thinking. So you will gain clarity on where AI is heading and how it affects your domain. Learn practical skills, means understand the insights you won't find in the regular textbooks or in academic sessions. Get a chance to meet and network with the top AI experts, people who are building the future of AI. So discover opportunities you did not know existed. Get inspired by what's possible when talent meets opportunity. See, we all know knowledge is power, but timely knowledge is the transformation. So what you learn and the connections you make today can change the trajectory of your career. Here I would like to just mention one small example about the kite, how it took the advantage. In fact, one of the reasons why we are here, in fact, we are able to do this massive AI summit here, I don't want to hesitate, I just wanted to mention. The kite team, at least 200 people used to attend like all our summits. We organize regularly summits in that Visakhapatnam. Like in January 2025, we had a mega summit, Andhra Pradesh Digital Technology Summit, attended by 1,000 plus people. And there was recently another summit, Fusion AI Summit, as I mentioned, attended by 1,200 plus. So these two summits, and even earlier in 24 February also, we had something AI Summit. And all three summits, At least 200 people in 4 or 5 buses attended by them. I'm not in numbers. I'm telling you the outcome. With the connections they made with the speakers, the connections they made with the CXOs, they got many projects and many jobs. I'll give you my example. Recently, I visited their campus, maybe 2 months back or 3 months back. I myself felicitated all the parents, of the children who got their jobs. Like some of our friends from the IT Association also, they gave 30, 40 entry-level jobs exclusively in AI. Getting an AI job is not easy for the freshers. Freshers will get IT job. Exclusive ML engineer, AI engineer, starting not less than 3 to 4 lakhs package, particularly having an AI ML. And they got many commitments from the companies to set up AI-based COEs in their labs. And today we have an announcement about another company setting up some kind of setup there and giving some 10 to 15 AI-based internships in their college. All this because of their effort to come to this particular event. Not only my event or our event, any event. See, attending the event, meeting the experts, exchanging the ideas and taking their insights will, the knowledge that you get and the kind of advantages you get, something I don't need to explain. I think this is the best example. So attending event is going to make a lot of difference. So let me conclude, friends. We stand at crossroads and we are at the inflection point now. Today, right here in Kakinada, we are making a choice. We are choosing to be builders, not just consumers. And we are choosing to lead, not just follow. We are choosing to prove that the tier 2 cities can compete with anyone, anywhere. So AI Fusion at Kakinada 2025 is our declaration. The future of AI in India belongs to every city, every student, every entrepreneur who dares to dream and work hard. So let's make today count. Let's learn, connect, and commit to building. Thank you, and I wish all an incredibly enriching and inspiring summit. Jai Jagannath, Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sridhar Garu, and that's a very inspiring and very informative message, and from the very backbone of this entire movement. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. So our next guest is co-founder and CEO of Inventes. He's the president ITAP, and with his 28 years of leadership experience across various global organizations, he led and nurtured a team of 120 professionals driving innovation and growth. So let me now take this opportunity to welcome him onto the stage and address the gathering.
The distinguished guests on the dais, off the dais, my dear colleagues, faculty from KIT, and dear students, good morning to all of you. Good morning. And it feels really incredible to say these words. This here happening, the first ever AI Fusion Summit happening here in Kakinada. I really welcome all of you to this event. Now, today is not just the launch of this conference or launch of this event. I would say this is launch of a movement which says that the innovation is not limited just to the metros or the cities. Innovation lives in every curious mind, anywhere, across the country, across the world, anywhere. What you need to have is the curiosity and then the courage to experiment. And again, I would say that the AI belongs not just in the labs, the billion-dollar labs, or in the research papers, but it belongs in the places where the applications of AI are, which is, in other words, in places like our Kakinada, or Guntur, Vijayawada, Visakhapatnam, or any other small places where people live with problems and where people have the creativity and the courage to imagine the solutions, building the solutions for those problems that they have been living for decades using the latest technology like AI or ML and all the other technologies, So in that sense, the AI belongs to places like us. It's not just on the labs, right? And now, If you look at the developments in AI or the current status of AI, I would say it is like the tale of two cities. On the one side, you hear news like Microsoft is investing $50 billion a year for next 3 to 4 years. Same with Oracle, Meta, Google, and Sridhar just said like Google is investing $15 billion in Vizag, building the state-of-the-art data center and things like that. And similarly, trillions of dollars of investment commitment. And then on the other side, you hear other news, right? Saying that a recent news about the top consulting company which has utilized AI for building their reports, and when they submitted those reports to the Australian government, they are found to be inaccurate. And so the consulting company has agreed to pay a fine of $400,000 to the Australian government, right? And then there are studies from MIT which says 95% of the pilot AI projects in the organizations are failures. And then there is another study from Harvard which says that the capital or the investments that the companies are making in AI are not resulting in any significant improvements to their bottom lines, or in other words, the profit or profitability of the companies. So you have this contrast, right? On the one side, you have billions and billions of dollars by different companies being invested in AI, amounting to a few $1 trillion over the next few years. And then the other side, you are seeing that there is not much result coming out of this AI, right? This is a contradiction, right? But let me tell you that the reason why these AI projects are failing, or they are not seeing the results, is not because the technology doesn't work. It's not because the technology doesn't work. It is because the over enthusiasm, right? Nowadays, we are in a very speed kind of quick implementation or quick adaptation mode, all the organizations, because we are all scared of the competition. We want to be the first to adapt the latest, right? Even before we understand what it means, right? So that's where these failures are coming from. The moment the AI made a big splash, the companies started saying, okay, how can I use this AI? Where can I land on or grab onto this AI bandwagon, right? So let us bring on AI, right? So the immediate projects, most of the projects that we have is like chatbots for customer service, okay? That's one of the most common applications people started implementing. And then certain other areas where they have started implementing AIs without really understanding whether AI really makes a meaningful impact or not. So it is not the problem of technology, but it is the problem of thinking, and it is the problem of implementation. So I would say that we are now at the next phase of AI revolution, and the next wave of AI is going to be in building the application which have some kind of a meaningful impact. And to do that, the approach is going to be not where we are going to use AI, but what are the problems that can be solved with AI, right? What are the problems that you have been living with for so many years without even realizing that we are spending so much of efforts in addressing those? When organizations and people identify those kind of problems and start looking at AI as a tool to solve those problems, that's when the real meaningful applications are going to come up. And that's where the next revolution of AI is going to come in. So that's where we are already seeing marvelous developments and revolutionary applications of AI happening in healthcare in terms of diagnostics, where cancer is being detected even before the regular tests are going to identify, are going to be diagnosed. That's one of the applications. And then in the factories, and then in the self-driving cars, where you have enormous amounts of data that is going to come in, and that's going to be analyzed, and decisions going to be made automatically by these systems. So we already have semi-autonomous driving already built into Tesla cars, if you are following that. And then Tesla has been working on a fully driverless or autonomous driving systems. And there are many other companies which are also working in similar kind of domains. And also, the AI applications in many other agricultural areas, the factory automations, the Industry 4.0, and then the digital twins for high-value assets like aircraft engines and oil and gas industry, where it's very difficult to gather or any corrective actions manually. Those can be automated with AI. So the AI is really fundamentally not just about coding, not just about software. It is going to fundamentally change how the business is being done in many industrial areas, not just in software. Right? Software is going to be just one of the areas or application areas of AI. And also, the AI is going to drive investment in many other adjacent areas, right? Like, for AI, it's data centers are huge power guzzlers. They need huge amounts of power. For example, the Google data center we are talking about, it needs like 1 gigawatt of power, a continuous supply of power. And then it needs millions of liters of water. What for? For cooling, for heating, ventilation, and cooling. So there are a lot of innovations that are being driven in those areas also. It's not just on the compute, it's not just on the software, it's also going to impact or drive growth in many other areas. So here in this AI Fusion Summit, we have invited industry leaders from various areas. So they are going to discuss and showcase practical applications that they are working on, that they are developing. And I hope you will take good advantage of this conference and make the best use of it. Thank you. Thank you, Sridhar Garu, for giving me this opportunity. I wish you all the best.
Thank you so much, sir. That's an inspiring and thought-provoking talk. You certainly gave us a new perspective to be watchful and mindful in adapting and implementing AI. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Indrajit Anne, the President, ITAP. So we now look forward to hear the insights of our esteemed guest, Mr. A.V. Malleshwar Rao Garu, Additional Director and Officer in Charge, STPI Kakinada. He played a vital role in promoting IT and ITES industry and deployment of various schemes of Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. With more than 20 years of experience in various telecom segments, he brought in various communication and network infrastructure projects and data centers. A big round of applause for ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, madam. Professor C.S.R.K. Prasad Garu, Vice Chancellor, JNTU Kakinada, Dr. Govindulur Anand Garu, Founding Director and CEO, Govind Capital, Singapore, Sri Indrajit Anne Garu, President, ITAP, Sri Sridhar Kosaraju Garu, Chairman, ABDTA Network, and distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, innovators and experts on the subject matters, and students. Good morning to all. It's an honor to stand before you at the inauguration of the AI Fusion Summit at Kakinada. On behalf of STPI, I would like to thank ABDTIN to be a part of AI Fusion Summit and for holding such AI Summit physically at Kakinada. The AI Fusion Summit 2025 is a landmark event that marks the beginning of a regional movement for AI adoption and innovation in the Godavari region. Brief introduction about STPI. Software Technology Parks of India is a premier S&D organization under Ministry of Electronics and IT, Government of India, engaged in promoting IT, ITS industry, innovation, R&D, startups, product, IP creation in the field of emerging technologies like IoT, blockchain, AI and ML, computer vision, robotics, robotic process automation, AR and VR, animation and visual effect, data science and analytics for various domains like gaming and animation, fintech, agri-tech, medtech, autonomous connected electric and shared mobility, ESDM, cyber security, industry 4.0, drone, and efficiency augmentation, etc. STPI has proudly completed its 34 impactful years of dedicated service to the nation. Over the past 3 decades, STPI has played a pivotal role in propelling India's IT backbone through the consistent growth in the software exports and fostering the vibrant tech startup ecosystem that aligns with the vision of digitally empowered India. Since its inception 1991, with a focus on boosting software exports, STPI has evolved into a cornerstone of innovation, startup empowerment, and digital inclusion. STPI started its journey with 3 centers. At that time, that IT industry was at a nascent stage. Now STPI has 68 centers across the country, out of which 60 centers in Tier 2 and Tier 3 centers. And these centers have played a vital role in transforming the IT industry. In 2024-25, the exports done by STPI registered units have reached to 10.71 lakh crores, aligned with the mandate of Government of India. STPI is working for the dispersal of IT industry to Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities of the country for inclusive growth. Also, STPI nurturing the tech startup ecosystem across India through its 24 Center of Entrepreneurships, out of which 2 centers COEs are under STPI Hyderabad Directorate. One for Kalpataru COE in Visakhapatnam and Image COE at Hyderabad. And next generation incubation scheme in having 12 pan-India locations, out of which 1 NGS location in STPI Vijayawada, and support more than 1,600 startups. Startup empowered through the STPI ecosystem have raised fund of above 900 crores from the investors, generated employment more than 18,000 and startup revenue more than 1,400 crores so far. Having facilitated software experts, STPI remains committed to nurturing innovation, generating employment, and promoting inclusive digital growth. STPI empowers India's tech industry more than 17 lakh square feet of workspace, 5 Tier 3 data centers, 24 Center of Entrepreneurship, startup, state-of-the-art labs, startup community network, STPI cloud services, and schemes such as Next Generation Incubation Scheme, India BPO promotion schemes, and electronic manufacturing schemes. STPI Hyderabad Directory is having 5 sub-centers in that Visakhapatnam, Vijayawada, Tirupati, Kakinada, and Warangal. STPI Kakinada is located at a collectorate compound and providing all the services as mentioned earlier. So far, 27 companies were utilized the plug-and-play incubation facility. At present, 8 companies are operating from STPI Kakinada. Now everyone is talking about AI, and AI is part of everyone's life and gathering of brilliant minds shaping the future of intelligence and innovation. Artificial intelligence today is more than a technology. It's a transformation. From transforming industry to addressing the global challenges. AI is helping humanity move towards a smarter day, a more sustainable future. This summit is a platform to explore ideas, exchange knowledge, and discuss the opportunities and ethical responsibilities to come with AI. Let us use these discussions to inspire responsible innovation, one that blends human wisdom with mission intelligence. AI Fusion at Kakinada is the first ever AI-focused summit in the Godavari region, with a strong focus on regional innovation and AI adoption. By bringing together industry leaders, innovators, startups, researchers, and students on one platform, this event will spotlight how AI is transforming industries, creating opportunities, and shaping the future innovation in Andhra Pradesh and beyond. More than just a conference, it's a movement to empower the Godavari region as an emerging hub for AI-driven growth and innovation. Government of India will host the AI Impact Summit in New Delhi on 19th and 20th of February 2026 to shape a future-oriented agenda for inclusive, responsible, and impactful AI cooperation. The AI Impact Summit aims to ensure that artificial intelligence serves as a catalyst for inclusive human development and environmental sustainability and equitable progress worldwide. This AI Fusion at Kakinada Summit was also selected for pre-summit events in the lead of the AI Summit. Congratulations to the organizers of ABDTIN. I thank the organizing committee, sponsors, and every participant for making this event possible. I wish Summit great success and fruitful discussion. Thank you. Thank you for one and all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable inputs. So we definitely look forward. So our next speaker is a group CEO, Govind Capital Singapore, with over 22 years of global investment management experience. He is recognized as one of Asia's leading deep tech investor in pharma, biotech, and digital healthcare. He served on multiple advisory boards and a recipient of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Award for Innovation and Entrepreneurship. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together, welcoming this Mr. Anand Govindaluri, MD and founder, Govind Capital.
నమస్కారం అండి అందరికీ. స్టేజ్ మీద ఉన్న అందరు పెద్దవాళ్ళకి నా నమస్కారం. ఆఫ్ ద స్టేజ్ ఆఫ్ ద డయాస్ ఆల్సో ఆల్ ద ఇంపార్టెంట్ పీపుల్, గ్రీటింగ్స్ టు యూ. నా పేరు ఆనంద్ గోవిందలూరి. నేను పుట్టేది కాకినాడ, రామారావుపేట జన్మభూమి. నేను వెళ్ళాల్సింది జర్మనీ, వచ్చాను కాకినాడ. ఇక్కడి నుంచి నేను జర్మనీ వెళ్తున్నాను. శ్రీధర్ గారికి నేను ధన్యవాదాలు చెప్తున్నాను, ఎందుకంటే ఆయన ఇలాంటి ప్రోత్సాహంగా ఇలాంటి ఈవెంట్ చేస్తున్నారు ఇక్కడ కాకినాడలో. అండ్ వీ నీడ్ మోర్ అండ్ మోర్ సచ్ ఈవెంట్స్ ఫర్ 2 reasons or 3 reasons. Number 1, AI is not just today the in thing. It is going to be there with us for the next 10-15 years, or maybe even more than that. AI is going to evolve into much more beyond what we are just seeing in terms of technological disruption. It is going to disrupt our lives. And more importantly, మనం ఏంటంటే మనందరూ we need to be ready. ఎందుకంటే any change that happens, there is going to be a short-term pain, short-term displacement, short-term upset. And it is part and parcel of evolution of any technology, any cycle that happens in anywhere in the world. But in the long term, it will be highly beneficial. I have about 10 to 15 minutes to speak. The next 15 minutes, I'm going to give you some use case studies. ఎందుకంటే అందరూ పెద్దవాళ్ళు ఇక్కడ అందరూ మాట్లాడేశారు AI గురించి. ఇక్కడ నాకు మాట్లాడాలని ఇంకేం లేవు. ఇక్కడ నిజంగా చెప్పాలంటే పాయింట్స్ కవర్ చేయడానికి ఏం లేవు, అన్నీ మాట్లాడేశారు. అయితే నేనేం అనుకున్నానంటే, ఇన్స్టెడ్ ఆఫ్ బేసిక్లీ బోరింగ్ యూ విత్ డేటా అగైన్ అండ్ టెలింగ్ యూ హౌ బిగ్ దిస్ ఇండస్ట్రీ ఇస్, విచ్ ఎవ్రీబడి నోస్, ఐల్ గివ్ యూ సమ్ యూస్ కేస్ స్టడీస్. ఎందుకంటే ఆ యూస్ కేస్ స్టడీస్ ఇస్తే అట్లీస్ట్ మీకు ఒక ఐడియా వస్తుంది. చాలామంది పిల్లలు చూస్తున్నాను ఇక్కడ, నేను స్టూడెంట్స్ ఉన్నారు. మీకు ఐడియా వచ్చి మీకు మేబీ యూ కెన్ స్టార్ట్ వర్కింగ్ ఆర్ స్టార్ట్ థింకింగ్ అబౌట్ విచ్ ఆఫ్ దీస్ ఏరియాస్ ఆర్ విచ్ ఆఫ్ దీస్ సెక్టర్స్ is motivating for you to be with to work on that particular area. First slide, please. Slide పెడతారండి. బిజీగా ఉన్నారు, వాళ్ళు మాట్లాడుతున్నారు. So, while the slides are getting ready, in fact, yeah. Do you have to be scared of AI? I don't think you have to be scared of AI. ఎందుకంటే at the end of the day, AI is nothing but it is a combination of data that we are putting into a machine, and the machine is actually doing the work for us. So, is a machine going to replace human beings? This is a question that I'm asked often, most of the times. And the answer is no, because machine can act fast, machine can actually move fast, machine can think fast. But what machine doesn't have that humans have is the ability to take care of people around us, the ability to be empathetic, the ability to actually exhibit how lovingly you can actually treat one another, or how lovingly you can treat a situation or a problem. Classic example is during COVID. During COVID, it was not a machine that came up with a COVID vaccine. Was it a machine that came with a COVID vaccine? No. It was a individual, a group of scientists who came together, put their thoughts, and in a record period of time, we were able to basically come up with a COVID vaccine. And so that is the best example as to this particular question that I'm asked, will AI replace human beings? It will never replace human beings. It will essentially create an opportunity for humans to excel, to accelerate what they're doing. And I think this is a realization that all of us should have. Secondly, we also need to understand one thing is that when any new industry is coming up, okay, we need to also upgrade our skill sets. We have to upgrade our skill sets because it's only when we are matching to the opportunity that is lying in front of us, then we are able to compete and able to basically excel in any work that is given to us. Like today, the application of AI is seen across various industries, be it manufacturing, be it education, be it healthcare, be it fintech, or be it any areas, media, entertainment, so on and so forth. So I think what you have to realize is that understand that AI should be used as a tool, as an enabling tool to do the work much more efficiently and much more effectively. Let's take the example of education as a sector. In the education sector, how AI is disrupting. There was a time, and even now, what you can see is that you see that students are going to classrooms, okay? All of us are, we learned like that, right? So we learned, we grew up basically going to classrooms, listening to the teachers. But now, going forward, the classrooms will come to our living halls. And that is the change that is happening. Learning is going to be more and more immersive. You don't need to have a physical infrastructure just to learn. You need a physical infrastructure to maybe implement the projects, to have more practicals, but not in terms of learning. So through augmented reality, through virtual reality, through a mixture of immersive learning, things are becoming more and more, I would say, holistic. That's a book that I've written recently and I've published. It's called The Investor's DNA. It's available on Amazon. I have few copies of the book, and I would be more than happy to share some of the copies that I've got with me to the students who ask me questions, good questions. Going forward, I would like to dedicate my talk to my parents. I'm here because of my parents. My late father. టుడే ఇవాళ మీరు అందరు ఏంటంటే నన్ను ఈ సూటు టైలో చూసి చాలా డబ్బున్న మనిషి తను బహుశా తెలుగులో మాట్లాడతాడా లేదా మరి హీ మస్ట్ బి బార్న్ విత్ అ డైమండ్ స్పూన్ అని అనుకుంటారు. ఆ విషయం తప్పండి. మా నాన్నగారు ఒక 10x10 రూమ్లో చదువుకున్నారు మచిలీపట్నంలో. ఆయన హిందూ కాలేజ్లో ఆయన టీచింగ్ చేసి అప్పు తీసుకుని హీ యూస్ టు ఫండ్ హిస్ స్టడీస్. హీ డిడ్ హిస్ మాస్టర్స్ ఫ్రమ్ హిందూ కాలేజ్ అండ్ దెన్ పిహెచ్డి ఆయన విశాఖపట్నంలో రికార్డ్ టైంలో 2.5 yearsలో కంప్లీట్ చేశారు, 1961 to 1963. His name is today on the walls of the Organic Chemistry Department of Andhra University. And that is why I want to dedicate this talk to my father. He's no more. He left in 2020. But my mother, she lives with me in Singapore. My mother is 10th pass from Kakinada. And 10th తర్వాత ఆవిడ చదువుకోవడానికి అవకాశం దొరకలేదు ఆ రోజుల్లో. బికాస్ యాజ్ యూ సీ మై గ్రాండ్ ఫాదర్ హ్యాడ్ అబౌట్ 9 or 10 children, and they had pressures. They had to have their daughters get married. So my mother never got a chance to complete her studies. But all the principles of financial management that I have learned in my life is because of my mother. And I'll give you 1 or 2 examples as to how she excelled as someone where she nurtured me and my younger brother in the principles of financial management. మన పుస్తకాలు చదువుకుని ఫైనాన్షియల్ మేనేజ్మెంట్ నేర్చుకునేది కాదండి. ఫైనాన్షియల్ మేనేజ్మెంట్ ఎక్కడి నుంచి నేర్చుకుంటామంటే మన పేరెంట్స్ని చూసి, ఎస్పెషల్లీ మదర్ని చూసి. రిస్క్ మేనేజ్మెంట్ కూడా ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్లో, ఇవాళ ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్స్ చాలా చేశాను, దాదాపు 70 కంపెనీస్లో ఇన్వెస్ట్ చేశాను. కానీ ఈ రిస్క్ మేనేజ్మెంట్, ఫైనాన్షియల్ మేనేజ్మెంట్, ఈ ప్రిన్సిపల్స్ చిన్నప్పటి నుంచి తల్లిదండ్రి వాళ్ళు ఎలా మిమ్మల్ని వాల్యూస్ నేర్పిస్తారో ఆ వాల్యూస్ మీకు ఎక్కడో సబ్కాన్షియస్ మైండ్లో ఎంగ్రెయిన్ అవుతాయి. And that is why actually I think I became a good investor, because of the principles of risk management, principles of financial management that my mother taught. And she's not a degree holder. So I'll give an example. So when I got an opportunity to go to Singapore in 1997 as a full scholarship, the Singapore government said that we will actually invite you. You need to come here and we'll give you a scholarship there. But from India to Singapore, in flight, తీసుకోవాలి కదా, and it was 30,000 rupees. I had about 5,000, 6,000 rupees then, savings. I asked my father, he gave me about, say, maybe 10,000, I don't remember exactly, maybe something like 5 to 10,000 rupees. And there was a shortfall of about 15,000, 20,000 rupees. My mother saw that I was getting worried. So what she did is that she went to the kitchen. మా ఇంట్లో ఏంటంటే రైస్ క్యాన్స్ ఉంటాయి. ఆ రైస్ క్యాన్స్లో ఆవిడ చేతి పెట్టి అక్కడ వేర్ దే స్టోర్ రైస్, పెద్ద పెద్ద హ్యూజ్ రైస్ క్యాన్స్. షీ picked up a pouch. She took out a pouch, very old pouch, and that had all her savings for the last 20, 25 years. She put it on the table, and that's how I came to Singapore. That is the power. ఇప్పుడు నేను సింపుల్గా మీకు సింపుల్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇచ్చాను వాట్ మదర్ ఐ డిడ్. ఇప్పుడు నేను ఇఫ్ ఐ ఎక్స్ట్రాపులేట్ దిస్ టు ఎన్ ఎంబీఏ స్కూల్ ఆర్ వాట్ ఐ లెర్న్డ్ ఇన్ ఎంబీఏ, నేను ఎంబీఏ యూఎస్లో చేశాను. అక్కడ వాళ్ళు సింపుల్ పవర్ ఆఫ్ కంపౌండింగ్ అంటారు. ఆ పవర్ ఆఫ్ కంపౌండింగ్ అంటే ఆ ఇంగ్లీష్ లాంగ్వేజ్లో మాట్లాడితే చాలా పెద్ద పెద్దగా మనకి అనిపిస్తుంది, కానీ యాక్చువల్గా సింపుల్గా ఏంటంటే సేవింగ్ చేస్తూ మీకు యూ విల్ ఎండ్ అప్ సేవింగ్ మోర్. సో సమ్ టైమ్స్ ఏం చేస్తామంటే యాజ్ అన్ ఇన్వెస్టర్ యూ ఫీల్ దట్ యూ వాంట్ టు హ్యావ్ డిఫరెంట్ టెక్నిక్స్, బట్ ద బెస్ట్ టెక్నిక్ టు సేవ్ money and to multiply wealth is through the power of compounding. Anyhow, so this is what I've invested in several companies. I've failed in some companies and I've made money through some companies, and some of these companies have gone through unicorn status. Unicorn status ela antarante ante a company which has a valuation of $1 billion or not. And I don't want to really talk too much about these unicorn companies, ఎందుకంటే ఆ యూనికార్న్ కంపెనీస్ ఎలా అవుతాయి అది మన చేతిలో లేవు అది. బట్ నేను మీకు ఒక మాట చెప్తాను. మై వెరీ ఫస్ట్ యూనికార్న్ ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్ వాజ్ అ స్పిన్ ఆఫ్ కంపెనీ ఫ్రమ్ యూనివర్సిటీ కాలేజ్ లండన్. ఈ కంపెనీలో నేను ఇన్వెస్ట్ చేసేది 2001లో. నేను మా కమిటీ మెంబర్స్కి నేను ఇది ప్రపోజల్ పెడితే వాళ్ళు రిజెక్ట్ చేశారు. ఒకసారి కాదు 2 సార్లు రిజెక్ట్ చేశారు. 3ఓసారి నేను పట్టుదలతో పాటు మళ్ళీ వెళ్ళి కేసు రిప్రజెంట్ చేస్తే ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్ కమిటీ వాళ్ళు అప్రూవ్ చేయడం జరిగింది. ఆ ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్ చేయడం జరిగింది. అండ్ ఆ ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్ చేసిన తర్వాత ఒక 8 yearsలో ఆ కంపెనీ గాట్ అక్వైర్డ్ బై Amgen and for $1 billion, and that's how Unicorn was born. నేను ఎందుకు ఈ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ మీకు ఇస్తున్నానంటే లైఫ్లో చాలామంది మనకి క్రిటిసైజ్ చేసిన వాళ్ళు, చిన్న చూపు చేసిన వాళ్ళు, ఎస్పెషల్లీ మన ఇండియన్స్. నేనైతే అసలు సింగపూర్లో ఫస్ట్ ఇండియన్, ఫస్ట్ తెలుగు పర్సన్ టు జాయిన్ ది సింగపూర్ గవర్నమెంట్ సర్వీస్. ఆ టైంలో చాలా కష్టపడేవాడిని నేను. కానీ చాలామంది ఏంటంటే చిన్న చూపు చూసేవారు, ఇండియన్ కదా అని, మా మాట వినేవారు కాదు. బట్ ద ఓన్లీ వే I could actually excel at work is because the only way I could get some recognition or I could basically get some airtime is through excelling at work. If you do your work well, the world will salute you. If you don't do your work well, you have to salute the world. So choose who you want to salute, whether you want the world to salute you or whether you want to salute the world. That is something which I learned very early. In terms of AI, today AI is a very complicated subject. ఎందుకంటే it's evolving. What started as a very simple AI platform where you basically take data from different sources, put it together into one system, and then through that data you architect, you basically kind of configure the data, put it in a neat manner, mine the data and express the data. ఆ డేటా అంతా ఏంటంటే ఇప్పుడు కాంప్లికేటెడ్ అయిపోయింది, ఇవాల్వ్ అయింది. So what started as a very simple AI platform with the help of how do I go back? Yeah. So with the help of basically simple machines or with the help of neural networks, deep learning models వచ్చాయి. Deep learning models అంటే very specialized models. And ఈ deep learning models ఇప్పుడు చాలా అప్లికేబుల్ ఉన్నాయి ఇప్పుడు ఇండస్ట్రీలో. ఎందుకంటే డీప్ లెర్నింగ్ మోడల్స్ ద్వారా ఏమవుతుందంటే మీరు స్పెషలిస్ట్ అయిపోతారు. అండ్ లెట్ మీ గివ్ ఎన్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్. ఇఫ్ యూ వాంట్ టు స్టడీ మెంటల్ హెల్త్, విచ్ ఈస్ అ బిగ్ ప్రాబ్లమ్ ఇన్ ద వెస్ట్. ఇంకా ఇక్కడ ఇండియాలో ఇంకా మెంటల్ హెల్త్ ఇష్యూస్ ఇంకా రాలేదు ఇంకా, కానీ వెస్ట్లో మాత్రం చాలా ఎక్కువ వచ్చేసింది. ఎందుకంటే పిల్లలు తల్లిదండ్రులను చూడరు అక్కడ వెస్ట్లో. చాలామంది తల్లిదండ్రిని 45, 50, 55 yearsకి కేర్ హోమ్స్లో పెట్టేస్తారు. పిల్లలు వాళ్ళ కేరియర్ చూసుకుంటారు. And they don't care about parents. So chalamandi elderly parents basically they are suffering in silence. So mental health has become a big issue. అదే కాకుండా యూత్లో కూడా కాంపిటీషన్ ఎక్కువై పియర్ ప్రెషర్కి తట్టుకోలేక స్ట్రెస్ వల్ల సూసైడ్ రేట్స్ ఎక్కువ అయిపోయింది. ఇన్ఫ్యాక్ట్ సింగపూర్లో కూడా ఇప్పుడు రీసెంట్గా ఒక స్కూల్లో ఒక అబ్బాయి కత్తి తీసుకొచ్చి ఇంకో అబ్బాయిని హీ హ్యాడ్ అటాక్డ్. అదే దిస్ వాజ్ ద బిగ్ న్యూస్ రీసెంట్లీ ఇన్ సింగపూర్. ఇలాంటి కేసెస్ జరుగుతున్నాయి ఇప్పుడు సింగపూర్లో కూడా. నేనేమంటున్నానంటే మెంటల్ హెల్త్ హెస్ బికమ్ అ బిగ్ ఛాలెంజ్. మెంటల్ హెల్త్ని అడ్రస్ చేయాలంటే మన దగ్గర ఏం సొల్యూషన్స్ లేవు. అది ప్రీఎంప్టివ్గా మనం అడ్రస్ చేయాలి. ప్రీఎంప్టివ్గా అడ్రస్ చేయాలంటే మన దగ్గర డీప్ లెర్నింగ్ మోడల్స్ ఉండాలి. అండ్ దాట్స్ వేర్ ఏఐ కెన్ ప్లే అ వెరీ ఇంపార్టెంట్ రోల్. దెన్ గోయింగ్ ఫార్వర్డ్ జనరేటివ్ ఏఐ, దెన్ ఏఐ ఏజెంట్స్, ఏజెంటిక్ ఏఐ, ఇవన్నీ ఏఐ మోడల్స్ వచ్చేసాయి ఇప్పుడు. ఈ ఏజెంటిక్ ఏఐ ఏంటంటే దే కెన్ డూ ద వర్క్ మచ్ మోర్ సిస్టమాటిక్లీ, మచ్ మోర్ ఎఫిషియెంట్లీ అండ్ మచ్ మోర్ ఎఫెక్టివ్లీ ఇన్ అ వెరీ హోలిస్టిక్ మేనర్. సో ఒక ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఆఫ్ వేర్ ఏఐ is being used very predominantly in Singapore, and this is a Singapore example, is road management systems. ఇప్పుడు అక్కడ ఏంటంటే సింగపూర్ రోడ్స్ మీరు చూస్తే చాలా స్మూత్గా ఉంటాయి, ఎప్పుడు ఎక్కడ పాట్ హోల్స్ కనపడవు. కానీ మెల్లిగా ఇక్కడ అక్కడ పాట్ హోల్స్ వస్తే వాళ్ళు ఏం చేస్తారంటే వీడియో అనాలిటిక్స్ యూజ్ చేస్తున్నారు. అంబులెన్స్ మీద, ఒక వ్యాన్ మీద కెమెరా పెట్టి విత్ వెరీ, అంటే ఇవన్నీ సొఫిస్టికేటెడ్ కెమెరాస్ పెట్టి వీడియో అనాలిటిక్స్తో వాళ్ళు దే డిటెక్ట్ వేర్ ఎగ్జాక్ట్లీ ద రోడ్స్ ఆర్ అన్ఈవెన్ ఆర్ వేర్ దే డిటెక్ట్ వేర్ ద పాట్ హోల్స్ ఆర్. Then what happens, the information is gathered and the information is sent to a central command center. And that central command center, then they process. It comes under the Land and Transport Authority. They process that information and they send the people to that particular location, deployed to repair the roads. And that's how the roads are maintained in a very neat manner. Not only that, combination of AI and video analytics is also being used along with machine learning in essentially identifying సింక్ హోల్స్. సింక్ హోల్స్ అంటే ఏమిటంటే పెద్ద గోవి లాంటిది. అప్పుడు అంటే మనకి పైనుంచి రోడ్లు బాగా కనపడతాయి, కానీ ఓవర్ అ పీరియడ్ ఆఫ్ టైం వేడికి, సింగపూర్లో వేడి బాగా ఎక్కువ, వేడికి ఏమవుతుందంటే ఆ సింక్ హోల్స్ ఫామ్ అవుతాయి, ఆ రోడ్స్ కేవ్ అయిపోతాయి. అది హౌ యూ కెన్ ప్రియంప్ట్ సో దట్ అన్ యాక్సిడెంట్ ఈస్ ప్రివెంటెడ్. That is where AI has got a very big use case study in Singapore, and this is a very big example that we can also do it in India. AI can be used in agriculture. Can we please play the video how AI is being used in agriculture? Like precision farming. And India is basically an agrarian country. Our economy is basically run on agriculture. So we need to upgrade our skill sets by using both IoT as well as drone analytics, which I think our state of Andhra Pradesh is one of the leaders, and combine that with AI for precision farming. And చాలామంది చేస్తున్నారు అనుకుంటా. వీడియో ప్లే చేస్తారా? సో పూర్వం ఏంటంటే నేను మొన్న రీసెంట్గా ఆస్ట్రేలియా వెళ్ళాను. ఆస్ట్రేలియాలో హ్యూజ్ ఏకర్స్ ఆఫ్ ఫార్మ్స్ ఉన్నాయండి, హండ్రెడ్స్ ఆఫ్ ఏకర్స్ ఆఫ్ ఫార్మ్స్ ఉన్నాయి. అక్కడ ఏంటంటే సీడ్ ప్లాంట్ బ్రీడింగ్ ఎలా చేస్తారు అనుకుంటే, ఇక్కడ ఇండియాలో అయితే అంటే ఒకవైపు మ్యాన్, ఇంకోవైపు ఉమెన్, అంటే వాళ్ళు సేమ్ ఫ్యామిలీ మెంబర్స్ ఉంటే తాడు పట్టుకుని ఒక చోటు నుంచి ఇంకో చోటు వాళ్ళు ది మూవ్ ఫ్రమ్ వన్ డైరెక్షన్ అనదర్ డైరెక్షన్, అండ్ దట్స్ ఆఫ్ ద ప్లాంట్ బ్రీడింగ్ ఎక్సర్సైజ్ ఆర్ హ్యాపెనింగ్ ఇన్ ఇండియా. బట్ ఐమ్ షూర్ దట్ దిస్ ఇస్ చేంజింగ్. ఆస్ట్రేలియాలో చాలా గమ్మత్తుగా నేను చూసాను ఏంటంటే పైన హెలికాప్టర్స్, దే పొజిషన్ ద హెలికాప్టర్స్ ఇన్ సచ్ అ మేనర్ సో దట్ ద మూమెంట్ ఆఫ్ ద విండ్ is in such a manner so that the plant pollination happens. So the plants, the male and female plants, basically they integrate, they interact with each other, cross pollination happens. So ala chestunnaru. Drones vaartunnaru. Drones. In fact, that's the video that I wanted to show you, but for some reason today technology is not cooperating with us. So దాని చేత రకరకాలు మన దగ్గర టెక్నాలజీ. సో ఇప్పుడు నేను విశాఖపట్నంలో ఒక మనకి కంపెనీ ఉంది. విశాఖపట్నంలో ఐ స్టార్టెడ్ అన్ యాక్సిలరేటర్ in 2015, and దానిలో చాలా కంపెనీస్ వచ్చాయి. ఒక్కొక్క స్టార్టప్ కంపెనీకి we give 10 lakhs to a crore rupees, and so this kind of funding we have been doing for last several years. One of the companies, they got funding from university, అంటే మేము ఫండ్ చేసిన తర్వాత యూనివర్సిటీ ఆఫ్ ఫ్లోరిడా వాళ్ళు వచ్చారు. వాళ్ళు ఏంటంటే స్మార్ట్ ఐఓటీస్ కనిపెట్టారు. ఐఓటీస్ ఎలా అంటే ఇప్పుడు లైక్ వాటర్ ఇరిగేషన్లో మీరు ఫార్మర్కి ఎప్పుడు ఎంత వాటర్ ఇవ్వాలి, ఎంత వాటర్ ఇస్తే బాగుంటుంది, ఎంత వాటర్ ఇవ్వకపోతే ఆ ప్లాంట్ గ్రోత్ సరిగా ఉండదు. సో ఇవన్నీ ఎగ్జాంపుల్స్ మేము బేసిక్లీ ఏంటంటే ఐఓటీ సెన్సర్స్ ద్వారా మేము తయారు చేసి విజయనగరం పిల్లలే వాళ్ళు తయారు చేసి వాళ్ళు ఇంప్లిమెంట్ చేశారు. అండ్ దాట్ ఈస్ బేసిక్లీ వన్ ఆఫ్ ద ఎగ్జాంపుల్స్ హౌ ఏఐ ఈస్ బేసిక్లీ బీయింగ్ యూస్డ్ ఇన్ అగ్రికల్చర్, ఏఐ ఇన్ హెల్త్ కేర్, AI in wealth management, AI in basically in several other sectors. AI is basically having a huge impact. Healthcare lo ela, like say for example, ippudu one of my colleagues from the panel members said that క్యాన్సర్ డిటెక్షన్లో ఇప్పుడు ఏంటంటే ఇప్పుడు మనకి చూడడానికి మనం ఏదంటే ఎర్రగా బుర్రగా బాగా కనపడతాం, కానీ లోపల ఏం జరుగుతుందో మనకు తెలియట్లేదు. స్ట్రెస్ వల్ల, కోవిడ్ వల్ల చాలామందికి కోవిడ్ వచ్చిన వాళ్ళకి ఏంటంటే వాళ్ళు దే ఆర్ గెటింగ్ హార్ట్ అటాక్స్ ఆర్ నీ పెయిన్స్ వస్తున్నాయి, మోకాల నొప్పులు ఎక్కువ అయిపోయి. నా వాట్ ఏఐ ఈస్ డూయింగ్ ఈస్ దట్ ఎసెన్షియలీ త్రూ మెడికల్ ఇమేజింగ్ you are able to identify some of these small developments happening at a cellular level and at a DNA level, which a naked eye you can't do it. So oka image chuste meeku just as a doctor you cannot identify, but the moment you put an AI technology on that, through the data you are able to spot what a naked eye cannot see, and that is the power and magic of AI. So especially in breast cancer, tumors are being now detected, which are called now, which could be easily missed out and which can probably become malignant over a period of time. Alanti tumors, they are getting detected through medical imaging technology, and we have a company in Pune which is doing that quite well. So AI applications kuda chala healthcare lo rakrakala hospitals lo unnai. Like say for example in the hospitals also, ఇప్పుడు సింగపూర్లో ఒక ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇస్తాను. మీరు ఇంకా సింగపూర్లో ఏంటంటే ఎలా ఉంటుందంటే ఇప్పుడు హాస్పిటల్ వెళ్ళడం అవసరం లేదు, ఎందుకంటే your entire data is on the cloud, because of which, and even your MRI films, your X-ray films, everything is there on the cloud. So ఏమాత్రం మీకు ఏమైనా ఇష్యూ వస్తే doctors themselves are calling you through telemedicine, they're giving you the consultation. Unless and until there is a major issue, surgery ఏమైనా చేయాలంటే then you have to go to the hospital. ఓన్లీ క్రానిక్ కేసెస్ కోసం, మామూలు కేసెస్ కోసం ఇంకా ఎవరు హాస్పిటల్కి వెళ్ళట్లేదు. సింగపూర్లో అయితే మేము లివింగ్ హాల్లో కూర్చొని అంత ట్రీట్మెంట్ చేయించేసుకుంటున్నాం, లివింగ్ హాల్లో కూర్చొని మేము ఇదేంటి ఇల్లులు కొనేసుకుంటున్నాం, ఈ లివింగ్ హాల్లో కూర్చొని కార్లు కొంటున్నాం, అంతా ఇంకా బయట వెళ్ళిన అవసరం లేదు. ఇంకా బ్యాంకింగ్ కూడా ఎలా అయిపోయిందంటే స్టాంచార్డ్ ఇన్ సింగపూర్ దే హ్యావ్ స్టార్టెడ్ అ వాకింగ్ మిర్రర్. ఇప్పుడు చాలామంది ఏంటంటే అంటే అబ్బాయిలు అమ్మాయిలు వాళ్ళు అద్దం ముందర నుంచి ఒక 5 నిమిషాలే నించుంటారు, అబ్బాయిలు బహుశా 3 నిమిషాలు 5 నిమిషాలు నించుంటారు, లేడీస్ అయితే ఒక 5 minutes to 8 minutes, సో మేబీ 10 minutes నించుంటారు అంటే టు డ్రెస్ దెమ్సెల్ఫ్ అప్. డ్యూరింగ్ దట్ టైమ్ they want to basically empower women. So what they have done is that they have started a walking mirror, a talking mirror, which can give you access to your financial bank accounts while you are getting dressed up, while you are doing makeup. You want to know what is the savings that I have got. You don't have to go to a bank or log in. Through the mirror itself, the mirror will tell you what is your savings. You want to do some withdrawals, you want to transfer some money, everything is now done through the mirror. So this is the power of AI that is now influencing your lifestyle. So not just the way you essentially, it's not just about macro things, even at a micro things, AI is changing the entire landscape. Your lifestyle is getting changed because of AI. ఇంకొక ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇస్తాను. ఫిన్టెక్ మేనేజ్మెంట్లో ఏఐ మ్యాసివ్ అప్లికేషన్స్ ఉన్నాయి. ఫిన్టెక్లో ఇప్పుడు ఏమిటంటే ఏఐ ఈజ్ నౌ పార్ట్నరింగ్ విత్ క్వాంటమ్. అందుకే మన ఆనరబుల్ చీఫ్ మినిస్టర్ చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు గారు ఆయన రియల్ విజనరీ. ఎందుకంటే no politician in the world, forget India, has ever thought about a quantum valley, what he has thought. So we need to give a round of applause to our chief minister. ఎందుకంటే నేను మీకు చెప్తున్నాను, ఎందుకంటే AI is going to become redundant and you'll be surprised what I'm saying. Absolutely you're true. AI is going to be redundant. ఇంకొక 5 ఏళ్ళు ఇంకా రిడెండెంట్ అయిపోతుంది. అంటే ఏమిటి, ఇంకా అవసరం ఉండదు ఏఐకి. ఎందుకంటే ఏఐ కంటే ముందర ఇంకా ఫ్యూచర్ టెక్నాలజీస్ వచ్చేస్తాయి, లైక్ క్వాంటమ్. And AI, when it marries with quantum, it's going to be much more faster, like quantum computers. మీరు ఎంత ఊహించుకుంటారంటే quantum computer basically 13,000 times fast. It can analyze data. అంటే what used to take few weeks, now it's happening in few days, and what used to take few days is happening in few hours, and what used to take in few hours is happening in few minutes. What used to take few minutes is happening in seconds. That is the power of AI plus quantum. సో ద ఫ్యూచర్ ఇస్ ఆల్ అబౌట్ AI అండ్ క్వాంటమ్. సో మీ అందరికీ ఏంటంటే నా సజెషన్ ఏంటంటే, ఎంతమంది స్టూడెంట్స్ ఉన్నారు, చాలామంది ఏంటంటే యూ ఫోకస్ ఆన్ ద సొల్యూషన్స్. మై హంబుల్ రిక్వెస్ట్ టు యూజ్ దట్ డోంట్ ఫోకస్ ఆన్ ద సొల్యూషన్స్, ఫోకస్ ఆన్ ద ప్రాబ్లమ్ స్టేట్మెంట్స్. form a group of about 3 to 5 friends, okay, understand, and this must be your best friends so that you can interact with them quite freely. Identify the best problem that you want to solve. It can be with respect to anything. It can be women's safety, it can be road management system, it can be healthcare, any problem. Identify that problem. Put it on paper and start building your business plan around the problem. That is the fundamental difference that our Indian entrepreneurs must start doing. So you got to build a native model. Native model అంటే ఏంటంటే ఇప్పుడు దాకా ఎంత డేటా వచ్చినా కూడా డేటా అంతా బయట నుంచి ఫ్రమ్ వెస్టర్న్ పార్ట్స్ వీఆర్ యూజింగ్ ద డేటా బట్ గోయింగ్ ఫార్వర్డ్ వీ నీడ్ ఇండియన్ డేటా నేటివ్ డేటా అండ్ నాట్ ఓన్లీ దాట్ ఇట్ హ్యాస్ టు బి లింగ్విస్టిక్ లైక్ ఇప్పుడు సపోజ్ ఇప్పుడు నేను ఇప్పుడు ద్రాక్షారం వెళ్ళినా లేదా యానం వెళ్ళినా నేను ఇప్పుడు అక్కడ నేను అమెరికన్ ఇంగ్లీష్ వాడితే అది పనికి రాదు అక్కడ లోకల్ తెలుగు డైలెక్ట్ ఉండాలి సో మన ఏఐ మోడల్స్ తెలుగులో రావాలి మీరు తయారు చేయగలుగుతారా మీరు తయారు చేయగలిగితే నేను ఫండ్ చేయడానికి రెడీగా ఉన్నాను యు కమ్ ఫార్వర్డ్ విత్ అ తెలుగు ఏఐ మోడల్ విచ్ ఈజ్ నేటివ్ that can solve the problem for the society. That is how you have to start thinking. ఏదో పుస్తకాల్లో చదివేసుకుని మనం ఇంకా అక్కడ మార్కులు సంపాదించడం కాదు. ఇన్ఫ్యాక్ట్ ఐ వాజ్ టెలింగ్ టు ఐశ్వర్య గారు earlier during a small conversation that out of the 4-year engineering program, 3 years థియరీ పెట్టుకుని లాస్ట్ ఇయర్ మనం ఇంకా థియరీ పెట్టుకోకూడదు ఇంకా లాస్ట్ ఇయర్ షుడ్ ఓన్లీ బీ ఫోకస్డ్ ఆన్ ఇండస్ట్రీ. ఈ ఐడియా ఎక్కడ వచ్చిందంటే కేంబ్రిడ్జ్ నుంచి వచ్చింది. రీసెంట్లీ ఐ వాజ్ అట్ కేంబ్రిడ్జ్ యూనివర్సిటీ. Cambridge University, the Vice Chancellor told me that Cambridge is producing 1 unicorn every year. In the last 10 years, they produced 10 unicorns. What is the contribution of Cambridge University to the UK economy? Guess? 23 billion pounds. Million kaadu, 23 billion pounds. Every year, it is contributing to the UK economy. Just one university in the UK. And when Cambridge and Oxford both combined, close to about 50 billion pounds. Just imagine the power of innovation and the economic impact. మనందరం ఏం చేస్తున్నాం పబ్లికేషన్స్ పెడుతున్నాం. పబ్లికేషన్స్ సంతోషంగా ఉన్నాం మనం పబ్లిష్ చేసేసి. పబ్లిషింగ్ కాదండి. పబ్లిషింగ్ ద్వారా యు ఆర్ నాట్ గోయింగ్ టు ఇంపాక్ట్ ఎనీ వన్. మేబీ బేసిక్ సైన్స్లో యూ విల్ ఇంపాక్ట్, నాట్ అప్లైడ్ సైన్స్. అప్లైడ్ సైన్స్లో మనకి పేటెంట్స్ కావాలి. డాక్టర్ ఏపీజే అబ్దుల్ కలాం గారితో పాటు నేను 3 సార్లు కలిసాను. ఒకసారి అడిగాను ఇండియాని ఎలా స్ట్రాంగ్ చేయాలి. ఆయన ఒకటే మాట అన్నారు, ఇండియాని స్ట్రాంగ్ చేయాలంటే యూ నీడ్ టు బిల్డ్ అన్ ఇన్నోవేటివ్ ఎకానమీ విచ్ ఈస్ ఫోకస్డ్ ఆన్ ఇంటెలెక్చువల్ ప్రాపర్టీ. అందుకే మా ఆర్గనైజేషన్ వీ హ్యావ్ కాన్స్టిట్యూటెడ్ an award, and that award is called the Dr. Yellappragada Subbarao GEM Award. This award is given to scientists who basically can file a patent and get a patent granted. Through that patent, through that particular award, we are offering 1 lakh rupees every year to each scientist, to the male scientist. And to the female scientists, yesterday, in fact, we signed an MOU with JNTU Kakinada because my mother is my inspiration. And she has got a very beautiful smile, just like all the mothers. I have constituted an award in the name of my mother called Smile. Smile ante S for Shakuntala, ma amgaru peru, M for meritorious, I for innovative, L for leadership, E for entrepreneur. Smile Award. Through that Smile Award, I want to thank Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Prasad garu. ఎందుకంటే ఆయన ఒక విజనరీ. ఎందుకు విజనరీ అంటే ఆయన ఎప్పుడు చేశారు ఇలాంటి అవార్డ్స్ మనం కావాలని. అండ్ వీ డోంట్ నో ఈచ్ అదర్ అట్ ఆల్. ఇన్ఫ్యాక్ట్ వీఆర్ మీటింగ్ ఫర్ ద ఫస్ట్ టైం ఇలా రావాలని. అండ్ ఇట్స్ నాట్ ద క్వాంటమ్, ఇట్స్ ద ఇంటెంట్. ఎందుకంటే నన్ను చూసి ఇంకా చాలామంది ముందుకు వస్తారు. ఐ నో దాట్. దే విల్ ఆల్సో కాన్స్టిట్యూట్ అవార్డ్స్ ఇన్ ద నేమ్స్ ఆఫ్ ద పేరెంట్స్. Or maybe whoever has closely, affectionately, they are related with Kakinada, they have to come forward. Like the way I've come forward from Singapore to Kakinada, a full plate meals తిన్న తర్వాత పూర్తిగా కడుపు నిండిపోయిన తర్వాత there is always a room for ice cream. Kakinada is like ice cream for me. That's a dessert. So అందుకే నేను వచ్చాను ఇక్కడ కాకినాడ. అందుకే పార్టింగ్లో ఇన్ కంక్లూజన్ వాట్ ఐ వాంట్ టు షేర్ విత్ ఆల్ ఆఫ్ యూ ఈజ్ దట్ 3 things. Number 1, టేక్ రిస్క్, టేక్ క్యాల్కులేటెడ్ రిస్క్. ఎక్కడ మీరు ఉన్నా అక్కడ మీరు ఉండిపోకండి. మీరు పైన రావాలంటే రిస్క్ తీసుకోండి. థింక్ బిగ్. Number 2, థింక్ అబౌట్ ద ప్రాబ్లమ్, నాట్ ద సొల్యూషన్. ప్రాబ్లం ఎంత పెద్దది ఉంటే అంత సొల్యూషన్ అంత పెద్దది ఉంటుంది. ఆ ప్రాబ్లమ్ స్టేట్మెంట్ యూ కెన్ యాక్చువల్లీ బిల్డ్ విత్ ద హెల్ప్ ఆఫ్ యువర్ పియర్ గ్రూప్స్, బికాస్ పియర్ గ్రూప్ లెర్నింగ్ ఈజ్ ద వే గోయింగ్ ఫార్వర్డ్. Number 3, most important is you will be known in the world not for how much money you have made. You will be known in the world for your value systems. Understand who you are. What is the purpose of your life? Be humble. Be a good citizen. Be a good Telugu person. And respect your culture. That's the only way you can succeed in a startup world. Whatever money I've earned in my life, I started my career with just a small one-bedroom hall kitchen as a paying guest when I was at Ames. Today, a lot of things have happened. A lot of properties have been gathered. But my heart is still very much based here. Endukante, this is the place which I want to see a unicorn come out, a Nobel laureate come out from Kakinada and from Andhra Pradesh. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anand Garu. Your speech and presentation was incredibly relevant and stunningly simple with those real-time examples. We especially like to appreciate how still rooted you are to your culture and tradition. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for Dr. Anand Garu on his wonderful speech. Our next guest, with his 37 years of experience in teaching and research, built the man he is today, the Vice Chancellor of the prestigious JNTU Kakinada. He published over 150 research papers and also served on boards of studies and academic committees of various institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, may we have a resounding round of applause to welcome this gentleman, the Vice Chancellor of JNTU Kakinada, Professor C.S. R.K. Prasad Garu, to address the gathering.
Sabhaya Namaha. Good morning to all of you. Respected dignitaries on the dais, distinguished guests, Dr. Anand Govindaluri, MD and founder, Govind Capital Singapore. Our special guest, Sri Indrajit Anne, CEO and President IT ITAP. Another special guest, Sri A.V. Malleswara Garu, National Director, STPI Kakinada. Sri Sridhar Kosarazu, Chairman, APDTI Network. Sri R.L. Narayana, Corporate Vice President, WNS, and other industry leaders, distinguished guests, the organizers of the event, the silent workers behind this big show, the faculty members, students, and print and media friends. It gives me immense pleasure to join you all at this AI Fusion Summit, a confluence of vision, innovation, and collaboration that embodies the transformative power of artificial intelligence. AI refers to the ability of machines to perform cognitive tasks such as thinking, perceiving, learning, problem solving, and decision making. Before I continue my talk, about few days back, Sridhar called me, requested me to be part of this event. I was actually worried what to speak because I am basically a civil engineer, specialized in transportation engineering. Unfortunately, I ended up in administrative role as a VC of JNTU Kakinada. Then after hearing this people's talk, I thought they're not much, but I'm now really more worried. కొంచెం భయం వేస్తుంది మాట్లాడాలంటే AI మీద. For last few days, I was trying to collect some ideas, or maybe stealing the ideas here and there, taking the help of ChatGPT, and also various policy documents. I try to share some of my ideas about the AI. Today's world is experiencing a technological renaissance. Artificial intelligence is no longer confined to the research labs. It is redefining industries, economies, and even our daily lives. Even washing machine, they say that AI driven, right? From predictive healthcare and smart cities to precision agriculture and generative design, AI is driving unprecedented progress. From personalized recommendations on our phones to the autonomous vehicles, AI is transforming every sector: education, healthcare, agriculture, business, and even the art. And yet, the true essence of this revolution lies not just in automation, but in augmentation, empowering human intelligence through the machine learning, creativity, and insight. The world we live in today is powered by data and driven by intelligence, both human and artificial. Today, AI tools can generate content, design visuals, write code, analyze data, detect diseases, and optimize supply chains, and even assist in scientific discoveries. As we witness this rapid revolution, we must also remain conscious of our collective responsibility. Ethical AI, transparency, and inclusivity must be at the heart of every innovation. The theme AI Fusion symbolizes the blending of technology with humanity, where data meets empathy, algorithms meet ethics, and innovation meets imagination. It reminds us that the future of AI is not about machines replacing the people, but machines working with people to unlock new possibilities. But as we celebrate this rise of AI, we must also remember our responsibility. AI should not replace human values. It should reinforce them. The true measure of progress lies not only in how smart our machines become, but in how wisely and ethically we use them. The goal is not to create machines that think like humans, but to use AI to help humans think better and act faster and live fuller lives. Now let's try to look at what is happening in our great nation, India, with respect to the AI. The India's AI strategy is a multifaceted effort to position itself as a global leader in AI innovation, driving economic growth and social progress. So India's AI mission, this is about $10,372 crore initiative, aims to build a robust AI ecosystem by creating AI computing infrastructure, including acquiring over 10,000 GPUs, supporting the development of large language models and other foundational AI models in Indian languages, attracting top talent, enabling industry collaborations, and promoting the ethical AI practices. India also launched another program like Skilling for AI Readiness, SOAR. This program introduces AI literacy to students and educators from classes 6th to 12th across India. It aims to bridge the digital divide and produce a tech-savvy workforce. India AI portal was launched in 2020. This portal serves as a central knowledge hub for AI, publishing articles, news, and government initiatives. Bharat Gen, this government-funded multimodal LLM initiative launched in 2024, aims to improve the public services and citizen engagement through the advanced foundational models. On Digital India, Bhashini, an AI-powered language translation platform that aims to provide intent and digital services in various Indian languages. Provide internet and digital services in various Indian languages. As we all know that Niti Aayog has decided to focus on 5 sectors that are envisioned to benefit the most from the AI in solving societal needs. One is the healthcare, the increased access and affordability of quality healthcare to all the citizens. Agriculture, enhanced farmers' income, increased farm productivity and reduction of wastage. Education, improved access and quality of education to all the citizens of this nation, all the children of this nation. And smart cities and infrastructure, efficient and connectivity for the burgeoning urban population. Right now, about 37% of the people are living in urban areas. Imagine that, like America, if 70 to 80% of the people are living in urban areas, can we manage? And it's a big question, it's a challenge for all of us to manage these cities. And finally, the 5th sector, smart mobility and transportation. It should be smarter and safer modes of transportation and better traffic and congestional problems. That's what Anand is also highlighted in his talk. Let's try to look at the Andhra Pradesh. Andhra Pradesh AI policy is focused on building a comprehensive ecosystem through the education, governance, and research partnerships. The key initiatives include establishing India's first dedicated AI university in collaboration with the NVIDIA, integrating AI into government services to improve the efficiency, and introducing the AI programs in high schools and colleges to build a skilled workforce. The state is also investing heavily in infrastructure, such as a large-scale data center projects to support its AI ambitions. Minor programs in AI and quantum technologies will be introduced in engineering and degree colleges starting from this academic year onwards. The testimony of the government's commitment is the Google's establishing its first AI data center in Visakhapatnam with a significant $15 billion investment over the next 5 years, that's 26 to 2030. This facility will be a gigawatt scale data center campus, part of Google's global network, and the company is partnering with the Adani Group and Airtel to build the infrastructure. The project includes developing a new international subsea gateway to boost the digital connectivity. Let me look at the technical education in India. The All India Council for Technical Education has declared 2025 as the year of AI to accelerate the adoption and integration of artificial intelligence into India's technical education system. This initiative aims to equip students with AI-driven skills and prepare India's youth for future opportunities in a rapidly evolving technological landscape. The key AI initiatives by the AICT includes like a curriculum integration, AI for all disciplines of study, and the model curriculum was developed and it's there in its website. It's up to the institutions to adopt it. And industry academic collaborations, there is a partnership with the OpenAI, collaboration with Perplexity, and they also are trying to facilitate to establish the Center for AI Excellence as announced in the union budget and allocated about 500 crores. All of you might be knowing the NEP 2020, which was launched in 20 September. This policy document, National Education Policy Document, is a wonderful document, and India has ever produced in the education sector, giving a direction for the next generation students. It incorporates the AI to enhance the education by enabling the personalized training, learning, and integrated AI and coding into the curriculum from the class 6th onwards, and using AI for administrative tasks like automated assessments and teacher training. The policy also aims to develop 21st century skills and prepare the students for the digital economy and bridge the digital divide. The key initiatives include developing AI-powered smart classrooms, providing AI-driven content in multiple languages, and training the teachers to use the AI effectively. My speakers have emphasized on the AI several times, but the question is, the major challenge is in education now. Educating the students who are having a very short period of attention in the classrooms. That's a big challenge for us. And probably you might be aware that the 21st century challenges, one of them is the personalized learning. It's a customized learning. So all the students in the classroom are expected to have their own combination of subjects of learning. This is the challenge. And their levels of perception, levels of receiving is different. So what are the models, teaching models available earlier or now may not be suitable for the 21st century students. So this is a big challenge the education sector is facing. Now let me look into the impact of AI in my education sector. AI is helping the educators better understand each learner, their strengths, weaknesses, and learning space. Intelligent tutoring systems can now adapt lessons to meet the individual needs. That's what you would say that self-paced learning tools, flipped classrooms, etc. are emerging. AI-powered language translators can break down the barriers, and smart analytics can identify students who need extra support long before they fall behind. In many ways, AI has made learning more inclusive, more engaging, and more effective. But AI is not a replacement for the teachers. It is an assistant to the teacher. A machine can deliver information, but it takes a teacher to inspire. AI can grade papers, but only a human can shape the character of the students. The role of the educator is evolving from being the source of knowledge to being the guide for wisdom. The true potential of AI in education lies in the empowerment. It allows the teachers to focus more on mentoring, creativity, and emotional connection, the aspects of education that technology can never replicate. It gives the students the freedom to explore, ask, and create rather than the memorize. As we integrate AI into the classrooms, we must ensure ethical use, data privacy, and equitable access. And similarly, the AI has a bigger impact on the research, not only in the computer science, in all branches of science and technology. For centuries, the research has been the foundation of the human progress. It has driven discovery, innovation, and understanding from the invention of the wheel to the decoding of the human genome. Today, as we stand on the threshold of the new era, artificial intelligence is transforming not just what we discover, but how we find out. AI is no longer a tool confined to the computer science. It has become a universal research partner. In fields ranging from the medicine to the material sciences, from the economics to the environmental studies, AI is accelerating the pace of discovery in ways we could never have imagined. Machine learning algorithms are analyzing the data sets so vast that no human could process them in a lifetime. AI models are predicting molecular behavior, identifying the potential drugs, and even assisting in the design of the experiments. In social sciences, AI is uncovering patterns in the behavior of the policy outcomes. In climate research, it helps us model complex systems and forecast the future scenarios with increasing precision. But beyond the speed and accuracy, AI brings something even more profound: insight. It allows the researchers to see what might otherwise remain invisible. It can identify the hidden correlations, generate the hypotheses, and open doors to interdisciplinary connections that redefine the boundaries of the knowledge. I, being the specialist in transportation, I thought, let me look into the AI applications. AI is transforming the transportation in ways once unimaginable. Smart algorithms, sensors, and predictive analytics are now at the heart of modern transport systems, making them safer, faster, cleaner, and more efficient. Few examples like autonomous vehicles, traffic management, public transportation, logistics and supply chain, and air and maritime transporter are the areas where AI is being effectively utilized. So events like AI Fusion are vital because they bring together the brilliant minds, researchers, students, entrepreneurs, and innovators to collaborate, debate, and design the future responsibly. They remind us that the innovation thrives where curiosity meets purpose. Let AI Fusion be a reminder that the power of artificial intelligence truly shines when fused with the best of human intelligence. May this event ignite new ideas and inspire future innovations that make our world a better, smarter, and kinder place. I congratulate the organizers of the AI Fusion Summit for bringing together such a vibrant community of innovators and thought leaders, and especially the young student friends who are the future leaders and on whose shoulders the Viksit Bharat 2047 is resting. To the young innovators and learners here today, I urge you to explore AI not just as a technology, but as a tool for change. Use it to solve real-world problems, to fight climate change, to improve the education, to ensure the food security, and promote the inclusivity. The future belongs to those who not only understand technology, but also use it to uplift the humanity. So thank you one and all, and I wish the AI Fusion Summit a great success.
Thank you so much, sir. We so appreciate your valuable contribution to our event. Thank you for sharing your expertise and experiences with us. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to Mr. Shivsarke Prasad Garu. It's now time to appreciate the valuable time given by our esteemed guest with a small token of appreciation. As a token of our gratitude, we now invite Aishwarya from KITE to do the honors to our chief guest, Professor C.S.R.K. Prasad Garu. Aishwarya to do the honors to our chief guest, Professor C.S.R.K. Prasad Garu. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. May I now request Anupama Garu, Director, Anand PAG Systems, to present the memento to Dr. Anand Govindaluri. Next, to present the memento to A.V. Malleshwar Garki, from CRIFI CEO Krishna Reddy. Now please welcome Prasad Vakalapudi Garu to present the memento to Mr. Indrajit Anne. Now I would like to call Chandrasekhar Garu, AVP Avenion, to do the honors to Sridhar Garu Kosiraju. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. All the guests are now requested to have a group photo. We request the sponsors also to come up on the dais to have a group photo. MOUs. We extend our deepest gratitude to all our generous sponsors for their unwavering support is essential to a success of this event. We thank the event sponsor, Kite Institutions, Diamond sponsor, Anand PAG, our gold sponsors, Daisy and CRIFI, and our silver sponsor, Avenion. We now arrive at a pivotal moment, an MOU exchange between three parties, Anand PAG, DTNF, and Kite. Ladies and gentlemen, while the guests are still residing on the stage, I would like to call upon Anupama Garu, Sridhar Garu, and Krishna Garu for an official exchange of the document. Let's get them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, it's Aishwarya from Kite. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a big round of applause. It's an official exchange of documents by the three parties. Congratulations. Now can we have Mr. Anand Krishnan on stage for a word of thanks of this inaugural function.
Thank you. Okay. Good morning, respected dignitaries, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen. It is my privilege to deliver the vote of thanks for this wonderful inaugural session. So on behalf of all of us, I extend heartfelt gratitude to everyone who made this event a success. So our sincere thanks to Mr. Sridhar Kosaraju, Chairman of APDTI, DTNF, for setting a powerful tone this morning. Okay. So he reminded us why we are here, why Kakinada. So basically it's to democratize AI beyond major cities and create an inclusive ecosystem through bridging the academia and the industry. So his message on AI skills being essential for all of us was truly eye-opening. Okay. Thank you, Shri Indrajit Ane ji, President of ITAP, for capturing the spirit of this gathering. So your reminder that AI is a journey, not a race, and your insights on solving real-world problems inspired us all to think deeply about a purpose-driven AI. Okay. So we also appreciate Mr. Sri A.V. Malleshwar ji of STPI Kakinada, so for highlighting the incredible ecosystem that STPI is already building, nationwide, empowering startups through various schemes and innovations across multiple technology domains, not just in one domain. As you heard him saying, like, fintech, medtech, cybersecurity. So all domains. So one of the distinguished speakers, Dr. Anand Govindluri, sir, thank you so much. The way you started off with gratitude to your parents, that was really not unexpected from my side. That was very good. Thank you for the inspiring journey you shared, and importantly, all the AI applications, use cases from Singapore that you have shared. It shows us the power of combining values with a vision. So his encouragement to focus on problems that matter and promote local AI, regional-wise AI solutions resonated very strongly to me. Okay. So thank you to Professor C.S. A.K. Prasad, sir, Vice Chancellor of JNTU Kakinada, for sharing a visionary outlook on India's AI initiative and the importance of ethical, inclusive AI that enhances our education and the society. So finally, a special thanks to all speakers who traveled across India and Singapore to share their knowledge and passion. So your presence has truly enriched this event. To all attendees in this room, your enthusiastic participation has made, is truly, as truly inspiring. So let's carry this momentum forward, with more purpose and more passion. So let's embrace the opportunities ahead to shape a brighter, smarter future together. So the journey begins anew with each idea shared and connection made today. So let's make the most of today's exciting program and continue to inspire remarkable achievements for the future. Thank you once again for being part of this inspiring start. Jai Hind.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's quickly take a 10 minutes break and we see you again on the other side of the session. There's going to be an interesting session on Agentic AI, so don't miss it and be on time. Thank you. The coffee is served. The coffee for all the guests, all the chief guests and the speakers are is being served at the backside, right? At the backside. I'll just go out and
complicated. It's just that they don't have an HDMI connector that goes all the way there. Yeah.
Can we see something from there? What is coming up?
No, it will come there in the central screen. He's trying to just operate it from there.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would request all the students outside, please come into the room and settle down. We are soon going to start the sessions. And the first two rows are strictly allocated to our guests and speakers. So I request everybody else to settle down from the third row.
అక్కడెక్కడన్నా కూర్చోండి. ఇక్కడ ఎవరైనా ఉన్నారా? ఇక్కడ ఎవరైనా ఉన్నారా? ఇక్కడ ఒకరు కూర్చోండి. ఇక్కడ 4 మెంబర్స్ ఉన్నారా? ఇక్కడ కూర్చుంటున్నారా? అదే చెప్తున్నాను నేను. అదే వాయిస్ ఇప్పుడే అందరినీ ఇప్పుడే పంపించారు.
Welcome back, everyone. So gear up now. So we have some interesting sessions lined up for you. And now let me take this privilege of welcoming Maitreyi Ganapathy, product lead of Google, and Kirti Dawat Singh, the product manager for Google, to dive us deep into the topic, Agentic AI.
Hello everyone, can you hear me all right? Yes, no? Okay. Is everyone tired already since half the day is over? Okay, great. Is there more people to come in or should I get started? Most of them are here, okay. Well, it's great to be here in the city of Kakinada. It's my first time here. I'm originally from Kerala. Kakinada feels very much like home. It was lovely to see all the greenery and the coconut groves. But looking forward to seeing more of you all and the city as the day wears on. I lead a product team at Google. We deal in customer engagement and experiences. It's a very large surface area, has its own complexities. Some of the work that we are doing there is on Agentic AI. I won't go into what I do right now because some of it is confidential. But the topic we are going to cover today is mostly about Agentic AI. What is it? Think of it like an introductory talk because it is very vast. It's also fairly complex. So we won't be able to cover a lot of detail. Having said that, the way Kirti and Kirti is sitting in the audience, he's going to do a little demo for you to show you how we bring agentic scenarios together. So the way we'll do this is I'll talk a little bit and give you an introduction about the concept, how agentic AI works. Kirti will do a demo, and then we'd love to open up for Q&A because I think a lot of learning and comes from exchange of ideas. And not from just us talking to you all, just, one-to-many. There is an echo. Is it, it's okay? There's no echo? Everyone's able to hear me all right? Okay, awesome. Okay, so I think we can get started. I don't know if you're going to project or? Okay, great. All right, so like I said, I work at Google. My name is Maitri Ganapati. I spent a lot of time of my first part of my career at Microsoft. I moved to Google about 4.5 years ago. The most interesting thing about my career journey that the students in the audience may find useful is that every time there's been a shift in technology, even starting with just the basic internet to what we used to call as B2B, business to business connectors, to the search engine technology, advertising, cloud computing. I've been a part of that. It's been a great learning experience for me along the way. AI and ML has been part of that journey for me, at least personally, all the way from 2005. But this shift that LLMs, generative AI, and now agentic AI brings is a learning journey for me as well. So I'm not an expert. I have a little bit more knowledge than maybe you all do because of my prior experience, and I'm able to bring it to bear onto this new technology. So we're all on a journey together. Let's figure it out as we go along. And that's what I meant by saying there should be exchange of ideas. Then we are able to actually have more learning together as a group. And we'll try as much as we can because it is a short time and a large audience. So what are we trying to talk about here? Agentic AI as a phrase many of you may have heard. Prior to agentic AI, there are other concepts which I just want to layer up in a stack for you so that you understand why agentic AI sits at the top, at least at this point in our technology shifts. So like I said, machine learning as a concept has been around. I don't know how many of you know this, but neural networks was actually built on top of machine learning. This has been around since 1995. So it's not a new concept per se, but I guess awareness, accessibility, and reach has increased significantly over the last 20 to 30 years. And so, when you think about it from machine learning all the way up to now, let's say AI on top of that, AI is more of it as predictive systems. So if those of you have built ML models and have used techniques like classification or doing prediction, that's typically an application of AI. Right? So if those of you are familiar with applications like, Amazon, because they recommend products that you should be buying, that is an AI prediction technology. When Spotify as a music app gives you a playlist based on your listening habits, that is an AI prediction technology. When inventory systems and or transportation systems decide to group similar objects together for various application purposes, that is a classification purpose. So you are all familiar with how AI has been used in these situations in the past. Around 2022, when OpenAI came out with ChatGPT, generative AI became very popular as a concept, but it was built on LLMs or large language models. And the reason why they're very interesting is because they have the capability to build large, long context of the order of millions of tokens in its memory and create content summarization or content generation on top of that context. Now, what's interesting about Agentic AI is that Agentic AI enables us to do more than just interact as an individual with these types of technologies. It creates the ability for technology to interact with itself. And this is a fundamental shift that Agentic AI brings. And then I'll talk a little bit more about what that means and why that is important. So what do I mean by moving from passive tools to active agents? What I just described to you is technically passive. Now, I know this is a slightly difficult concept for some of us to guess because some of us may think, well, what's passive about AI prediction? The passiveness really comes from the fact that you have to give it some input, it will give you some output. So that means you always have to do something, give it that input and expect an output, and then you have to process that output and do something for it to become useful. So this is what I mean by passive in this context. Now, what does Agentic AI change? Agentic AI does 4 things that is very different from what I just described as passive. So one very fundamental aspect is perception. So what do I mean by perception? You could think about it as when you're building ML models, what would we typically do? We build data together, we build a lot of pipelines, we feed that data into the ML model and train it in order to do the things that I just described. And that's what you could think of as data sources and context. But the nice thing about agentic systems is you can build this context over many, many millions of data sources and signals, and you can actually figure out how to leave it to the agentic AI system to continuously figure out which of these data sources is useful for the following things it has to do. So in other words, you can throw a bunch of data at it, let it figure out what it can do, and then keep going with what the system has to do further. So that's one principle. Think about it as perception/context building. The next aspect of what agentic systems do is that they make decisions. So why is this possible today? You could say, hey, isn't prediction and classification also decision making? It is, but the way ML typically works by itself is that someone has to teach it when a decision has to be made. And the difference in agentic systems is that you don't have to teach it because it's using LLMs in the background to build the reasoning loop. And LLMs are capable of doing that because it has generative AI baked in. So that's the second part. The third part is about taking actions. So you have to prompt the system. In the backend, it's still in LLM. So you still have to prompt it to say, what are the actions, likely actions that you want the system to do, given it has this context, and given it has a certain set of decisions that it can take. And once these actions are in place, now there's also learning and adaptability that can be baked in. So now you have this continuous self-learning system which you can tune and decide is not doing well, because you can use LLMs again to actually do what we call as self-rating, auto-evaluation, using LLMs in the background. And so you bring in a fair amount of validation and trust into the output that you want to build. Now, why is all of this important? Because in the past, before we brought these types of AI into our systems, when we build, let's say, data analytics systems or systems that have front end, back ends, what is the thing that software engineers always did? They built for highly deterministic systems. If then else, for lack of a better word, right? But most AI systems, especially when you bring generative AI and agentic AI together, are probabilistic, which means that you have a probability number of saying what the output will be. You can't be 100% deterministic. And that's why the process of having auto-evaluations and trust and security is very important, because you have no idea actually what the output is going to be unless you iterate many times, which Kirti will actually talk about a little bit in his demo as well. What does all of this do, these 4 aspects? It actually helps you to build goal-based autonomous systems. And this has been something that those of you who have read books on AI, films on AI, you've probably seen this in many different versions. That future is here now. You can build goal-based autonomous systems that have the danger also on the side of doing things that you cannot predict. And that's why all of this safety, reliability, and security that you have to build into these systems is also important. So now, oh, sorry, we lost the screen. Okay, I think the next slide was going to talk about industries. So what I'll do is, I think we have lost, oh, great, thank you. So in the interest of time and also maybe focusing on some few other topics that I thought may be interesting for students, I won't take all these examples, but I'll take one because I think Mr. Prasad Garu said earlier that you're focused on transportation engineering, am I right? Yeah, so I thought maybe you can also ask some questions on that as we go forward. So Mr. Prasad Garu also referred to this, right? Like the fact that we have autonomous vehicles today, right? And then this is not new. Like all of you have heard about self-driving cars, Waymo in San Francisco, Uber trying it out, cars crashing. You've heard all these news. There's a lot of AI in that. It's not yet agentic. So now let's go back to the principles we just talked about, right? So we want perception, we want decisions, we want actions, and we want learning. Now think about a system for which you would use transportation for using these principles. And if you think about it citywide, and you happen to have self-driving cars, here's an example of what you want to achieve. Most of our systems today in cities have CCTVs. They understand the lay of the land, where traffic is going, what types of traffic, what time of the day. We have climate control mechanisms that tell us what the weather is. We also know how many traffic signals are there. We know the capacity of those streets. We know where parking lots are. But what don't we do today? We don't manage all of this together. So in other words, we don't have a system that manages the whole city using all of these elements of data together and say, how do I have a city where traffic actually moves? A problem that those of us who live in Bangalore actually resonate with and actually want to correct. Unfortunately, that problem isn't solved yet. Maybe this is a problem like Mr. Govind Garu was saying, one of you can pick up as a unicorn idea and go solve. I'm sure like hundreds of techies in Bangalore will pay you a lot of money to solve that problem. So the thing you could do is, you basically analyze all of the data that you get from cars, where are they going, and you don't have to be self-driving cars. A lot of cars have electronic systems today that can broadcast data. You connect it to information that you get from CCTV cameras about where the traffic jams are. You understand where available parking systems are, where you get that data as well. Wrap it all around agentic MCP servers, as we call it, Model Context Protocol. We can talk about it later for those of you who are interested. Bring it all together, and you can teach it to now do the things that we talked about. So what's the goal? Before a traffic signal gets jammed, divert traffic to other routes where you don't have heavy traffic. Before cars get jammed onto a road trying to find parking spot, divert it to available parking lot systems. So these are simple examples. I know it sounds like it's complicated, but it's actually fairly simple if you can get these systems to actually exchange data through agentic systems. So I want to shift gears a little bit, since we've given an example of how an industry could transform to, I'm guessing I've lost control of this again. Do you want to shift the, I think we can just shift to the next slide. So I'll talk a little bit about industry disruption. And some of the examples I take, maybe not all of you are familiar with. So I'll end with an example you can all connect to. So one example is this company called Chegg, C-H-E-G-G, very popular Bay Area company. And what Chegg used to do was, or rather still does, is it answers Q&A. So it was a very popular app for students, people who just wanted to learn. Guess what happened when ChatGPT came out? Everybody left Chegg and went to ChatGPT, because you just ask it a question, gathers data from a bunch of sources, summarizes it, and gives you the key points that you needed. Chegg lost 83% of its value in 2 years. Okay, let's talk about Shutterstock. Anybody here who knows the company Shutterstock? Okay, so Shutterstock, for those of you who don't know it, basically had a business model where it would gather different types of images for various kinds of uses. You could use this in marketing collateral, in comms, in PR. Basically, you pay a licensing fee and then you use it, and that was your business model. Within a year, Shutterstock lost 50% of its value because of image generation capabilities that both Google and OpenAI brought out. So these are industry disruption models that AI brings about. I'll talk a little bit later about how if you want to stay alive in the tech world today, you have to figure out how to use AI, otherwise you get disrupted. So now let's talk about something that all of you are very familiar with. I'm sure everyone here uses Amazon. Anyone who does not use Amazon? Okay, so I take it everybody uses Amazon. So you understand Amazon and you understand its business model, right? In June of this year, Amazon decided to disrupt itself. It played two roles. It played a defensive role and an offensive role, because of the way Agentic AI is potential to disrupt it entirely. So the defensive role that it played was, as some of you know, if you're a seller on Amazon, you basically can say, okay, here is my entire inventory, here is my pricing, and this is all exposed via an API for someone else as a sub-seller or an Uber seller to pick up and try to figure out redistribution. Also for Amazon itself to figure out how to do inventory management. So prior to what I'm going to describe, all of this was available through APIs. Because of the agentic shift, Andy Jassy himself decided that they are going to open up everything that's available on Amazon for public data use today behind Agentic AI, wrapped around MCP servers. Why did Amazon choose to do this? Because someone else can come in, take that same data that's available through APIs, and drive users away from Amazon to do the equivalent of buy it for me. So what's a buy it for me scenario? It's my personal agent that's going to live on my phone. I'm going to create a wish list of everything that I want, not just from Amazon, but from any other site. I'll give it my payment credentials, and the app will buy it for me when it's available. Use the best coupons, find the best deals, wait for, let's say, a Thanksgiving or a Diwali sale, and then figure out when to buy it and deliver it to my doorstep. Guess what happens if that becomes true, and let's say some venture capitalist funds this and it actually becomes a true story. Amazon gets fully disintermediated. There's no need for Amazon as a site to exist anymore. And so that's the defensive role that Amazon chose to play. But Amazon's also playing an offensive role. So what's the offensive role is basically saying, I have the right to take away this capability at any point in time. And in parallel, they are building the buy it for me equivalent. Why is Amazon in a position of strength in order to do the buy it for me themselves? Because Amazon has a psychological value for its users that no new entrant in the business can, which is what Amazon has: great customer service, great trust, and none of your payment data has ever been leaked, frauded, or scammed because you shared it on Amazon. No one else can guarantee this. So Andy is going to play on this psychological trust and figure out how to actually do the equivalent of buy it for me directly on Amazon.com. This is important because if he's not successful, $59 billion worth of revenue goes down the toilet. That's how much money that Amazon makes from its advertising business by doing sponsored and specific placements of products on their website. So hopefully you get an idea of what disruption really looks like with AI and how the industry is reacting to that. So if we can just, I think we can move on from here as well. So I'll talk a little bit about challenges. There are definitely integration complexities. Although we talked about the fact that, hey, like the transportation example that we took, there's a lot of different ways in which you can do that. You can use that example and understand the integration there. Fundamentally, the integration challenges center around data, creating pipelines out of it, making it more structured or leaving it unstructured. Choices are yours. Doing image processing perhaps on top of that, including video processing. Also managing security and all kinds of trust systems on top of that. And Kirti again will give you some examples on reliability and SLAs that also becomes a part of this problem. So these are all part of your integration complexities if you're trying to do something large scale and take something into production. I'll skip to skill gaps. I'm sure there's a lot of us, including folks in the audience, who have to figure out how do we learn how agentic systems actually work when you're trying to codify it. A lot of what I'm talking about right now probably sounds theoretical to you, which is why we're going to try and actually show a demo very quickly to you to see if you can put your heads around together for it. But the skill gap is something I think we have no choice but to go figure out how to learn for reasons that I just talked about in the last 10 minutes or so. Please avoid resistance to change because the change is already here. Right? Like I said, the examples are very vivid. I don't think any of us have a choice. I don't think we can sit down and say, I'm going to learn C, C++, Python, and that's going to get me a job. That's not necessarily true. You may get something, but it's not going to help you to grow further in career and or in the industry. So for organizations, I think some of you here represent various companies. There's only a few things that I would be able to recommend. We have to converge what I'd call as the technology, business, and talent. And what I mean by that is we have to think about how the business itself has to change because of the earlier slide on what talent is going to bring to the table. And then how is your business model going to change, aka the examples of the industry changes and the disruption that I described. And also you have to redefine then who is your customer. Are you still focusing on the same customer as before? If you are, refer the Amazon example. How will you change the way in which you deliver that value because of these technology shifts? And the last part is AI is very dangerous if you don't use it safely. There's much more security issues and holes that LLMs can generate than any other technology that's been available so far. So think about how you actually ensure those security layers are built and how you do enough red teaming, build enough ways to actually test your systems and iterate it before you deploy it out into the world. And one last thing for employees, if you want to think about it as, you know, those of you in the audience who are yet to become employees but will become future employees, is as individuals, we have to focus away from building something and give it out versus becoming curators and orchestrators. So what do I mean by that? You're no longer just designing by yourself. You could potentially say, I'm going to build only one AI agent, but I'm going to make completely something different by bringing multiple agents together and offering a completely different service. That's the example of what a curator would do, which means your idea no longer, your output no longer is about designing, but it is more about being innovative and being more idea discovery. So you have to shift a little bit on what you're being taught and how some of us may be operating if you're early in career, because these changes is what's really going to help you take advantage of Agentic AI. I think that's the last slide. I'll hand over to Kirti, who will do a really quick demo for you on something that he built himself.
Hello. Hey everyone. So I'm Kirti. I'm a product manager in Google. According to me, the biggest shift that AI has brought in is the ability to create software super duper fast, right? And I wanted to select a demo that sort of showcases that that I built. Now, what you're seeing on the screen is a multi-agent conversation simulator. So what you can do is you can define personalities from any period of time, define a topic, and the AI agents will converse in real time on that topic. Now, why this demo first? For me, it's a living textbook. Think of the educational opportunities here. You can have people that wouldn't be in the same room ever, people from different time frames of different personalities, a philosopher, a poet, an artist talking about a topic and giving you deeper insights about it. And you can actually feel the conversation rather than just reading it textually. So a year ago, building all of this would have taken you days, but I did this using Cursor, which is a vibe coding tool or a coding assistant, within 2 to 3 hours. That's it. Yeah, so I think let's see it in action and let's see how it turns out, and hopefully it works out well. So the conversation here is between Ronaldo, who's a famous footballer, and I also think I wanted to pick something that actually connects with people rather than some use case that people don't understand. So here's Ronaldo, one of the personalities, and another AI agent here is Elon Musk, the entrepreneur. And they would be having a WhatsApp call on AI versus athletic instinct. Let's see what they talk about, and hopefully this works. So it's going to take somewhere around 15 seconds to 16 seconds for AI agents to get loaded up, some calls being made, and then the conversation should get started. Voice.
Replicate the feel for the game, developed through years of hard work and dedication. That split-second decision to take a shot or pass, that's human intuition at its finest.
That's an interesting point, Cristiano. But I think technology can enhance that instinct. AI can analyze vast amounts of data, predict player movements, and even suggest strategies in real time. We're not replacing instinct, we're augmenting it to create better athletes.
I disagree, Elon. Relying too much on data can make players robotic. The beauty of the game lies in unpredictability. If every move is calculated by an algorithm, where does that leave the passion and creativity of the player?
I see your point, but creativity can still thrive with the right data. Athletes can use AI to identify their weaknesses and improve. Think of AI as a coach that helps refine those instincts instead of replacing them.
But Elon, what happens when performance metrics take priority over passion? You could end up with players who are physically amazing, but lack heart. Isn't being a great athlete about more than just numbers?
Absolutely, but heart can be measured in performance too. Imagine if AI could analyze not just skill, but emotional readiness or mental state. We could develop a more holistic approach to training. It's about using technology to elevate the human experience, not diminish it.
Cool, I'll end the conversation. So a couple of things. I also made a version where we actually had actual Elon Musk's voice and actual Ronaldo's voice, but I can't show it here because of legal reasons. You can try it at home if you use 11 Labs API to do it. Also, a couple of things that I noticed while building this. This is like an 80% demo here. It's hosted locally on my machine. And I encountered a lot of issues. It wasn't like I just gave it a single prompt and I got the output. Iteration is the key here. For example, one of the situations that I faced was I tried to optimize the start time. And what ended up happening was AI started to actually do what I asked it to do, but it played the conversation whichever was loaded first. So the order was completely jumbled up and it wasn't a coherent conversation. So you need to be extremely specific with the prompts that you put in. Some other challenges that I faced along the way were stability challenges and security challenges as well. Safe conversations were not coming up, right? So the one lesson or sort of the takeaway would be you can build prototypes super fast and you can iterate on them faster by taking it to real customers and getting feedback from them. Now, is this all it? Will AI just do everything? And are we in a world where computer science core skills are not required? That is absolutely false. Let's take it to another level now. Let's suppose I wanted to take this into production. And what that means is actually deploying it, building a CI/CD pipelines, hosting it in a server. That would actually take a lot of effort, right? And a lot of core computer science skills would
So sorry for this is a video actually. So this is a development video, but this is actually gone live. So what we are trying to do traditionally, you train people on VR videos. So how does the VR work? You design the entire scene and then load it onto a VR headset, and people will experience that and then get trained over that. That is what VR is all about. Here what we have tried to do is to augment the actual VR experience with a generative AI input. So while you are getting trained, you can ask other relevant questions which you did not think at the time of training. Traditional VR trainings are pretty much set in shape. You set what is the scope, you tell exactly what you want to tell, and that's it. But here, in these cases, now this is the new one that we are trying to do. We have done this. This is already productive. And can you just run the video? No audio is coming. Okay, so here I'll narrow it over if that's not coming. So here what the user is trying to do is to learn assembling a motor. That's what is the thing. So basically this entire program is about identifying the parts, take them in the right sequence, put it in the right shape. This is all about. But in the middle of the conversation, the user asks, what is the purpose of this part? What are the specs of this part? Why should I use it? How should I use this? These are not in the context of the learning at all. This is not thought of at the time of learning. And normally this is what happens. And then they'll come out and then they have to have a classroom session separately to learn this. So what we have tried to do is to bring the knowledge from one side, VR experience from the other side, but make it relevant for whoever in whatever context they are trying to learn. So this is how the other part going on. Okay, so this is other part. If some of you have looked at piping and instrumentation diagrams, these are core parts behind any industry. One of the earlier speakers mentioned chemical, oil and gas plants. That's exactly what we were dealing with in one of my earlier jobs. So chemical and oil and gas plants, industries, factories typically deal with this. This is very complex. In a given facility like an oil plant, gas plant or something like that, you are talking about 5,000 to 6,000 such diagrams. And all diagrams are interlinked. And they are disjointed, but they are all interlinked and multiple formats. So to deal such a thing, today, this example I have specifically taken to show the maturity of the multimodality. This is purely achieved with prompting alone. No other additional inputs were given to the language models. You can see here the complexity here is that these are primarily pictures. There is no text. There is very little text. Primarily pictures, but our challenge when it runs into a long page is first to identify what is the bill of materials. What are the specifications? What happens if I change something here? What are all the ripple effects and things like that? So the fundamental thing for us is to even identify the bill of materials itself is a big challenge, and no such thing is available in all these systems. These are all archaic systems, and we will continue to take them forward. So what we have tried to look at it is all of them we were able to simply digitalize and put it into a database as a parts, connections, individual parts and their relationships and connections, and then give a description so that people can learn. So this is, on one hand, this is helping troubleshooting and things like that, maintenance and all that. On the other hand, the people who know this diagram are very old. They are all getting retired. The new age has no clue how to deal with these diagrams. So this is also a knowledge transfer mechanisms and to take it forward. Yeah, you can chat over this. That's the idea. There are so many other use cases, based on PCB analysis, compliance checks that are happening. Today, of course, the major topic going on in the world is the tariffs. And the moment you bring in tariffs, you can no longer use that particular component in your PCB anymore. That's the entire supply chain gets disrupted, and you are halted for this. So all these things are happening since 2020, since the COVID stuck up, and then supply chain disruptions, export control regulations, all these things are coming up, and manufacturing is no longer a smooth sailing thing. So in today's world where inventory is extremely kept low for operational reasons, so we had to quickly figure out alternate components, who will bring them, will they work or not as a decision analysis, compliance checks, and we should be, of course, at the end of the day, compliant, all the things, and then predict the risk. So these are the type of things that we are dealing with. Last slide, if you give me 1 second. So I thought these are the 5-6 things that I would like to leave it to also there are a lot of audience here. First important thing is focus on what you want to achieve. Focus on your job. Forget first about multimodality and all these things. These are data points for you. These are different modes of data, but understand what you want to achieve. I think the earlier talk, they already mentioned about beyond POC. It's very easy to do a POC today with Gen AI in 3-4 days, but the real fun is actually making it work with security, integration, scale, compliance, and PIA and all that. So most important aspect is eval. Make sure your evaluation is absolutely done well, thoroughly, multiple times, at every stage. And that's the core of everything that, if you have to summarize the whole thing, that's the only thing that I would take. Test repeatedly. Every piece is going to change, and every piece is emerging very fast. So what is today you have thought of as a perfect Pakka enterprise architecture is going to crumble tomorrow. So modularity is key. Rest of the things I think is clear. So with that I'll end, I think, in the interest of time. Yeah.
Mr. V. Bhaskar Srihari Garu, for your insights, and we would like to hear more from you in Q&A perspective. And for that, I would like now to invite D. Ramaraju Pusapati, Enterprise Architect TCS, to moderate the session for our lovely audience.
Thank you.
And dear speakers, it's highly appreciated if you can close the presentation within the allocated time.
Sure, definitely.
Thank you.
Thanks for the wonderful session that you have given us. So I would like to represent the student community here, and at the same time try to get more insights from what you have discussed over a period of time, just that 20 minutes back. So I would like to ask you, this multimodality is something that we all seeing. So let us take a real-time example. So how we can use it to solve this problem, which I'll be letting you know. So I would like to hear your insights on what are the technical drawbacks that we have in implementing the solution, and how the student community can think about that problem and try to resolve it. So let us see, like we know that India has the most valuable resources in the world, which is the human resource. And most of the time in crowd management, we are facing a lot of issues, be it crowd management. So be it Kumbh Mela or the Jagannath incidents that we have seen recently. So why can't we have cameras, like we have all CC cameras, why can't we feed that CC cameras data in real time, try to get the insights, and try these agents analyzing the facial expressions of the persons who are there, or count the number of people at a single square feet area, and alert the police or the authorities in real time with real-time snaps and all, so that they'll be taking immediate actions and ensure that we don't get into any stampedes or such events or any terror attacks or anything that can be solved proactively using these AI agents or the multimodal that we wanted to have. So this is a very good use case in case if we can implement it. So it doesn't come with a lot of challenges. It comes with a lot of challenges. So I would like to hear from you, what are the challenges that we have in implementing such a solution, and what are the best practices you can suggest to all of us?
Sure. Okay, crowd management is a very interesting use case. I think you mentioned Kumbh Mela. Actually, Kumbh Mela is a very highly technical event. I don't know whether everybody knows this or not. But since last Kumbh Mela, it has become a very highly technical event. So what is happening there is they have segregated Kumbh Mela into multiple micro zones, and then every zone is governed by cameras. There are already thousands of cameras deployed all over this place, and these are all centrally connected to a centralized control system. And there are also drones deployed heavily. So what they are trying to do is, through AI, they are trying to figure out where the crowd is maximum or where the crowd is tending to go, is what now with this edition they have done is, where is the hotspot developing. It's not already a developed hotspot. So while the hotspot is developing, they get a zone that shows in reds and yellows, and with that zone they are able to identify and alert corresponding traffic guys and police and all that. And they are able to pinpoint exactly where this topic is happening, and then so that is the reason why, if you even in the last tragedy, I think it's a big tragedy, but if you look at the overall scale of the topic, right? So this could have quickly escalated like anything, before it went too far. So I think it's a good thing. But now that was done with classical AI, I think, but that is still a very good example for us on how where Gen AI can.
Any specific models that you suggest for the student community that they can experiment to bring out this kind of a use case?
Video models, I'm not really sure, but the fundamental challenges, because you have asked about the fundamental challenges, there are, I think, a couple of challenges. First thing is to be able to connect. The thing is, in such a crowd, even in our, if you go to an IPL match, you cannot get connectivity at all, right? So we are still struggling with that. So with this kind of scale, you need 5G and upwards kind of connectivity consistently available. So this is the fundamental thing. We are beaming video data. This is going to clog everything. That's the fundamental problem that we have. Second is, of course, the compute infrastructure. If you are talking about Gen AI, it's going to be humongous. So we also need to see there are specialized models that are coming in, which can run locally and can be very specific only for crowd management. So probably fine tuning may be a better idea in such cases.
So we have the technology ready, but the ecosystem needs to improve to support that technology so that we will be able to use this technology in much better way. Okay, I would take, moving on to the next case study I would like to discuss. I would like to take what Maitreyi spoke about, the traffic problem. So let us understand, like we have a lot of signal points as we cross. So let us understand we have a system because that signal point data is being monitored by a CC camera and we have vehicles moving around. So why don't we have, like we have this application wherein you get a challan. So there is a manual team who would be seeing all the video of the people who have crossed the signal. They will automatically detect the number plate, and then they would get the information of that person from RTO database and then send a ticket to them after some approval that they got. So this entire process, let us assume that we have real-time streaming data being analyzed, and as soon as a person crosses the signal, okay, his nameplate is captured, API call is made to the RTO systems, his data is pulled, and a ticket is generated in real time, and then before he crosses the next signal, he should get a ticket in his WhatsApp application. So this entire, in case if this can be, this can definitely be possible, but there are a lot of challenges again in implementing this because basically it could be API integrations or PIA data or whatever it is. So what do you think is the major challenge why we are not able to see such kind of systems yet?
Yeah, interesting question. So I think if you have gone beyond, traveled beyond India, I think number plate recognition is not a major problem. It is something that has been done and tested years ago. And believe me, we try to do that in India as well. For us, the challenges are that, our number plates are not standardized. This is the first problem. We have all kinds of symbols written on the number plate. The algorithm is like going crazy. It's not able to figure out what is actually the number plate in that number and what else is that, Sri Rama or whatever we put that on that. It's impossible to figure out. This is where most of the algorithms that were working perfectly fine in European countries have never made a mark here. Second, our number plates are not very readable in certain contexts. We have seen it implemented for example, lorries and things like that. They take the load a lot of, the coal and cement and all kinds of things, number plates are mudgy. You cannot read them. Even humanly you can't read it. It's not possible to read. So these are some of these challenges are there from our Indian perspective. So the other day I was talking to somebody from Japan, and they were saying if we are able to solve the ADAS system in India, and that's it, right? So our that is some of these challenges are there. So there is no lane discipline, and then people are crossing and coming in the middle of the thing and all that. So only half the number plate is visible. So the problem is not with generative AI here. I think it's much more earlier, even with 2018 technology, you are able to solve this. But we have some structural issues to solve, particularly that problem.
Again, the same technology is available, but ecosystem is
Yes,
not supporting it.
exactly.
Okay, in the interest of time, we will conclude this session, and we are available here to take your questions is available now. So I hope you have got what this multimodal system is all about and what kind of use cases that you can think and try to solve the real world problems. With that, we'll conclude this session. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate your insights. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them one more round of applause. Mementos. Excuse me? Have the mementos, yes. Can I request Sridhar Saragadam Garu to come and honor them with the memento? In the presence of your son. Yeah. Who asked those questions? Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Anand Govindaluru Garu wants to give away few copies of his authored books, JNTUK, to JNTUK students who raised the questions yesterday in the presence of Professor C.S.R.K. Prasad Garu. So appreciating his sweet gesture, I would request them onto the stage and the students to please collect from them.
We have one small session, then followed by lunch. So they announced it. People will be lunch on the and we have a small swapping of schedule. So we have a session of Timlish Kantala session, silent revolution. The session on silent revolution by person. Timlish Kantala is now, and after that we have lunch break. Then followed by a fire section. Swapping, our session at it swapping. Confusion on that?
మైక్ అంటే ఇవ్వండి సారీ అరవింద్ వస్తున్నారు
I was very inspired by these two students who actually, when I asked a question, they were able to answer. And they were all together about 300 students. And I would like to request you to introduce yourself and what is the question you answered, Chappan.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Chandralekha from JNTUK Kakinada, B.Pharm third year. And yesterday it was very an interesting session. And sir asked me, what is the one thing that cannot replace the AI when compared to the humans? And I have answered that it's the care, the father love and the mother love. It cannot be replaced by the AI.
A very warm good afternoon to everyone, to all dignitaries present here. Myself, I'm Yam Nikhila from JNTUK. I'm pursuing petroleum engineering first year. Yesterday, it was Dr. Anand Govindaluri sir took up a session in JNTUK auditorium regarding the impact of ethical startups on environment. And I have well, we all know that success does not come without any failures. So I wanted to know how sir dealt with his first failure in life. And sir has suggested me to keep up some role models in my life, which are Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam sir and Ella Pragata Subbarao garu. So, and I'm thankful for sir's insights. And thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Okay, done. So close. Immediately you make the relation.
Thank you.
Kumar Garu, I need that 2 copies, please. Can I request, I would like to present a copy to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Prasad Garge. And also I would like to request Aishwarya Garu also to please come. I would like to also present a copy to your KITE students. I was very inspired by the energy that I saw at KITE yesterday. Baga Varsham Padna Koda, but all the students were there. And they waited for me. I was able to interact for 30 minutes. And keep up the energy. Keep up the energy. Keep up that innocence. And be mischievous like what you were yesterday.
Ladies and gentlemen, due to a swap in the sessions, we now announce a session on silent revolution. So let's get to see the beautiful side of AI by inviting our next speaker, Mr. Tirumalesh Konathala, the head of India, alphanom.ai. A very warm welcome with a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Lunch break will be immediately after this session.
I have it. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. I know that we are all waiting for lunch, and it is overshot by a few minutes, I guess. Though I have 30-minute slots from 2:30 to 3, it was advanced now, and maybe I may have 15 to 20 minutes to finish. Okay, thank you. Since we have been hearing a lot. Yeah, sure. So, and one more reminder, I need to keep it short. So let me start with a trailer movie. So maybe that can be a shorter version to say my presentation also. Can you play a movie trailer? And it will be very interesting and little horrifying movie also. If anybody is, fear of, say, what you call, ghosts, just be little careful. Please play.
Onam prachitrak, olom te prachitrak, palom tep, onam rik vinyan kunchi, riak vinyan kunchi, blum kunchi, ponam pat bao sing shorai, pat bao sing shorai, ponam nam sang shorai.
Someone tell me, which ghost am I supposed to bow to first? I don't know what's happening, but I'm not okay.
They live in the light and have a tendency to look towards bright spaces. Bright lights are needed in the world so we can see, and people only believe in the things they can see and touch.
Here in Lansai, we have believed in spirits long before there was any religion.
People have known about the beings who live in darkness for a long time and have called them by many names. These beings are always jealous and long for the light, and sometimes they even dare to cross the line.
That's when people ask me for help.
Was it good movie trailer? Refreshing, exactly. So what did you notice in this movie, or movie trailer, my bad? Suspense. What else? Hunger, maybe you're feeling hungry maybe, but what else you noticed in this? Yes, so this movie is generated by AI, purely. So no humans involved, no sound effects involved, all are generated by AI. That is exactly our topic today. And the next slide, please. And surprise. And this was made by one of our company products called Alphanome Studio. And yeah, the company logo is Alphanome Studio. So with that, let's get started. And as I said, maybe you may need to flip quickly. As I said, though we noticed that movie trailer, we know that we are experiencing the best, but we don't know that it was made by purely AI. And that is the exact fact that around 84% of our people they're using AI products, but only 34% are aware that they are AI products. So there is about 50% gap in that. And today I wanted to just bring up few facts, as we've been hearing about AI from the morning and a lot of stories around. But let's keep it to the figures, and maybe that can help you to say venture into any one of the industries and see if you are interested in. Move on, please. So the video which we saw, it's just a mixture of Google VO3 and Midjourney and L1 Labs. And one of my team members from the Alphanome Studio, we just wrote a script of it, and then using these three tools, we could able to make a movie trailer. And now it was being selected almost into one of the Filmfare Awards for the horror movies. So our intention was to basically make a product which can generate, say, videos for any, it can be for advertisements also. So, but however, the moment we thought about this horror movie, we just attempted and it was working. With that, move on. Yeah, so AI is everywhere in every industry. So I just want to touch upon few stats there, as I said in the beginning, that say if you go to the healthcare, it is, if you understand AI, echocardiography was introduced, and with that, instead of knowing your heart disease, instead of in 2 to 3 weeks to take, it is telling in minutes. So that's how it is impacting. And again, earlier, if you want to, if you're observing that you're getting very personalized recommendations for your products, and behind the scenes, in AI, products are working in it. There is a company called Insider, and they have something called Agent 1 as a product. And of course, it's one of them, which you may be experiencing behind the scenes, but you don't know it. And it can understand what is your purchase behavior, what products you're interested in, when you will be interested in. All that requirement analysis is doing backend and just suggesting at the right time. And of course, email, we know that we have been experiencing that the spam detection of the emails, but now it has gone to the next level. So if you want to write an email itself, it can help you with the, drafting it. And with that, I think anybody is using Google email or Gmail, and with Pro account, you may get an option to even draft the email with a small context. And apparently, it is saving at least 1 hour per day for any working professional. And if you just consolidate, it's going to be, let's say, 7 hours in a week, almost 1 day saving for you. And it is helping you to know much more professional writing while you respond to that with context into it. And obviously, coming to the education or edutech, so even when you're dealing with any problem, including calculus, anything, there are AI applications around which can help you to say basically guide you as a tutor step by step. And there is a product from the Google called Socratic by Google, which is implemented, and it is helping a lot of students to do their, let's say, homework or maybe learning experience step by step. Maybe if you want, you can just explore it. And obviously, we had discussed about the cars, basically the driving industry, or where say cars are becoming autonomous to drive, and they're already proving their stability. But there is an estimation that by 2030, it can reach out to 1.8 trillion market for them. So if you're interested, maybe you can focus on that also. And coming to chatbot experience, it is again finance product where basically when you want to just do any writing your experience in that, it can really help you to support when you're writing any paragraph for that. I just want to skip this finance section because it may not be much helpful for us. Move on. And coming to our India product, so basically currently I don't know whether how many of you are understanding it. Railways itself, they are testing live conversation or translation of voice into 20 plus languages, and one of the products even we are testing also, Bhashini multi-language model, and already 1 million users are there. And students, for you, if you want to test it, it is our India model, and it is proving its capability. And that's how you can translate any language to any language, and you can add native to this. The one what Govind sir said that let's say if somebody wants to try for Telugu conversation with a native language or accent, maybe this is one good start for you, and grab that opportunity from him. Move on. And of course, this is a very interesting fact when I was actually doing a little study on it, that Xiaomi company started a manufacturing company which can make a phone in 3 seconds. And they already started the development of it. And before even I came with this number, I actually double checked everywhere, and that is their promise. Move on. And coming to disease monitoring, just 1 week ago, Kerala government released in a partnership with one company called Our Family Clinic, and it has brought an application which can identify 200 plus diseases real time. And that is even not even going to the hospital. You can just enter your details, and it can guide you. And of course, it is into farmers or agriculture also, as we have seen that drones are helping everywhere, especially when farmers can't reach to corner places or maybe risky places. Also, drones can go and identify what's happening to the crop, and that's how they're increasing the efficiency of the crop. Move on. And as we discussed about Google AI technology also, which is coming to Visakhapatnam, let's say it is going to use definitely heavy electricity, using AI at edge computing. So we can see that it can save a lot of power wastage, and the estimated value is $125 billion by 2027 in saving, if you can able to use at edge AI level at AI. And this is another interesting fact that one company has came up with just 1 week ago. They announced that they could able to forecast accurately weather 14 days in advance. So at least for any disaster management system, it's very, very helpful to move people from one place to another place in a places like America, if you see that cyclones or maybe hurricanes are coming. So that's a fact. And even they're guaranteeing that it is 2x accuracy than what we are seeing. And again, it's purely because of the AI impact. You can move on. We know that banks are actually helping us to save the fraudulent transactions, though we don't notice that they are stopping in advance. Sometimes let's say you may receive a call that, have you done this transaction? And that is purely driven by AI models. And behind the scenes, it is working for us. And traffic lights, again, they're also trying to identify what are the places, their traffic jam, and predicting them and accordingly diverting the routes also. Move on. You can move on, yes. Yeah. So if you see, these are the 5 areas you can show interest, especially automation, prediction, personalization, optimization, and production. In all those areas across industries, we can influence through the AI. Some of the information which I collected from the different sources are just recent, last October month news only. Move on to the next slide. So just from October 5th to October 22nd, just I covered the news. And these are the numbers and these are the impact. So if you are more interested, maybe you can look through the same presentation with the next slide. Next slide. So if you can just log into present.online.com. So you can see the same presentation. Maybe if you want to if you are interested, you can actually clone this presentation and do it. By the way, this same presentation also developed by our own company called present.com. So, and through AI. Thanks, definitely, your attention was very helpful, and I'm on time. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So, any questions? Okay, no question answers, just lunch.
Visuals are always appealing and to the point in delivering the message. So thank you for your time and efforts, ladies and gentlemen. A big round of applause to Mr. Tirumalesh. And thank you for honoring the time slot. So it's a lunch break now. Oh, sorry, there's a memento to be given by Arvind Garu. Thank you, everyone. It's time for lunch break, and see you again after this, after the lunch break, on the other side of the sessions. The lunch.
Kind attention. The lunch for the speakers, CXOs and delegates is on the first floor. All the students are requested to have lunch in the ground floor. It's arranged at the back in different places on the ground floor. So we will regroup in 30 minutes and we request everybody to please maintain the timing. Thank you. Have a wonderful lunch.
Lunch. All right, very good afternoon. Show me some energy. Still louder. Kakinada does better. Once more.
Paina. Top floor. Yeah, that's it.
Love you for that. All right. Done. So for the next 30 to 40 minutes, we're going to do something very exciting. And the reason why I call it exciting is because while you heard a lot of things about AI and agents and agentic AI and so on and so forth, for the next 30 minutes, it's all about students, your careers, your jobs, your placements. So if there is going to be a direct impact on what you're going to do starting today, so that you can have a very bright chance of being relevant in the industry with all these things happening in the world, this is the session. So, we'll kickstart that. So, yeah. So the topic for today is this: the future of work with AI. The topic might slightly seem intimidating: displacement, augmentation, or transformation. So what we are trying to do here is, I'll spend a couple of minutes just to set the context so that we are all on the same page. These are all fancy words, right? What is displacement? What is transformation? What is augmentation? So we'll spend a little time to understand what these words are, so that when the experienced people, the learned people on the stage use these words, it means the same thing for all of us. Next slide, please. All right. So you've been hearing a lot about artificial intelligence, right? One thing which this session will do is to talk a lot about real intelligence, real emotions, the fears, the vulnerabilities that you all are going through. All right? So we're going to talk about this, and how does the human emotion or your current state of mind needs to be recalibrated so that you're relevant for the world which is going to be the future for you. Next slide, please. All right, so I'll spend exactly 60 seconds talking about these three very interesting words which is a part of the topic. You must be reading a lot of stuff, hearing a lot of people, watching a lot of YouTube videos. I lose jobs. This is not the job which I'll get. The job market is going to be different. It used to be Java earlier, now it's Python. No, now it's not even Python, it's something to do with AI agents and stuff like that. So let's talk about the three very important words which is going to be the theme for today. The first one is displacement. Displacement means that when AI comes in and it takes away a certain role or a job, that means what you are as a human being doing, if it does on its own without any much support or any interaction, that specific role is no longer needed. So the person is displaced. So this is very important for you to understand. One small example can be, nowadays if you look at a lot of videos how cars are manufactured, and one of the other speakers were telling that every 4 seconds a phone is made and stuff like that, a Xiaomi phone. That means it is done by a robot. A human intervention is no longer required, so the human is displaced. What jobs will be displaced? What should you do? Does it impact you? That is what is going to be the thing. But what we are trying to understand is, what does displacement mean? The second most important thing is augmentation, augment. That means the example I will tell you so that you will understand. So one of the examples, and again the esteemed speaker was telling that, if a doctor has uses AI to look at a diagnostic report and make a much more finer, predictable, deterministic kind of a decision about what medicines you should use, should you go for a surgery or not, but the doctor is using the help of an AI tool. That means a doctor is been augmented by some support system or an AI system. That means the doctor is still needed. His experience will come in, but he will make decision based on data. So this is called augment. That means you need both AI as well as a doctor. This is one example. What is the third category? This is called transformation. That means it is not about displacement, it's not about augmentation. For example, in the US, there are cars which drive on their own. It's not a fantasy, it's truth. If you go to California and some of the other states, you order a cab, it actually comes without a driver. So this is an industry which we never expected. So AI is now doing things which is creating new industry segments. So this is called transformation. All right? Next slide, please. So now that we understood these three very important words, why am I setting this context for this is, okay, let AI come, let AI go. Why is it important? It's important for three different categories of people. One is the students, my friends, young friends in this hall. Second is for the academia, some professors and faculty members are here. And the third, of course, is the industry. Now, let's start with the students, that is majority of the hall today. Why is this topic important for you? It's not that you're going to have a good lunch here, you listen to some watch interesting videos and go back home. It is important for you because by the time you're in third year, 3.2 or 4.1, companies are going to come, large companies, mid-sized companies or startups, or you might decide to do a startup. End of the day, you are in an era where AI is going to be impacting your choice of roles which you're going to take up and how you're going to take up and how you're going to succeed there. How placements happened with large companies earlier is not how they're going to hire today. So it is important for you to know and understand what is the impact of AI. Why professors? Because they are the conduit, they are the interface between helping you be ready for the world. So we're going to ask the panelists here, spend some time to specifically talk to us about what should the academia, whether at a university level, college level, at a very grassroots, in a classroom level, what should some of the things which the professor should do differently to make sure that they are relevant and the students they are helping train are relevant for the jobs in the world in the future. And last but not the least, we heard a lot of the industry people speak today. How is it impacting their industry? Whether it is Bosch, whether it is Google, whether it is any other company which we're talking about, how is it impacting them? So the reason why this session is very important for you, this is going to be a marquee session for the next 30 minutes, is because if you understand this part, you have some actionable items, some fantastic, I was talking during lunch to Mr. Suresh and Dr. Ravi. They are going to talk to you about actionable items, something which you can do starting today so that you're relevant, all right? So before I start, firstly, thank you so much. And this is my favorite part, not because I am hosting it, because this is the most relevant thing my young friends in the audience can take away from. So what we're going to do is to, Prezi, please, can we have Mentimeter? Can we have the poll? So what we're going to do is that, because there are a lot of audience, young crowd here, next slide, please. We want you to understand what is their pulse. So all the people, this is the only session where you are allowed to take your mobile phones out. Take your mobile phones out, go to your camera, go and click this. It will open up something called menti.com. So I see the counter there, there are about 5, 7, 8, 10 people. I need at least about 300-400 people. That's what is the set of people today. Thank you for all those people who are giving likes. I think all the likes are for the two esteemed gentlemen here, Mr. Suresh and Mr. Ravi, Dr. Ravi. Done. The moment it touches a double century, I'll move on to the first question. And the reason why we are doing this is that the session will be directed, or it is going to be focused on what you want to hear or where do you want to hear, so that we know the pulse of it. All right. Can we have the second slide, please? Next slide, please. All right. So how do you feel about the impact of AI on your future? Are you excited? Are you curious? Are you anxious, worried? Or you're not sure, you don't care? Let us see, I still have time for my placement. What is it going to be? All right. I think the excitement is there because of all, the credit goes to all the speakers who did the fabulous job in the morning. You got all the students here excited about it. So that's a very positive trend. Some people are curious, about 128, 130 people are excited, 70 people are curious. 4 are unsure, 8 are anxious. Trust me, if you ask me, I am somewhere between curious and anxious. So there's nothing wrong to be curious and anxious because there's so much of things happening there and we are not very sure of. All right, next slide, please. Okay, if AI could take away something from your task as a college student, what would you happily outsource it to AI? All right, there's a big race between job and oh, who are these wonderful people who still want to attend an 8 a.m. class? All right, but it's such heartwarming to hear that you want to use AI for something very productive, something which is good for you, that is applying for jobs on LinkedIn. Wonderful. And that's one of the things which we want to cover, and some very, very interesting hands-on tactics and tips and tricks are going to be shown on that. Wonderful. So the most important thing you want to do is apply for jobs, and second is exam preparation, please. So you want the most important questions done. Next slide, please. All right. According to you, based on what you have heard, what you have read, what do you think is the most important skill according to you? Then we'll hear from the panel what they think is it. Are we on the same side? Do you think, oh, most of the people think that creativity matters most? Next, critical thinking. Next, adaptability. Ethics and empathy. Data and data fluency is the last thing. All right. Done. Now, I hope, Mr. Suresh, Dr. Ravi, you got a pulse of what they're thinking, where they stand. They're excited. They're not as anxious as we think they should be. So, all right. So, all right, let's dive into straight. We're going to do some very, very simple 3 rounds of questions, and one more panelist, if he's stuck on an important business call. In case he comes in, he'll join us. He's from TCS. All right. So, Dr. Ravi, so the reason why this panel is very interesting is Dr. Ravi comes from the industry background. He spent a lot of time in the corporate. Now he's, I would call, entrepreneur in residence at an academic institution. So his relevance comes because his answers, his insights are very, very grounded in practical scenarios which happen. And of course, we have a legend based out of Visakhapatnam, hardcore techie, hardcore strategist, tech strategist, based out of Vizag, looking at the Infosys campus. So let's start with the very, very basic, and both of you learned people have to forgive me for asking very basic questions. I'm asking as if I'm a first-year student in engineering, and with a lot of hype, I got anxious when I heard some tech stuff here. Let's start with the first thing. We'll start with you, Suresh. You lead large enterprise projects. You have a team here, you have a team in Hyderabad, you travel between these 2 cities. What is the current sentiment in 2 parts? One, of the people who are currently leading these projects, delivery leaders, and so on and so forth. And when they're thinking about how do they continue to be relevant in the industry, what's going on in their head?
I'll start off with my career. When I started my career in 1999, a software engineer, I was put onto mainframes. Then everyone started in my family. I am the youngest in all my cousins, 12 cousins, I am the youngest boy.
Okay.
So everyone said, mainframes, after 2 years you are done, you don't have a job. Then I started continuing mainframes to AS400, then into Java, then into .NET, then into data, big data. Then came the cloud revolution. Now we are talking of AI revolution. In all these things, one thing was common in me, the learnability. they excited. It was exciting to come to from mainframe, jumping into AS400 was a learning for me. Then getting into the Java client-server network sort of a thing, it was a learning for me. But I never stopped, that enthu in me never stopped, that excited me. And one thing was in common, I was working for top-notch retailers. All my 26 years of my IT career was serving retailers. So that domain knowledge I carried helped me to jump from one to the other very easily. So one thing that I can say is the learnability and the enthu that you need to show to learn the next one, and take it as a challenge and learn it as fast as you can. And being relevant with the latest trends that are happening in the retail industry, that helped me to come up with best efficient solutions to my customers. So that learning is important, and don't fear of change. Generally people, once they say, I am a Java expert, why should I get into the other new technology? Then you are dead there. So you should be ready to take that challenge and dive deep and learn it faster.
Correct. So what are the one or two things which you see your leaders who work with you, what's going on in their head with all these changes happening?
See, one thing, this transformation, every 2 years transformation do happen. Now, earlier it was 2 years, now it's coming to 6 months of transformation.
Correct.
One critical project that I worked in, where the designers used to design a product 2 years in advance. So for 2027, they need to design it today. So they have to predict it.
Okay.
Now we have given them a predictable tool which can make sure they can, from design till the concept or the SKU, till the product reaches the SKU, right? It used to take 24 months. Now we were able to reduce that cycle, the learning cycle, to get down to 4 months.
Okay.
So from design to product, it was 24 months, now we brought it to 4 months. So imagine what is the cost saving that is coming to the customer. So the leaders think fast and adapt fast with the latest technologies and bring it to reality. So adapting is one part of it, and getting it to reality is the next part of it. That's where most of them fail. So,
wonderful.
So today, when I started my career, I was given a program to write. I finished my program, then evolution started. Today, software engineers are not a program writing or a code writing, because AI does the code for me.
Correct.
He just needs to check whether the code written by the AI is correct or wrong. Today we are looking at software engineers in a different scenario. When I started, we were coding, then we came into problem solving. Now, I don't want any problem solvers from the young generation. I want them be like a problem predictors.
Problem predictors.
So the next generation of software engineers who join in the next 1 year, 2 years, they will not be writing code for sure. I can tell them. They should be able to predict the problem which is going to occur based on the historical data that is available, and come up with a solution to fix that problem before it occurs.
Excellent. Such a beautiful thing you said, you're not looking for problem solvers, you want problem predictors.
Yes.
I'll hold you to this word. You've been on the industry side, now you're on the academy. When you were in the industry, you used to go to colleges and pick up students, and you had a certain framework of what the student, a certain model, mental model of a student should have these behaviors, these hard skills, soft skills. Now you're on the other side, you are supplying the most relevant people to the industry. What has changed?
Yeah, thank you so much for setting the ground. In fact, just elaborate more. When we were kind of joined as an intern way back in 1997 in Wipro, right? We were writing RBIS bridge. That is actually a Microsoft unable to talk to Java object. We were kind of bridging. That was the days. I don't think today that scenario exists at all, right? I think that is the kind of transition we are going to talk now. So let me set the context for the students today. Beyond collaboration from an academic side or from a placement perspective, there is some confusion which I want to kind of ground here.
the confusion is very clear, right? Because we are all in the transition time. So in our title, right, I think we are talking about the three terms. One is displacement, the second one is the augmentation, and the third one is transformation. The displacement is nothing but a fear, augmentation is nothing but a shift, and transformation is nothing but a opportunity. Let us talk about fear first, right? So let me state certain statements before all of you, and then I will come to how the industry is collaborating with academia or the universities, how universities actually kind of coming back, and what is the stage where we are set in. I will set the context before that. So let me come with certain statistics on the grounding perspective. Way back in 2017, I'm only referring to the 2017-18 because this was a pre-AI era, right? I think that was the last stage of, last bunk of this whole process, right? So way back in 2017 to 25, I'll compare and put some statistics before all of you, right? So way back in 2017, the number of engineering graduates are approximately around 1.7 million. Today, we are almost like a 2.2 million, right? I think that is a baseline. When it comes to the employability, the core tech employability per se, right? It was 17% at that time, and today we are at a 45%. That's a good news, but the bad news is skills are completely diffused, right? I think this is a point number 2. When it comes to the AI adoption by the companies, right? Especially when you are sending a resume to any company, the first thing is not HR is going to see. It is your AI ATS system is going to scrutinize your resumes and take a decision, right? I think that is the situation. Way back in 2017, it was only just 9% adoption. Today, I think more than 37% adoption, and that is a good news partly, right? Having said that, in spite of this kind of momentum in AI, right? But still, the hiring time, way back in 2017, it was just 14 days. But today, after all this AI, from morning to now, I think we've been talking so much of automation, so much of transformation and all that. The hiring time has been increased by average, I'm talking about, by 37 days. I think this is a recent report by TeamLease, right? In terms of recruiters reporting some confusion or ambiguity of skills, right? Way back in 2017, it was 25%. That ambiguity has been increased to 64% as of now, right? So while we are talking about some great news, there is some kind of confusion also. Let me elaborate on these numbers in terms of qualitative parameters, why this confusion exists. Let us first resolve the confusion part, then we will talk about the collaboration part. There are 4 statements I want to make here. The first statement is too many credentials by all of you, right? I think when you are sending resume, right? I think too many badges, too many hackathons, too many products, and too many kind of participation into multiple events and all that. But HR is totally confused with which are actually real, which are non-real, right? I think because thanks to the kind of LLMs today, I think they're generating very fast. That is a first confusion, right? So recently, I think one recruiter on Reddit, I think he made this statement. I'm actually verbatically reading that statement, right? What he says is, every other resume I scrutinize, right? They are talking about, I built a LLM, I built a ChatGPT using LLM, right? But I'm totally confused who has actually deployed and which is kind of real. I think this is a recent statement by one of the top recruiters, right? I think that is the confusion part of it. The second confusion is an arms race. One side, companies are deploying AI agents, AI ATS trackers and so on, so that they can scrutinize your resumes fast. Other side, you are also deploying AI agents to write a better resumes. I don't think anybody is writing today, right? I think most of you are actually feeding into some GPT Pro versions and so on and building your resume. So both are kind of arms race is actually happening. That is a second issue right now. The third issue is, I think, the undefined roles, especially in the AI contest. Some of the roles like a prompt engineer, some of the roles like a AI product manager, all that is great, right? But having said that, when you go to the campus selection today, the recruiters are not aware how do we really test and evaluate you. Still, they will actually give you a laptop or a computer to do a small coding test, and you code something, and finally, I think they'll be testing on the problem solving only. But they are unable to test on an AI perspective, right? This is the third confusion. The fourth important confusion for the recruiters and for the universities today is the definition of employability. Way back when we were studying and when we were working in those days, right? Employability is you write a code, you execute a code, and you deploy a code. That is called employability. Today, I'm not talking about extraordinary people. I'm only talking about the average IQ people, like most of the tier 2 colleges and so on. The employability per se, I think these students are predominantly using LLMs to do the coding, validate, execute, and also to deploy, right? I think we are not really using our original thought process of learning from the scratch and so on. So this is actually confusing the employability skill also. Whether you're really able to debug or not, I think people are not able to kind of do this. Having in this entire chaos, right, still colleges and universities, the R&D companies are trying to do something. I'll give a couple of examples. One example is from the TI, right? I think Texas Instrument, they started a design challenge, and they started engaging more than 400 colleges across India, and they selected 25 teams, and they actually started a lab to fab concept, right? So when someone is kind of selected in this entire process, they are actually offering a patent rights. Similarly, Intel has actually started a co-design lab in IIT Chennai, and they started the similar approach, and the final prize money is you get an internship and also patent rights along with Intel. Similarly, I think there are other companies like Qualcomm. They started this edge device, computing device and optimization and so on. Again, it is a challenge. You get a chance to work with Qualcomm for 1 semester with their data sets and so on, and finally you would actually get in there. Still, some R&D focused companies where they know the goal, right, they're able to manage this way. Having said that, the entire, if you take the overall landscape of the entire R&D companies, more than, I think, 62 percentage of R&D companies in India today, they're engaging some or other way with some academic institution, right from the TCS to Infosys to everyone. I think some or other engagement on the AI perspective. That is a good news. Yep. But the bad news is more towards how you actually respond to this whole scenario. How, as a student, right, how do you participate and ensure that you get into that column of R&D, right? I think are the kind of problem-solving skill. How do you prove, correct, right? So, I think that is
exactly. So I'm getting hints.
Getting
hints. We are running short of time. There's so much to cover because Gyan Bhandars, both of you are. So I want to extract as much as I can. So I'll just take from him. So he's told how the scenario has changed. So if I were somebody already working in a large organization like yours, and I want to continue to succeed, just joined 1 or 2 years, what is the organization doing specifically to help them be relevant? We want to hear what are the organizations in general doing and what's specifically being done in your organization. Very quick, 2 minutes, because I have a half a dozen more questions.
In our organization, we are around 3.5 lakh employees working. And all of us are AI aware. Okay. So what we do is, whenever a new shift comes, right, we make sure all of us have the basics of it. Correct. So AI aware is all employees in Infosys should have completed a session or taken a basic learning of AI. Then they are aware of AI. Then the next step comes, how do I use that in my day-to-day life? How is it making my life efficient? That comes how I use the tools and how I make it happen. Then how I create agents to help my day-to-day life make it more efficient. Then we get into the next level, the highest level, where they create the agents, they dance with the agents and make the agents dance along with them.
Dance with the agents.
So that's what we look at. So even when we hire freshers, there are 3 levels of hiring that we do. If we are talking of whoever can make and dance with the AI will be into the 10 lakh package. Whoever can make those agents would be at the 6 lakhs package. And whoever uses those AI tools to make themselves available, they'll be into the 4 lakh package. So if you need a bigger package, you need to dance with AI.
Wonderful. This is such a brilliant insight. So within the spectrum of how your proficiency and what competencies, capabilities you bring to the table, are you a shaper? Are you a maker? So this is very interesting how you said. I'll now take it back to you. Now that we heard what the industry in general, their industry leaders, and so is the rest of the large, the brethren as we call it, their other companies. Now we have understood what they're looking for, right? So shapers, makers, and takers, as we call it. What is your capability level? If that is the specific ask or the need of the industry today, how is it from a college? What are the specific 1 or 2 takeaways very quickly in a couple of minutes, which your institution is doing, and what is some good input for the institutions and the professors and the leaders in the audience to be ready for what they're asking?
Yeah. So I want to clarify on this particular, what is that we are doing are for the most of the colleges,
Correct.
right? I want to be blunt with my answer. Most of the students, right, I think when we give an assignment, immediately they are turning on to the ChatGPT and doing something. I'll actually give a small, not story, probably I think incident, and then I think you can actually take a call, what you want to do from today onwards. You know, there is a professor from Harvard University recently visited India, and he made a presentation to the India Conclave, India Today Conclave. Right, I think he was actually giving a small note on this. They were actually doing an experiment with a particular group of students. I think he was referring to MIT study, right? The group is being divided two, and one group is given completely AI bots. I think they were teaching, they were given access, and so on. Other group was completely banned with an AI, and they were only given Google search, right? I think that is how the first step is been done. So when after some time, they flipped both of them, and they have actually given a real-time problem. You know what? The group actually used AI, could able to respond fast, but they could not able to apply fast. Whereas the group who was involved into the Google search, they were delayed in their response in the presentation or in the application or so, but they could able to apply their understanding fast, better, right? So this is the study done by so many psychologists recently, and the excessive usage of AI or GPTs, ChatGPT per se, your cognitive ability or the cognitive paralysis would actually continue. So mind, I think you should use AI only for certain use cases where you cannot do something, right? Probably I think if it is something beyond your level, better use it. But for every learning, if you start using AI, probably I think you are decreasing your cognitive ability, right?
So,
I think, please, I think they should stop doing that.
Perfect. So in a minute, can you tell me what are 1 or 2 good use cases for a student, my friends here, where it is good to use AI and where they should refrain the gratification of an instant answer, and then what would
Yeah,
be...
so I'll tell you from a software engineering perspective.
Correct.
The moment we ask, can you type a small program, A plus B is equal to C, immediately they are going and prompting something and getting done, right?
Correct.
That is what I think mostly. What is that they are losing in the process? They are losing the debugging capability. See, in those days, in our days, debugging means we used to write comments in between lines, and we have to go line by line and understand the whole thing. What happened after 10 years? Stack Overflow has come, something that it got reduced.
True.
But today, even for debugging, they are going back to ChatGPT and getting a new code. Again, understanding, you are going back.
So
I
what
think the
should they
loop
do
is
differently?
continuing.
What would you want
They
them to
should
stop
not rely on GPT for learning purpose.
Learning
right? GPT is only meant for automating some repetitive task, not for your learning. Right. If you rely on GPT for learning, probably I think we lose the cognitive ability.
So I'll take this. Such a beautiful example is given. If somebody were to join your organization and continue to have a stellar growth, where is it that you're telling that logic, critical thinking, problem prediction is where you need to apply your cognitive thinking? And where is it you draw a line and say, hey, for these things, I want a little more from an industry perspective examples, where you are, as a part of your onboarding program, where are you telling people, this is where you use AI, this is where you don't?
The first thing is, the first 3 years, what they learn, right? I don't want them to be part of the AI journey or anything. Just learn the business process.
Okay.
That's where the learning comes. If you don't understand the business for whom you're writing a program, if you don't understand the bigger picture, what your program is going to impact on the business, right? So you need to understand business first, and it takes 2.5 years for you to understand the business. Once you understand business processes perfectly, then comes how you can make it efficient. Then comes how you can predict the failure. Then comes how you can come up with a solution for that prediction. Today, my team can predict. I serve for one of the major sports retailing brands, and they have around 6,000 stores across the globe. And my team can predict which part of the point of sale machine can go wrong 2 hours in advance and inform the store to fix it so that the store does not stop.
So what you're telling me is that while technologies will come and go, AI different versions will come, a deep domain knowledge.
Yes.
For your example, it's retail, somebody, it might be financial services, it might be insurance, it might be utilities, energy. A deep domain understanding is what will hold you on the long stay.
Yeah, and that's where you use AI to give you efficiencies.
Correct.
And if you don't have that knowledge, you know all the chat GPT or perplexity and all those tools that you know, but you don't know where to use it and how to use it.
Correct. And such an interesting thing, I was in Bangalore a couple of days ago and I was meeting a very senior industry leader. And I was asking him, how has your current set of leadership learned to deal with AI? So he gave a very interesting example. He said, I called one of my leaders and asked him to make a presentation. And now presentations can be made through AI and all that. He came with a 60 slide presentation. So this gentleman who's been there, done that, he said, please shut down your laptop. Can you summarize your 60 slides using a whiteboard marker? Just tell me what is the key takeaway. And this person could not. So that's such an interesting thing, saying that while it will help you do things faster, if you don't have a deep domain knowledge, if you don't have a grip on the concepts and the domain, you will fail miserably and fail faster, as we say, using this. So I will hold you again to this. You are on the industry side, you are perpetually looking for bright young talent like this, and you're going to colleges like KITE or Geetams or other things. What is your expectation from them? What should they start doing in the second, third, and fourth year students, where they still have a 3-year window, while things are changing very rapidly? But if you were to go to their college or KITE college this year, next year, what is your expectation out of the faculty / the institution and the students?
So I would have done some 10,000 fresher interviews till date.
I'm sure.
So, and my HR says that could be the highest number for an individual in the country. So I have the better knowledge of what I expect from, and we also need to know that I am being given only 10 to 15 minutes to assess a student.
Correct.
A nervous student.
Correct.
Who enters into the interview room, right?
Correct.
So I predominantly look at the confidence of an individual and see my tiebreaker sort of a situation for a student, right? If this guy is given to me into my team, can I make him work? That's my tiebreaker. So that's how I decide whether he will be part of my team.
So what specific attribute is
coming
that
to
you're
that?
looking for?
I'm coming to that. I see most of these guys are from China. China is the Chaitanya Narayana learnings of intermediate, right? And the learnings are also like the China products. So even my...
You touch their nerve.
So my kids, I have twin boys. Both of them are also from China, Chaitanya. So they were preparing for their MCET examinations 2.5 years back. And I was just watching them what they're doing. They saw the question on the computer and they wrote the answer. I said, how did you come to this answer? They said, for this question, this is the answer. So that's where my thought provoked. What are they doing? Then I said, how did you come to this answer? Any approach? No, that for this question, this is the answer. If the number changes, the answer numbers also changes, but they also told them the way if this is in the range of this number to this number, range of the answer also will. So, yeah, in a sense, it's good to have, but they have to come out of that way.
Yeah. So I'll, on behalf of my young friends, what are these one or two questions which you really are waiting for an answer which says, now he has got it? Give me one or two. So I'm leaking the question paper.
Okay.
So what are the one or two questions which
question, right? For a computer science students, it's a very simple question. I need to know how efficient his programming skills are.
Okay.
That's one critical thing that I need to know. So a simple question. All these 300 students, right? If I ask them, 90% of them will give me an answer. So I want you to give me a program to give me sum of even numbers between 1 to 10.
All right.
So 99% or 90% of the students starts, I take a number, divide by 2, remainder is 0. Then I go ahead and add it and put it into a loop and it goes till 10.
All right.
So this is a generic answer. But any student will write the same way. But what I'm looking at an efficient programmer. So how do I look at it? If a guy comes and tells me, sir, I will have a variable, mark it as equal to 0 and say +2. So every +2 is an even number. So in a computer science, right, the first day when I was learning I'm a material science metallurgical engineer, moved into computer science. The first day when I was learning software engineering, the first class I was told, right, memory is money. M equal to M. Memory is money. So how efficiently I use memory is what the savings that I do. From this example, if I say 0 plus 2, where it says all the even numbers 2, 4, 6, 8, it uses addition as a arithmetic operation, which is efficient compared to division or multiplication. When I use division, I have to store the memory, I have to store the modulars, and the amount of memory required to store these variables is higher.
Wonderful.
So I'm using more memory. So the cost is higher. So this is what we look at, the different way of looking at approaching a problem, right?
Brilliant.
So this is what we look at.
Wonderful. I'll come to you. So they have told what their expectations of the students or the output which is coming out of it. What are one or two expectations you have from the industry so that end of the day you're producing, or we are all producing young students to be relevant? What is one or two, if you had to ask and God said, done, you'll get it from the industry, what are the one or two things you want from them?
I don't know whether it is possible or not, the wish which I have. I think this year, BITS Pilani started a BDES course, right? In fact, my son joined, that's how I came to know.
Congratulations.
And they started in Mumbai, not in Pilani. They started this BDES course and they abolished the examination process. Completely only exhibitions.
Okay.
No exams, only exhibitions. Every week one exhibition, you have to go out, do some practice work, come back, present, right? So the entire problem skill, see, ultimately they are also checking the problem solving skill, right? So they're just checking on a continuous assessment basis. Maybe, I think, in evaluation process, in the context of AI, still the confusion is there. See, HR still comes with, you cannot use Copilot, you cannot use browser, you cannot use any of the AI tools, but you still have to code. But you are introducing AI, right? It's a conflict of interest between students and industry. So they are also not clear, and students are also not clear on how to approach for this learning. Maybe some extent, exhibition model of evaluation, right, could actually help.
So you demonstrate your
Demonstrate
skills.
something and take them. Like an internship model, right? I think that is the best way, handshake between both of them.
Wonderful. So we are almost at the end of our time. So I'll do something, and in general, we had conversations about what we will cover today and so on and so forth. So now what we'll do for the next 3 minutes is they all come to your campus or they're in the campus helping you prepare for a test and get into, right? So we'll do some quizzing to them, all right? So a rapid fire for both of you, all right? Very, very fun, so that the answers to this, we'll come to know a little more about you, and there's going to be some input. Dr. Ravi, we'll start with you. And crisp, rapid fire, we don't need long answers. If AI could take away any one activity which you do generally every day and you're fed up of it, what would you want to outsource it to AI?
I'm already doing for my research paper. In fact, I'm using Geni.ai, and which actually does the beautiful introduction to the final. My literature survey is done through dimensions.ai and extracting it, sending it to my pro and evaluating it and building the end-to-end systematic literature survey paper, which boring subject because I'm from a different school, so which I kind of, yeah.
What would you outsource to AI?
Answers to the questions of my wife.
AI will fail. If anybody has such any models to be done, tell me, you'll be a billionaire, you'll be a unicorn. I don't think AI have found answers to a wise question, but that's a good wishful thinking. Dr. Ravi, what is it that today, as of today, based on where AI is, you would not trust AI for that?
See, the emotion is completely missing out.
So you would
right?
not
I think
trust
any job where some emotion is connected, I don't trust it.
What would you not trust AI as of today?
I still feel it's a lot of journey for AI to make, since it does not understand, or it understands only based on the past data. So the data can be different, anything that was coming new. And we have multiple examples of such failures.
Yep. It's a ChatGPT says, ChatGPT can be wrong, please verify. What would be a book or a podcast which you recommend for students in this topic of relevance which we're talking about? Any book or any podcast you would recommend the young students?
See, it is not podcast, but I think the Shark Tank version, right? I think still I love it because it's a live. There's so many cases. Every day you learn something continuously. So definitely I go with Shark Tank.
I would want these guys to do the Shark Tank within their campus to solve their college problems.
What a beautiful way. So all the people in the academia use entrepreneurship, innovation mindset to solve the problems which exist in the college. It might be hostel, transportation,
library,
food, admission.
Anything.
Very nice, very nice. What is it that you would use AI, one non-technical skill which you want to learn? It might be some fun activities. What is it you will use AI to learn?
So actually we started a small, I'm not saying startup, but it is a storybook for kids, kindergarten. So Tarangam Tales is a new concept we started. And all my artwork is done through AI, Canva.
Wonderful. What would you
Philosophy,
learn? Philosophy.
Philosophy or literature.
All right. One last and we'll kind of wrap up. If you had to have dinner with any innovator who inspires you, present or past, who would you want to have dinner with?
For me?
Yep.
Our Chief Minister, CBN, sir.
A big round of applause. Why would you? This is the only thing I'll ask explanation for. Why do you want to have dinner with Mr. Naidu?
It's 25 years I'm in the IT industry. And even today, I feel I am not learned as much as he has learned, and how relevant he is with the technologies and other things that are being used. After being in 25 years in the industry, I still feel I can talk to him on technology.
Wonderful. What about you?
Altman. Why? Because in fact, he democratized the AI today. Thanks to I think this was
Altman.
a research, Sam Altman, right?
Sam
I think if Altman has not given the chartbot in the text, in the one text box format, right? Probably AI would have not been to this level, right? He has done that.
So if you don't
Google
know who
search
Sam
for AI.
Altman, so Sam Altman is the founder of OpenAI, somebody who's revolutionizing how the world is going to be, and he brought AI to the forefront. So with that, thank you very, very much.
Thank you
Dr.
so much.
Ravi,
It
and
was
thank you so much.
engaging.
I hope you people enjoyed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we call Mr. Ravi Kishore Nooni to give the mementos to the speakers? So thank you so much. It's definitely one of its kind of a session that proved the importance of knowing how and when to ask what you ask to get what you want. So appreciate totally how this session was loaded with valuable information. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to the speakers. And we so appreciate your honor for time. Thank you.
A big round of applause.
Louder and more louder. This is definitely a session that deserves one. Very engaging, very interactive, and very, very a nice session. Thank you. Thank you. So we are in an era where our brains are trained to expect immediate results just like that, right from information accessing to the e-commerce. So here is where an edge AI takes the edge. And what are the pros and cons? Let us get to know from our keynote speaker, Mr. Ashish Tiwari, Senior Technology Director, Capgemini. Mr. Triveni Gopal Kadali, is it the one? Yeah. The one. Yeah. The founder director, Commodore Key Nexus Grid, is also on the stage, and it's going to be a one-on-one session.
Hello, good evening. Namaste, Kakinada. Yeah, today we received a good hospitality, and East Godavari is famous for hospitality, right? Good hospitality. Yes. So today I'm hosting for this session, Edge AI. May I know how many are from IoT? How many are doing IoT? May I request you to raise the hands? No? No one are from IoT. Okay, may I know how many are from AI? Oh, so many from AI. Yes. Our guest, Mr. Ashish Tiwari, he did his post-graduation in electronics and instrumentation, and he is having 2 decades of experience. And he is dealing with the Edge AI, which is related to the IoT and edge computing system, that including the smart applications, Industry 4.0, and so robotic applications. So when I say it's an IoT and AI, right, it comes under like Industry 4.0. So so I would like to cover few questions where I'm requesting to answer from Mr. Ashish Tiwari. Can we start now?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. So, yes, Mr. Ashish Tiwari, can you help us in understanding your Edge AI experience and challenges during implementing Edge AI solutions? that I know that from your profile that you have built teams in this edge AI solutions, and building a team in this technology is very challenging part. I know personally because it comes under capacity and capability building. So can you share with us like?
Sure, thank you. So before answering your question, I would like to start with what is Edge AI, right? It's very important to understand the difference between Edge AI and Cloud AI as such. So there are two aspects when it comes to AI. First is training of the model, where you use data to train your model and generate weights, right? And once the training is done, the outcome of training is knowledge base, which you need to basically deploy somewhere, be it cloud or somewhere else. So there are applications where you need to basically complete your decisions or task in real time. So this is where you need Edge AI, which will help you to complete any decision or task in real time. So there are, you can say, platforms available which will help you to deploy the AI outcome. And these hardwares are, or platforms are NVIDIA or Qualcomm as such, actually. So now come to your point where basically when it comes to product development and you want to leverage the edge capability available on the hardware platform to meet your actually business requirement or business need. So there are, you can say, business use cases in automotive, mobile, robotics, life science, where you have robotic surgery, and all these are sort of complex actually machinery. And then you do have IoT also. So when it comes to Edge AI aspect, you first need to understand the business use case or business requirement, why you want to basically build AI on the platform as such. What is the business need or use case which you are looking for actually. And once that is clear to you, then you need to plan basically how you can enable AI in the business use case and which aspect of business use case you want to solve using Edge AI or using AI as such, right? So the major challenge when it comes to, let's say, you are deploying AI inside the vehicle itself. So you want to take decision or you want to create some sort of action in real time manner, right? So you need to be aware about the how much memory is available, what is the latency which you are expecting from the your AI solution, how much compute is required to run or execute that AI solution on or inside the vehicle as such actually. So these are the basic thing which you need to be aware before taking actually or deploying AI as such.
That's nice. So still, I'm just interested in know like how you are building the teams, because you need to collaborate among the different kind of streams, right? The electronics and the computer science. I would say like AI is a subset of the computer science.
Yeah.
So like, can you share like your like how we are successful in building the teams?
Yeah. So there are, as I said, there are two aspects of AI. One is the training part, where largely you trained your model actually. And once the model is trained, then the second part comes where deployment of AI actually.
Right.
So as in this session, we are focusing more on edge. So basically, we are deploying the AI on device or any sort of platform. So some sort of device knowledge or skills required to enable AI on any device or on any hardware actually as such.
That's great.
Yeah, but there are software aspects which is like training, as I said. So you need to be aware about the framework. If you are building your model on TensorFlow or PyTorch, or in nowadays Hugging Face also people are using, so you need to be aware about the framework. Then you should also be aware about the ecosystem, especially the SDK and toolchain support system. For example, when it comes to NVIDIA, so NVIDIA, they have their own ecosystem of SDK and toolchain, which will help you to quickly build your AI solution or Gen AI solution as such.
That's great. I mean, the predefined
So
libraries.
computer science side, they can more focus on this aspect of software. And when it comes to deployment, then you need more knowledge for optimizing the model actually, right? So when you are trying to optimize the model, you need to understand the memory as well as the latency and all these aspects. as
The
such.
hardware limitations.
Hardware limitations.
Yeah, I mean, that's great, thank you. So, I mean, we are hearing like IoT, IIoT, AIoT, and Edge. And now we are talking about Edge AI. I would say Edge plus AI, is that correct?
Yeah, you can call it.
Because
actually,
Edge
yeah.
is a hardware device and AI is the what we
Yeah.
are writing the models. So can you brief like how this transition, as per you, can you explain like what is the difference between the IoT, IIoT, AIoT and Edge AI?
Yeah, so you can call them with basically different name,
Right.
but core is same only.
Excellent, yes.
So core behind all these is hardware or devices.
Right.
Right, that you need to understand. So when it comes to IoT, we are talking about low footprint platform like NXP and all this actually. And when it comes to Edge AI, we are talking about high footprint platform like NVIDIA or
Right,
Qualcomm,
right.
where they will enable you to leverage their GPUs, NPUs available on device or platform as such.
That's great. So, so which industries are seeing fastest adoption of Edge AI? Because adoption is the one challenge, right? Because all industries not necessarily adapt on fast pace. The reason being the cost. So some industries are very much required where they need to adapt, like medical or pharmacy. So what is your opinion on it?
Basically, adoption to.
Yeah. Which industries are seeing fast adoption, like
Okay, which
as per your
industry, yeah,
experience?
fast,
Yes.
yeah. So based on my experience, in mobile phone actually it was adopted very quickly initially. I can see in autonomous cars, it's coming up very fast, as well as in medical science, life science, and now even smart networks and all other domains are also coming up.
That's nice.
Yeah.
So, so how do you balance AI model complexity with device constants? As you said earlier, like device constants are always the memory.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
yes. So, yeah, I think already you covered this topic.
So, as I said, when it comes to model complexity, there are different architectures actually, even in model itself, right? So, when it comes to Gen AI, then it's more about transformer, where you have combination of encoder and decoder, right? And there are layers exist actually inside these encoders and decoders. So when it comes to any model or solution, there are fixed layer configuration available actually. And when you try to realize it on target or any hardware platform, then you also need to plan how many parameters that model has and what is the limit available on your target, right?
Okay.
And there are cases where you also need to plan which piece of model you can run on GPU, what you can run on NPU. For example, Qualcomm platform, they have 3 accelerators, CPU, GPU, and NPU. And then you, for that, right planning is required to run multiple models or to run multiple solutions on the edge side as such.
Thank you, because I have seen that you are specialized in it. We are now doing the optimization.
Yeah.
Thank you. So, may I know, like, as per your experience, role of 5G, tiny ML, and edge GPUs and NPUs. Just now you explained about the NPUs as well.
Yeah.
So, what is the role of 5G and tiny ML in our hardware? So, can you brief about it, like?
Yeah. So actually, tiny ML is and TF Lite. All these are for kind of very low footprint hardware.
Okay.
Actually, where you probably have quad core CPU available on the device or dual core CPU available on the device, and how you can run some kind of small model so
For
that
practice,
you can
right?
do the anomaly detection, right?
Right.
Some kind of prediction, and real time actually can you do the log analysis, as a lot of logs devices are generating. So can you do the analysis and generate some kind of prediction based on the analysis of logs? So these are helping actually infrastructure, you can say, or tools available, where you need to, in AI also, when it comes to development, there are many layers, actually, right? And you can choose your interest actually. As I said, in framework, you can focus more on TensorFlow, JAX, or PyTorch, or this kind of low-end framework where it's more on operator side and how they are actually evolving, right? This is one area. Second area is the tool chain area, where you can learn more from the tool ecosystem, which is for example, in NVIDIA, they have TensorRT, right, where you can optimize the model using TensorRT, and then they have TensorRT LLM. They do have actually Insight and various other actually tools available. So tool is one area where you can have visual inspection of the model performance, and you can see the utilization at basic level, how much memory is getting utilized, GPU utilization, and all other aspect you can see, and this will help you to actually make the decision which platform is suitable for particular actually problem statement or business use case as such actually. And the third area is platform itself, where you can build your expertise in NVIDIA or Qualcomm. So they do have CUDA, CUNN, and CU BLAST kind of libraries where you can optimize your model using these libraries and improve the model performance as such. And similarly, for Qualcomm side, they do have SNPE, QNN, and AI MET. So these all are open source. You can actually go and experiment these tools and learn from these tools actually.
That's great.
Yeah.
I'm interested to know, like, your view on edge cloud collaboration, because now we are doing edge AI as well as we can also do it at cloud level as well, right?
Yeah.
So how it is distributing? What is the good technique to distribute it? Like when to use the edge, when to use the cloud? As per my impression, like it is better to use both, but as per the requirement.
Yeah. So actually, currently, especially from engineering side, you see, engineering, I mean to say automotive,
Right.
or life science and all these domains. So let's take example of automotive, where focus is more on hybrid design. So hybrid design, I mean to say,
Right.
combination of edge
Right.
and cloud as such. Something which you want to do it in real time, you will do it on edge.
Right.
And some
If for
do it on like
statistics.
offline is okay to do it on cloud.
Right.
So as you know, there are open source framework.
Right.
For example, LangGraph, LangChain, then ArtChain from Microsoft. Okay, and by default, these frameworks designed for mostly public system, actually public cloud kind of platform where you can leverage them. But they are not meant to run on the edge platform, actually, right? So this is one area where in future you need skills to optimize this agentic framework to run inside the car, let's say, right?
Okay.
Because in car also you need reasoning and you need action. So when it comes to agentic AI, you need reasoning and action combination, so you can also take the action in runtime, right?
Thank you.
Yeah.
So, coming to the topic, physical AI and generative AI,
Yeah.
right? So, how you will intercept with the edge? Like, can you give your experience? Like, so just to elaborate, what exactly the physical AI edge and generative AI edge?
Yeah. So actually, physical AI, when it comes to nowadays, this is very common term, right?
Right.
Physical AI.
Right.
So physical AI, actually, there are two aspects which I already discussed. One is your software aspect, one is your hardware aspect, right? When it comes to physical AI, the third dimension is simulation, okay? So simulation is also important. I will give you example of NVIDIA Omniverse, right? And then NVIDIA Isaac. So these are open source framework for simulation purpose, actually. So where in simulation environment, you build your model, you test your model before deploying on the edge, actually. So this is what physical AI means.
So I mean, you mean to say before, like, you know, preparing the physical model of the object, I mean maybe a product, so we need better to have a simulation, right? Because it's okay.
So in simulation you can do a lot of work,
right?
You can leverage the tool chain SDK to create synthetic data, and you can measure the model performance before actual deployment.
Okay, because of the hardware construct.
Yeah. But there will be challenges when it comes from simulation to real. There will be challenges, but actually 80% or 70% work you can complete.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you. So what, similarly, generative AI. Generative AI is totally on the basis of there is no, like, you know, it's text based and image processing kind of thing, right? So how we are using generative AI in edge computing? Is it
generative AI in? Sorry?
Yeah, edge
computing.
yeah.
Okay, yeah. So generative AI is generation, right? So you can generate text, you can generate image, you can generate audio, right? Or all these things you can take as input as well.
Okay.
So when it comes to, let's say, automotive, so you need all these three parameters, actually. When you are interacting with the vehicle, you are obviously doing voice interaction, so you are passing voice as input.
Right.
And at the same time, text is also going.
With my voice, I want to control my car.
And also when cameras are installed outside the vehicle, you are in real time, you are also taking image or video data to feed it to system, actually, yes, to take some kind of decision making.
Right, disaster kind of thing.
Yeah, that feed will convert into some kind of action then.
Right. Yeah. That's great. So, what kind of hardware platforms are suitable for edge AI? So, as per your suggestion or experience.
So when it comes to it depends on problem statement, as I
Okay,
said.
okay.
For example, for automotive domain, you can have NVIDIA AGX drive or Qualcomm right platform. If you are looking for medical or life science, then NVIDIA A6000
Okay.
L40 kind of system, which can help you to create or use case around the robotic use case. When it comes to IoT scenario, then you can have platform called A7, which is age-specific platform, especially for automotive, IoT and retail and industry use cases actually as such.
Okay, that's great.
Yeah.
So what skills should students or professionals develop to work on Edge AI?
So as I said, there are multiple layers, right? And one is framework area where they can learn PyTorch and TensorFlow, all these framework as such. And from language point of view, they should learn Python and C++. So when it comes to optimization, so a lot of optimization is happening in that area actually using C++. Python has some limitation in that aspect. Right. And third area is tool chain and SDK, as I said, that ecosystem and tool chain. In future, it's very important to know the tool and SDK ecosystem available, right, for supporting this. And fourth area is platform awareness and knowledge in that domain actually. There are hundreds of platform available,
Right.
and which platform is suitable for which problem. So GPU knowledge plus NPU knowledge. So in GPU especially, CUDA programming and all this kind of knowledge is very beneficial when it comes to NVIDIA. When it comes to Qualcomm, then OpenCL understanding and C++ is very, very crucial.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's nice. So how can academia and industry collaborate to accelerate learning in this field? Because this is another gap, like most of the students having still AI and the hardware is a high hanging fruit because of the
Yeah.
cost.
Yeah.
So how they can fill this gap, and how academia and industries they can collaborate, like how industries can assist us.
Yeah. So in my opinion, actually, industry side, they can, from academia side, they can look for some unique problem in generative AI or LLM, especially engineering side, which is still going on, right? Some advanced topic we need to explore. As I said, Lang graph or AutoGen kind of framework, right? Orchestration platform, if for multi-agentic system.
Right.
Can we do some research, especially for age side,
Right.
and create some kind of white paper, credentials, which will help them to collaborate with industry,
Yes,
which
excellent.
industry is also
Yeah,
trying
yes,
to solve,
yes, yes,
right?
yes. So that
And
industry will recognize
as I
them.
said, physical AI, so when it comes to sim to real, so in simulation you are solving problem, but when it comes to real world, then you are struggling actually.
Right.
So I will give one example, for example, humanoid, right?
Mhm.
So when humanoid is walking, it walks in 2D plane actually.
Right.
But when humanoid is trying to pick something, it's 3D problem.
Right.
Right. So it's very, very complex where depth and other things we need to consider. So these are the few advanced topic which academia can take up and try to build the
They have
skills
to address,
first,
yes.
which industry is also looking
Right,
for.
right,
So
right.
which will help them to collaborate actually.
Excellent, excellent. So, how is Edge AI changing the roles of IoT engineers, AI developers, and data scientists?
Age AI is actually for age development you need all these roles, right?
Right, right.
So it's
So
kind of
it's producing jobs, right? I mean,
yeah.
right.
In terms of job as well, you need all these skills. As I said, before age deployment, you need to train your model on your own data. So you need to know what and all training methods are there, right? That is also one area. For example, when comes to SLM, small language model development, or LLM, so there are 4 training methods. One is unsupervised learning, second is supervised, then reinforcement or reward-based training, right? And fourth is fine-tuning of the model. So they should focus more on basics first in one area, and they can build actually skills on top of that.
Right. That also is like, powering up their job opportunities.
Yeah.
Right. That's the.
Yes. So this deep knowledge in domain will really help them.
Exactly, because smart industry. When I say industry 4.0, that means they require all this kind of technologies in hand. Okay. So thank you very much, Mr. Ashish Tiwari. So
thank you.
Any questions from the audience side? Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Have a nice evening.
Can I just quickly call Mr. Ravichandra K to do the honors for the speakers? Thank you for that fantastic drive into the topic, Mr. Triveni Gopal and Mr. Ashish Tiwari, for an engaging and informative session. Thank you so much. A big cheers, ladies and gentlemen. Next, showing our deep gratitude to our event sponsor, Kite, for their contribution. I would like to invite them on stage for a small presentation. I sincerely request them to keep it restricted to 5 minutes because we are running short of time.
Hello.
At Kite, we create the future. We are India's one of the first few colleges to run a BTech by Research program. We are the only college in Andhra Pradesh and Telangana to provide a humanoid to the students for research. Our students work on real-world projects, from smart IoT projects and face recognition drones to multi-purpose rovers, self-learning robots and powerful AI servers. With 32,000 plus alumni working with top MNCs like Google, Microsoft, Amazon and more. 1,000 plus placements every year. A highest package of rupees 45 lakh per annum in Amazon in 2025. If you're not traveling with Kite, you're not traveling right.
Hello. Bharat ane nenu. Yes, that is me. But unlike in the movie, my story is not just about politics, but it is about passion, pride, and power of being a Kitean. Good afternoon, everybody. I am Bharat, and I am thrilled to introduce you three of our amazing alumni, whose journey really shows us what Kite stands for. Kite is not just an engineering college, but a launch pad where professionals get well-rounded and they are ready to conquer the world. It all starts with our Students Leadership Program, where students will learn what leadership is. It is not just a position, but a practicality, teamwork, and creativity. But then comes the amazing clubs. Toastmasters, an international organization which has clubs all over the world. And we are proud to say it has marked a milestone in our institution. And then we have GCC and K-Hub, which is the heartbeat of Kite, where the coding and hackathon creates a lifetime projects and gives an exposure on technology. And next, we have cybersecurity, which creates expertise in cybersecurity in students. And we have newly chartered robotics lab. Inspired being a college from rural area, our Kite has bought 2 real-life humanoid robots, which helps the students to implement real-life AI so that the students learn from the practical knowledge. And not only this, we have a special program called Teach to Learn, which gives the student opportunity to get onto the stage and teach their favorite subject on their classes. Because we believe at Kite, best learning happens when you teach. So with this, yes, Kite is not just an engineering college, but it is a community where the leaders are made. And I would love to introduce and I would love to welcome our first speaker, Ms. Durga Bhavani, onto the stage with a huge round of applause, please.
Andariki namaskaram. I am Durga Bhavani Gunnam. I passed out of 2022 batch in Computer Science and Engineering at KIT. So I am currently working as a Senior Research Translation Engineer in Raj Reddy Center at IIIT Hyderabad. And so I'll start with the few of the projects I am working at IIIT Hyderabad, why I chose this job, and how I turned myself from a rural area kid to IIIT scholar. So my journey is not that much easy for me. So I came from a rural background and my village name is Jonnada. So when I joined Kite, I'm very introvert and I always hide myself where then there is a stage, we need to speak in English. So ippatiki kuda adi koncham undipoyindi. For me, Kite provided me and encouraged me in all the ways where I built my self-confidence. They believed in me more than mine, and they encouraged me to do sessions with the Teach to Learn concept, and they encouraged me to take sessions for my juniors. From there, step by step, I started standing out others on stage, and today I'm here in front of you. I got selected for Wipro also, but why I chose IIIT over Wipro, that I always have that intention to serve for with technology. So Raj Reddy Center is especially for that, where they work projects on NGO related and social impact. So coming to Kite again, a visionary chairman, Vishwam sir, came up with an idea to get an MOU with IIIT Hyderabad in 2022, and I am the first person who take that opportunity and went to IIIT. Now we have 25 members at IIIT Hyderabad from KIT. That's a huge number. and we all together coming back as an alumni, and we are doing a lots of hackathons for our college in AIML, full stack development, and the latest training, Agentic AI, and prompt engineering too. So, yes, quickly I will hand over my myself to my senior Deepka. I'm a recent graduate. Let's listen from a senior graduate of our KITE 2.
Hi everyone. Hi to the top row. I can see few people there. How are you all? Okay, so I'm here just to represent my college. So I have completed my BTech and MTech in KITE. So I did my BTech in KITE Women's and MTech in KITE. So now currently I'm a senior software engineer in Microsoft, which is like a dream company for many of you, I know. So my suggestion is like, don't think like, okay, you are in a tier 2 city or tier 2 college and you cannot go further. Here I am to give that example for you. That's why actually I came today to address all of you. So also my request to the industry people who are here, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I would like to request you all to consider students who are a little backward in the communication skills, but good at curiosity, and they want to do something better than what everyone is doing beside them. So please give that chance to them so that we can see more leaders, more entrepreneurs coming to the world. So that's all from my end. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So I will start with a question to everyone. How many of you saw Happy Days movie and 3 Idiots? Almost everyone, right? Was that the expectation how engineering colleges used to be? Yes? No? Okay, then you are practical. Okay, Happy Days was the movie that released when I joined my engineering, so I had a lot of expectation, but everyone has different targets why they join engineering. So for me, my target was, there was a trend that girls used to get married to a guy who settles in US. Is that trend still happening? Yes? Okay. So I wanted to break that trend. I said, I want to go to US and I'll take my parents there instead of depending on a guy. So that was my target, and I wanted to go into a campus interview, and I have to get selected in a college for me to go and land in US. So that's why I joined engineering, and KITE has given me the best opportunities, best platform for me to land in a job immediately. As soon as I finished my 3rd year, I have a job, and then 4th year, I landed with another job in TCS. And then once I finished my graduation and I landed in TCS, I flew to US, and then things were not, that was not the happy ending. I thought I was not still happy with what I accomplished. So what else can I do? That's what I was thinking, and I went back to my college days and I was thinking, what was my talent? So I was on the stage, I was with the events, organizing events, on the stage hosting events, so I thought anchoring was one of my passion, and that's why I am now being an anchor and as well as handling my IT professional and still handling my family. So especially to all the girls, so do not limit yourself to anything. There is the glass ceiling and you just have to break it. There's limitless opportunities. So 3 things I want to give to all of you. Students, engineering is your playground. Try to make as many opportunities and try to grab or unleash your talents and potentials. And 2, to the faculty here, you may not know what impact you create to the student community. For me, RK sir was one of my biggest support. He's the one who actually encouraged me, brought that talent out for what I am today. And 3, to all the startups and the industry leaders here, thank you so much for actually encouraging us. And we have great talent in the rural areas, and we would request all of you to come and experience that and give them opportunities. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a great day. And with that, I want to request RK sir and Aishwarya ma'am to please join us on the stage. Thank you so much, everyone.
Revati ma'am also requesting.
Thank you. It's very funny and fantastic at the same time to be sharing the stage with artificially made human. So the convergence of embodied AI and advanced robotic sensors is not just an upgrade, it's driving fundamental senses revolution that is creating a truly intelligent physical machines. And how do they do that? Why break our heads when we have this gentleman with us, Mr. Prakash Verma, Head of Engineering, Bosch Global Software Technologies, to share his message.
Hello. Hello guys, good evening. I am Prakash Verma, I am from Bosch. I like to call myself more product guy because throughout my journey I have been involved into the products in various forms. But before I continue with my talk, I would like to congratulate the organizers of this event because I saw the structure of the whole event was very well, the kind of talks that were arranged. It was kind of very informative, especially considering the students in mind. And I especially liked the last session. I think when somebody from the team comes onto the stage and talks about it, that creates, as per me, the biggest impact, rather than the industry guys or anybody outside talking about it. So that definitely is commendable. With that, I will start my talk. Now, if you look at, can you just, so now, if I close my eyes for a moment, or let's say if we close eyes for a moment, you can still think, you can still reason, but there is one vital thing that you miss. That is the awareness that is created because of the eyes, right? That's what is one thing that is there. Now imagine our robots are actually living exactly in that same state. They are able to do, let's say, high complex computing tasks that they are able to do. They are able to navigate in a very complex environment. Okay? They are also able to pick and place a complex component very accurately. But what they are not aware is the context. And that's where they differ with respect to the humans. Now my talk overall today is about how multimodality is impacting the robotics. Earlier, Srihari spoke about the multimodality. I think the previous session where Ashish spoke about the Edge AI, these are all kind of related topics, but I am going to do a little bit focused discussion on the robotics part of it. Now here, before I continue, the next leap in the robotics isn't about faster computing anymore. Here it is about how a deeper perception could be created. That's where the context and other things becomes extremely relevant. Next slide, please. Yeah. Let's first understand what are the current challenges in the robotic perception. So if you look at, there will be many challenges. I'm talking about the top 3 challenges. First of all, if you look at, there is a largely sensory limitations. Typically, if you look at a traditional robo I'm talking about, it may either operate on the vision, that is, it may have a camera, or it may have, let's say, a proximity sensor, depending on the job that it is or the task it is supposed to accomplish. Okay? While it may be doing that thing very well, but with the single modality, there are a lot of challenges. Let's take the example of a camera. Now, camera you have trained, it will do, vision-based solution will do very well, but then there is a transparency, right? If you have to see through a glass or any other transparent object, you may have a challenge. If we are talking about, let's say, reflectivity, some light is there, because of that reflection, again, it will create a problem. So what it is supposed to look at, there may be some challenges on that. So that is one sort of challenge that comes from the limited sensory range. That's what I mean. Now, second is the contextual blindness. What do I mean by that? Now, let's say if I show a hand to a robo can easily detect that, it can label that this is a hand. But what it will miss is, it will not be able to decipher whether the hand is for the obstruction or it is for the collaboration. And that's where the difference starts to come. So that's what we mean by the contextual blindness. Now the third element, if you look at, when we talk about fragile generalization. Now what is this fragile generalization? Now I think in the previous talks you heard that if there is a model, you need data, you have to train that model with that data. Now while you are training for that particular data, with that data, it may work very well for that data set. Problem starts to happen when the same model is deployed in the real world. Now what is the difference? That's a controlled environment, limited data set. The moment it gets into the real world, now the problem starts. The model may no longer work for the unknown scenarios, and it is made for a specific thing. The moment you change that whole scenario, probably it may either not work or work in a limited manner. And that's what creates a boundary between a safe environment and adaptable environment. It is unable to do beyond a certain thing. So what you do, you create some guardrails. It has to operate exactly within that, and it cannot operate alongside with the human. So that's what is this. Go back. Yeah. So what I want is, when you talk about the modern robos, all these robos, they come with they are accurate actually, but they lack awareness. That's the first problem that they see. Now they are effective in isolation. That means when you give a limited environment, they are very, very effective. But the moment you change the context, there is a problem. Now if you look at, now let us look at what really is the current state. To understand better with respect to robo and the real person, what is the sensory gap? Now as a human, when I look at an object, okay, I will see the object, I will sense it, and I will probably touch it, right? Multiple senses starts working together. How my mind will operate onto this? My mind will work on all these things together. It will fuse this information and it will create a meaningful model, mental model for it. That's how I will look at the whole thing. Now, when it comes to robo, let's say especially we are talking about single modality sensors or robos. Now let's say if it is there is a vision-based solution or vision-based robo. As I explained earlier, it will start to fail in certain conditions, wherever especially you need more data points. Now just to give you one example, if you have seen a robo cleaner at home, now robo cleaner typically used to come only with one sensor that is based on LiDAR. Now LiDAR is there, if you see it will go near the curtain. Now curtain is something that can be easily pushed, right? We as humans understand the curtain can be pushed, but for a robo vacuum cleaner, it will not be able to differentiate. It will not be able to differentiate between a curtain and a, let's say, a wooden object. Now only solution today that people are doing is they are using a bumper sensor. That means you really hit it hard and then you try to detect. That's what is there. Imagine if I am bringing two complementary senses. In this particular case, let's say I have along with the camera, if I introduce another sense which is able to give me, let's say, a texture part of it. For example, LiDAR. If I am able to fuse these two information together and then I am able to make out what really this object is all about. Should I go around the object or should I really get into the object? So that's what is the difference between, let's say, human and a robo. And the moment you bring multiple senses together, that's where the magic starts to happen, because you are able to understand the context a lot better. Let's go back. Okay, forward. Yeah. So while we are talking about, I'm missing one slide actually. So while we are talking about all the sensory gaps and other things, the biggest question that is in front of us is why we are discussing all this now. What has changed? Because I mean, whatever I spoke, as humans, we understand this day in, day out. Now, the biggest thing that has happened now is there are multiple technologies that are evolving together and they are all converging at this point of time. And that is where now it is possible. I think in the morning when the talk was being given, it was told that, okay, neural network has been there for quite some time, right? So what has changed now? Why we are discussing all these topics now? And that's where if you look at, there is a miniaturization, there is a integration. Now what do I mean by that? Let's say if you talk about the compute. Now in case of compute, what's happening is sensors are becoming much more simpler, they are becoming lightweight, and they are becoming much more smarter. Now what happens? If I have a very complex and a bulky sensor, you can do lot of solutioning, backing, putting it onto the cloud and other things. But what we need is not that we have to go to the PC. Ideally, the compute should come to me. That's where it becomes really a human part. Otherwise, they operate in a two different environment. That's where miniaturization and integration plays a very important role. Edge AI, I think there was enough discussion on Edge AI. Embedded intelligence is also almost similar. They are complementing each other. I will talk a bit of connectivity. Now what happens? Again, this was also a topic that was touch based earlier. Now when I am having lots and lots of data, now if connectivity is not strong, which means I have to operate everything in that particular device only. The moment my connectivity is enabled, which means I should be able to take all this information back onto the central compute if I want. Ideally, it is not that it's either edge or a cloud, it's normally a combination of this thing. Other thing that is making a huge difference is the digital twins. Now, what digital twins in this context I mean? See, when we talk about development, especially when we talk about the complex open world problems, solutions for the open world problem, you never know what is the real life scenario. So you want to do as much testing as possible. Let's say there was a earlier discussion about autonomous cars. Now, there is a long tail problem to it. How many scenarios you are able to test for? It is practically impossible to test for every possible scenario because you will never be able to release the product. Now, how do we go about solving this thing? That's where instead of doing a testing on a physical thing, you are moving from there. Can it be a testing on the virtual environment. That's where digital twin starts to play a major role onto it. So together, what I want to say is the compute technology, AI and connectivity. Since they are all maturing together, that's where the multimodal perception is becoming a reality today. What the embodied AI stack looks like. I mean, again, it's a closed loop thing. Everything, any loop, if you look at it, finally we are talking about a sense, we are talking about understand, act, and learn. And this loop continues as humans, right? That's what we have been doing. And the power lies actually between sense and act, because that's where when you start to learn, that's where you apply, and next time we don't do that same mistakes. The moment this starts to happen with the robots, then the situation becomes much more improved. I will just give an example of, let's say, two different sensors, wherein, can you just go on? No, previous. Okay, continue. Yeah. So let's see. What I have done is here I have put two different sensors together just to explain you how they are complementing each other, or in what ways, what is their strength of individual things. Let's talk about the vision, which gives us the spatial understanding. That means understanding about the space in which we are operating. Now, with the help of vision transformers and 3D mapping, of course, you have to do it together with LiDAR. Once you do that, you create a semantic map of a particular scenario. You can do that, right? Once you do that, that's where you are able to estimate the depth and you are able to create a meaning out of it. That's what you are able to do. But nevertheless, there is a gap. The gap is, as I explained earlier, the gap is if at all there is a transparent object, there is a problem. Maybe reflectivity could also be a problem. And the third thing is, you cannot interact, because vision alone cannot help you to interact, because you don't know what it is for the feeling part of it. So that's where you can't interact with it just by looking at the things. Whereas now if you look at the touch, which is the other dimension, it is also one of the oldest human senses, right? We touch, we are able to feel. Now this part is possible through, let's say, tactile sensors. Today you can do that. Okay, you can also do a soft haptic solutions. Through that you are able to actually get a feel of the object. Now with that you will be able to predict the force, you will be able to predict what could be the slip, considering you have understood a little bit of the texture, how smooth or rough it is, right? So when you are able to do that, what you will naturally do, you will be able to let's say adjust your grasp onto that, right? That's where you will be able to do it very easily. But again here, touch alone, you will miss the awareness, which is created by the eyes part of it. So that's the kind of difference. So now on one hand, vision provides you awareness, but it lacks experience. And touch, that gives you, let's say, ability to adapt based on what you feel, but it lacks the awareness. So that's the kind of different senses, but when they complement each other, that's where the magic starts to happen. Now, how the multimodal perception looks like and how they build the overall understanding. Now here, the most important is, if you look at, it has to operate like a human mind, which means depending on my context, I will use the respective knowledge and I will not use either or. What I am looking at is, I have to fuse this two information and then I have to make some sense out of it. That's where the multimodal part comes into picture. So it is not about really adding the different senses, it is about creating a meaning. How much time I have? Already up, is it? Okay, yeah. So just so far I spoke about the, let's say, the things which is inside a particular robo. Now, if you switch gears and if you look at it, I'm talking about collaborative sensing. That means if we talk about multiple robos, how they can communicate with each other so that we are able to get a larger context. I think in the morning there was an example of the transport wherein we were talking about how do we create a right traffic scenario, or let's say understand the traffic and manage. That I call it as a heterogeneous collaborative sensing, which means you are not creating a fresh solution, you are using existing infrastructure, taking that into account and then creating a scene out of it. So that's what is the collaborative sensing, and all these are various opportunities that exist in front of us. I will play a video. Whatever I spoke so far, I will just play a video. This video is of a Bosch plant where you will see an active shuttle. Basically, that is for the intralogistics solution. That will help you to understand the context in which we are, whatever I spoke. Volume, please. Yeah. So while the video is getting played, this is a video of an active shuttle. It's an intralogistics problem in the plant. That means there is a milk run that happens. So you have to take the items from one place to other. It's a highly mechanical process. So instead of doing that, there are solutions which are there. So Bosch uses it within the plants, and also the same solution they are trying to deploy elsewhere as well. So that's where what you see here, right? So that line what you see is not, it is not following that line, it is just there.
I now call upon Kishore Dasri Garu to give away the special token of appreciation for the speaker. Thank you for that revolutionizing drive into the census revolution, Mr. Prakash Verma. And I'm sure this brought us some sense into our senses. Made sense? Thank you. So me processing so much of AI since morning, I am really confused. Am I really using my brain, my senses, or donating to AI? That would be my biggest donation ever if it happens. On that funny note, ladies and gentlemen, this calls to action to all the innovators and startups to build sensible machines which eases our senses but never replace one. To learn how to build one, we need to call upon the stage Mr. Ramesh Loganathan, General Partner, Succeed Ventures, with a warm round of applause.
So, good evening. No energy, end of the day. Good evening. So, after the nice video from Bosch, there's no way I can match that with any slides. So, I'm just going to talk, okay, for some time, and then we're going to have a chat with Sridhar. So, there's so much, right? It's good that this conference is happening. So are you excited about AI? Do you think AI will take away all the jobs? No, right? Okay, good. So I think there's a lot of FUD around AI, right? I'll tell you some examples of how hard AI is, right? So, like, we're doing, I mean, at IIIT Hyderabad, we have 23 research labs, and 7 of them are directly relating to AI. There are another 7 labs that use AI, right? And today it's an intersection area. In every domain, whether it is computational chemistry or signal processing or communications or even in VLSI embedded systems, kind of AI, it's an intersection now. I mean, it intersects with almost all other, like we saw a fantastic video from Bosch. There's AI in all of those, and there is hardware. It's not audible? I thought it was loud enough. I'm loud enough. No, you're loud enough only till here. He's not catching? Okay. So, the possibilities are endless. If you look at AI, whether it is language, speech, I was just on the phone with somebody just outside. We had a meeting with the State Cybersecurity Bureau in Hyderabad. And so they have the cyber frauds is a huge thing, right? Today it's a big problem, a huge social nemesis. And so the Cybersecurity Bureau is trying to address that. And there is a call center, 1930, right? 1930, you can call anytime. It's a national number. Every state runs the local call center. And they get so many calls, and they're not able to address, just even receive the calls. So the problem is quite simple. When a call comes, can we receive the call, have a brief conversation, understand what the issue is, and lodge the report, right? The case. It may not be an FIR, but a pre-FIR, and that will lead to an FIR. The complaint gets lodged. Now, in today's day and age, it should seem like it's very easy, right? Taking a call, understanding a call, and lodging a complaint, but it's not that easy, right? It is, you have to understand there'll be different people calling, different accents, mixed mode. The big problem in India is not just languages. We tend to mix 2 or 3 languages when we speak. English and Telugu, English, Hindi, and Telugu, right? And Telugu and Hindi, or English and Hindi. So the combinations, we not only have to worry about languages, we have to worry about accents, and we have to worry about the mixed mode, which is a big, very, very Indian problem. This may not be a problem in most other countries, because they speak mostly one language. And then the accents compounds it some more. Just understanding the call, making sense from the call, saying, okay, this is the nature of the complaint, this is the nature of the issue that they faced, get the details and lodge the FIR is not easy, right? If the OpenAIs and ChatGPT should work so well, this should be a 15, 20-minute exercise to go kind of take those APIs and build it. It's not. We got the request this morning, and there's a startup that's already been working with them using all the open APIs for a few months, and they're still not able to do it. Now, we're going to be taking it up, and I'm sure it'll take us several months to do it. And so while the possibilities are endless, and it seems like we can just go build quick POCs using any of the open source and free tools available, but getting it to work in the real world is not easy. AI is hard. Possibilities are endless, amazing possibilities, but it's not easy to get it working in the real world. In the academic world, I always say this, like if somebody takes up a research problem, they have a problem, right? They hit a roadblock getting a certain type of data that they need, for instance. You can reframe, right? It's a research problem, and so long as they can reframe the problem, circumvent whatever issue they're having, if that can still result in a research outcome, they're happy. Because research is research, right? It's a knowledge, pursuit of knowledge. You're not trying to solve a specific problem. It's a pursuit of knowledge, and so they can reframe the problem and keep at it until they get what they need and then publish the papers, get the thesis, and graduate the research students. But real world, you can't reframe, right? There was another request that came for intelligence purposes, one of the other foreign languages that we need to interpret. Now, the first thing we hit when we try to look at that problem is extremely noisy data, right? It comes on radio, chatter, like intercepted, and there's very, very lot of crackle and very, very noisy data. Now, the first thing the research group says is like, if you can give us that voice without the noise, then we can recognize. Now, how do you make the real world, right? That data will come with noise only. There's no way you can get the data without noise. Okay, when you're intercepting radio chatter and such, it will be noisy, right? These are all areas where there's not that great signal. So we can't reframe the problem. Now, getting it to work with clear data may be like few weeks to get it working. But getting it to work with this real-world noisy data, which we can't wish away the noise, that audio will come with that kind of noise only. There'll be a lot of crackle, there'll be a lot of disturbance. If we cannot recognize and what is being said in that environment, then the solution is useless. So the real world, you can't reframe the problem. So this is everywhere. Like you take any example, we're trying to do something in the medical space, right? Just foot plate. We're doing it as part of a project that's happening in the AP state for the mother and child program. So from the picture of the foot plate, the app should tell the mother, based on whatever guidance has been given, expecting mother, right? Whatever the guidance given in terms of nutrition that she needs, should tell something is sufficient or not sufficient, right? Eat less of rice, more of rice, take greens or whatever. So the mother takes a picture of the plate and we should advise. Now, there are models available. Right? There are models available that you can just take and get the nutrition. But this had to be reasonably more accurate and has to work for Indian foods, had to work for South Indian foods, had to work for Andhra foods, right? And you can't just say like, okay, if it was pasta, I can recognize. But if it is papannam, it's papannam, right? If it's pachadi, it's pachadi. You have to recognize that. And also, in this case, it's okay if you're approximate, but the requirement was that like we should be as accurate as possible, not be too approximate. And we've been at it. What we think like should have taken, like when we started, we said maybe it is 2-3 months effort. We've been at it for 6 months. And we're working with the AJ hospital, no less. Right? The initial data, the nutrition team of AJ hospital is part of the project. They are the one labeling all the images. So when they give us data, it's very good quality data. They take a picture of the food plate and they will tell you exactly so many grams of dal, so many grams of something, and this has so many, all the right nutritional values. Everything is mapped. And so good quality data, but it's very slow to come. And we haven't even started the field testing. The phase that's about to start now is, we are now loaded. There's one district where a pilot is happening. Their ASHA workers and the mothers, expecting mothers are on an app that's been deployed in that district. So now we have to ask the mothers to take the picture. We should have the nutritionist look at the plate, and the algorithm should say what it is, and the nutritionist should say what she or he thinks it is, and then we have to revise the model. Now, that's going to take some more time. Something that we thought may take a couple of months, which if you ask a researcher, they will say, this problem, it will take 3 months. that's already 6 months, and we think it's no less than 3 months before it's going to be built. A simple nutrition app. It's not like it's a medical diagnostic app. You make a wrong diagnosis, it's okay. It's not, right? It's not that critical. But even that is taking 9 months to build, assuming it gets done in 3 months. Maybe it'll be 3 more months after that. We're not sure. So AI is hard, right? So when somebody says like we will lose jobs to AI, it's not happening. Definitely not happening, right? AI is way overrated, way overrated. There's studies that come. There's an MIT report that came, study report that came just 2 or 3 weeks back that said 90 or 95% of enterprise Gen AI pilots have failed, right? Pilots have succeeded. Again, why do pilots succeed? It's like a research problem. In a pilot, I'm only demonstrating the possibilities. I can reframe, right? I have to show something working in our environment. I don't need to show working exactly in our environment. But when they actually go deploy, they can't reframe. So it's the reason why pilots are succeeding and the real world is failing. 90-95% of Gen AI projects have not gone beyond pilots. Right? Not that the pilots have failed. I'm sure most of the pilots have succeeded. But they don't go into production because in the real world, again, in the pilot you can reframe, in the real world you cannot reframe. So while the potential is huge, in the real world it's not huge. Healthcare, we're doing a lot of work in healthcare. Different labs, different professors are working. Just even something as simple as diagnosing. You would think like image processing, computer vision is so powerful these days, right? So you would think that trying to automatically look at an X-ray or a CT scan or any of the other diagnostic or even a slide, histopathology slide, you would think that it's not hard. It is not easy at all. One of our professors is working with NIMS Hospital in Hyderabad on trying to take histopathology slides and build a model to recognize what's on the slide. Again, the goal here is not even to replace the histopathologist, right? The pathologist that's going to look at those slides will still look at those slides, eventually do the report. We're only saying, like, can we make it faster? Right? Generate the initial observation so that the pathologist will not take too much time to finish the report. And secondly, many of these, like, I mean, a tertiary hospital like NIMS or any of the major hospitals have enough good doctors and radiologists and pathologists. But if you go to a smaller district hospital or, right, a smaller hospital, they may not be that good. The idea is that, can we make sure they don't miss the obvious or they don't miss something? And for a good pathologist, it's going to make them faster. Right? It will suggest things, you look at it, and then can decide whether it's okay, not okay, make alternate observations, and finally submit the report. So that, again, just for the pathology slides for certain types of cancers, we're trying to do it. And again, we're working with NIMS Hospital. The doctors very, very closely involved. So we have access to doctors, we have access to the slides, we have access to the pathologists, we have access to the reports, and still it's extremely slow. Right? It's extremely slow. Just getting data, getting good quality data is not easy. That's something we are doing around healthcare. So almost every domain there are possibilities, right? Every domain there are possibilities. We have our robotics lab, again, Triple Robotic Lab ranks very, very high for research. And they've been working on an autonomous wheelchair for almost 2 years now. Some good quality work has been published, right? Research papers have been published out of that project. But the wheelchair still hasn't left our campus. And there are 2 hospitals willing to pilot it. They are saying in hospital, patients that are not mobile, getting them to go to a test, right? They have to go generally to multiple tests. Just taking them to a test is a big problem. I've seen this at the Age Hospital, extremely busy hospital, very large hospital, very busy hospital. They have a complete pager system to dispatch people to move patients, right? Because normally in other hospitals, when they have attendants to move the patient, they'll generally be with the patient. But this hospital is so busy, the attendant cannot be with the patient because you may be waiting for half an hour, 45 minutes, 1 hour. So it's like an Uber. The attendant is called to pick the patient at one place, take them to another place, leave them. Then they get dispatched somewhere else. So they're continuously on the move. There's a whole system, dispatch system that they've built just for attendants to move patients. So it's a big problem in hospitals. So 2 hospitals have agreed to pilot. So the wheelchair, the system can tell the wheelchair, like, okay, from here, you pick the patient at this place and take them to the X-ray lab, right, or take them to the ultrasound lab or wherever. And you should take them and then wait there or whatever. The idea is that, can it move autonomously? We have 2 pilots ready and we are not ready for it. The pilots, hospitals are ready to pilot it, right? And they will have an attendant, so nobody is going to be hurt. But the idea is that, like, to test it in the hospital environment. And that's going on, right? It's going on. So we talk about all this Gen AI, generating documents, generating images. So we were working closely with Shobhu Garu. Shobhu is the producer of Bahubali series, and right? And when you meet them, the amount of technology that they use, I mean, it's very hard to meet Rajmouli Garu, but Shobhu Garu is very accessible to us. He comes to the campus often. We're trying to do something around AI for cinema tech with them. And he's an extremely grounded person, very, very approachable. He talks, I mean, when he describes the kind of technology they use, I mean, they say their approach to filmmaking is script is king. They will not compromise on the script. It's like same thing, like I said, the real world cannot be reframed. There are other types of movie making where like they'll work within the budgetary constraints. So in their case, there are no budgetary constraints. They make a film, they chose to make a film, they'll make the film. The script is not modified for any reason. And that's why the movies are so expensive, the movies are so good. Because the script, they don't compromise on the script. And he said they use and many other producers use, there's a software that can map the whole production sequence from the first right till the end. It's linked to the movie script and every segment, and production sequence is one thing. A lot of CG happens, and CG happens in different parts, and all of it is mapped, and they don't use one vendor for all the CG. There are multiple vendors, the amount of CG is so much. Not only does it map who's doing what, does it give them all the inputs needed when the work product comes back, try it out, iterations, get it finally signed off. It also helps integrate everything together. The amount of technology is unbelievable. So they've explored Gen AI, right, already. And so they said, it seems like it's good. You give it a description of what you want. It kind of creates a scene, but it's extremely artificial scene. He said there's no way they're going to use it in a movie. They're testing it for pre-production planning. They do a lot of mocks, short shoots and such. So there they said it's useful, but even there he said it's less than 70-80% of what they would like. And the 20% is hard to fix. You can't take that video and modify it, right? So it's easier to go actually reshoot it manually rather than use it. So this is the case everywhere, right? So the thought I want to leave with is that it's good, it's exciting, many possibilities, and you will meet people that say like it can do so much for me, like I can get 80% productivity. I hear this often from very good people, technically very capable people, running large teams, understand the whole software engineering process very well, talking about software. When somebody tells me like 80% faster, I ask them, have you fired 80% of your team? The answer is no. Will you fire 80% of your team? The answer is no. Will you fire anybody? The answer is no. Now, where is this 80% going? It's a perception, right? Some parts are faster. If you take the software engineering cycle, many of you are software engineers here, right? From the time you start with the requirements, right, or scope document, till you deliver the software that works, there are a lot of things that happen. Some parts, like I'm doing the mocks, instead of doing some Figma or other wireframes, I can now use some tools to generate like better interactive UI mocks, right? But that's only one small part. Maybe I save, instead of 4 weeks, I save 1 week, 2 weeks there. But on the whole, there's no saving, right? So it gets better. You can do better, but doesn't mean like I can save a lot of time. So it is good. We should embrace it. We should see how to use it, right? It can do good things for us if you know how to use it, but let's not worry. It's nowhere that good that can replace jobs. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Ramesh Loganathan. On that beautiful note, ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a big round of applause. I know many of us still have a lot of questions, and for that, let's invite Mr. K. Krishna Reddy Garu, CEO CRIFI, to represent the audience in moderating this upcoming conversation with these eminent speakers and the industry experts. To call upon stage Mr. Ramesh Loganathan, General Partner, Succeed Ventures, and Mr. Ravi Ishwarapu, CEO, Ratan Tata Innovation Hub, Visakhapatnam, Dr. Ravi Saripalle, Director of Entrepreneurship, Geetham.
Hello. Yeah. Good evening, everyone. We have a nice samosa and very nice tea, and that warm-up has been slightly ignited by my colleague, Mr. Loganathan. I think it's a good last session that we have today. Firstly, I really wanted to thank Sridhar Garu for organizing this great event today. I'm the son of the soil. I believed in Godavari and Kakinada. I have started my company in Kakinada since 2010, even though I started it in Bangalore in 2004. I believed that Tier 2 and Tier 3 ecosystems are going to grow, and I believed it in 2010. And we come back to Kakinada, started Trippy, and actively engaged with people. I'm mentioning this with a high regard because this is the reality I wanted to see in the future, and after 15 years, I see the reality. So with that excitement, I would like to start the session. Being an entrepreneur, right from my engineering college, Geetham College, I studied in Geetham. In May 2001, in my first year of engineering, I was fortunate to invent a technology by which one can send SMS messages from internet to mobile phones. So that has actually created me an opportunity to start my own venture where advertisers was coming to me saying that they will put advertisements on my website. So as a first year and second year student, I was earning money, and that actually made me forcefully an entrepreneur. And today I'm sharing a stage with three eminent personalities on my favorite subject, which is innovation as well as startups. So another interesting fact, all three of them have very wonderful academic and industrial experience as well. I mean, they started themselves in academics and then subsequently seen opportunity in startups. And I'm telling you, most of the people out here I know, how many of you are really willing to start your own companies? Maybe say after 10 years, you wanted to have your own companies. Can you please raise your hand? Wow, so many hands. Any more? Maybe we can get inspiration from this panel here, and then maybe we want to increase the hands up. Because working for a company, your earnings are limited. Today I know Ravi Ishwarapu Garu and then Ramesh Loganathan Garu, they are very active in the entrepreneurial ecosystem, and this ball game not many people know. Maybe many people know starting a company, doing a business, working like a donkey, and then many people know in that trap they will just continue. But you see what they are doing, they are making other people to work and they are enjoying the support from the back end. I think I'm just setting up the stage for all of you. We're not just boring you with few discussions. Maybe you can participate at the end. Mr. Loganathan is a general partner for Success Ventures, and then I know he actually have a IIIT background. Mr. Loganathan, would you like to inspire us with a bit of your background, and then maybe not many people know here, so maybe that helps.
I mean, you said move from academics to startups. Actually, it's the other way around. I was in the industry, and for a long time, my background is in software products. I worked in the Bay Area, and I moved back to Hyderabad to join a startup. In the early days of Java, there was a Hyderabad startup called Pramati that was making Java app servers in '99. When Java itself was new, server-side Java was not even a year old. And there were only two companies in the world making Java app servers, and one was in India and in Hyderabad. I was coming back to India at that time, and I got to know about this company, so I convinced my wife to move to Hyderabad instead of Bangalore and to just join the company. And there's things that happened moving to Hyderabad. And so I was in the software products, software industries. I mean, that's my background, product, specifically infrastructure products. Worked in database companies earlier and then Java app server companies. And through that, got connected to IIIT. I was adjunct faculty in IIIT from 2002 till 2016. And by 7, 8, I was very involved with academics, was involved with IIT after a few years later when IIT started, and I started teaching in IIT as well, and involved with BITS on the incubator side. So from industry to academics kind of happened alongside, and startups is what happened in 2006, 7, started getting very involved with an NGO called Head Start Network. 16 of us started it, and across different cities, and we were doing early stage startup events in 2007, 8. And got very involved with that. I was one of the 16 people that started it, and I was anchoring the Hyderabad. Wow. And then STPI Incubator started in 2008. One of the oldest academic incubators in the country is STPI Incubator. TF happened on our campus because of our incubator. 8 years later, TF started. And so I was very involved with that incubator as well. And then slowly, I just liked, you referred to money. I don't think any of us are making any money out of this. But the fun is unlimited. That I fully agree. I say this, I have a ringside seat, ring being where all the action happens, research-led innovation, startups. I have a ringside seat and a loud mouth. That's how I describe myself. And very happy to be getting the chance to do whatever I'm doing.
Amazing, amazing. So the other panelist is Ravi Ishwarapu. We are so fortunate to have a person who has been in industry. He was IT Association first president, and then subsequently, now he heads the A Hub in Andhra University. I mean, he has modeled how actually you can convert a traditional university to also have that innovation hub and how you can promote that hub. Ravi, just some insights from you about your background.
Good evening, Ravi Ishwarapu. Thanks Sridhar and the team, and thanks Krishna Reddy Garu. Two people who do good friends on both the sides. Okay, started with my engineering from Vizag, then management degree, and then a research in management, IIM Bangalore ISC, and then worked in manufacturing for most of the time, L&T, Castrol, Dunlop, then after my, IIM Bangalore and IIC, then I worked as executive assistant to Chandrakant Varla. So been in the boardrooms and would always used to, the late 90s, always used to have this thought, probably one day I would be sitting and then probably investing. Then that experience, then I was a management consultant, process engineering consultant, like for Mahindra's, moving them from the Bolero to the Scorpio to setting up the XUV platforms. Then went to the US, worked at GE, General Motors, came back. I was always wanting to come back to Vizag and start something or do something there in Vizag, so reverse migrated back to Vizag, was the first employee at Satyam, which later became Tech Mahindra. Was when Tech Mahindra took over, eventually, slowly, what I've done a little bit of radical stuff at Vizag, and was handling a little bit of Tier 2 strategy, which is a low-cost delivery systems. That eventually grew up to be the Chief of Quality for Tech Mahindra. Moved out in 2012. 2 ventures that I started, built, sold my stake, made some money, came out, now invested in about 14 startups. But now what I'm passionate about is incubation, startups, innovation, and all this stuff. So I currently, AHub, which is probably the first India's financially self-sustainable incubator. 2, I run the NASSCOM Center of Excellence in AI and IoT. Got STPI onto the campus, but it probably should be operational June 26. But AU itself is building a 2 lakh square feet of incubation space, which would make it India's largest university incubator. But around 207 startups as of today, about 88% revenue generating for a place like Vizag is an achievement in itself. I currently have taken over as the CEO for Ratan Tata Innovation Hub Vizag, which covers 6 districts. It's more like North Andhra.
Amazing.
So 14 startups that I've invested in, usually ticket size 20 lakhs to 1 crore. Done a fair investment, so there's a little bit of money. So I was a co-founder, I'm an investor, I'm in incubation. So sometimes the ringside view, sometimes getting into the ring, getting beaten up, all that stuff. So if it happens, it's learning while you are sort of having the fun in a very close view, but you're also sometimes I get a little bit excited, put on my gloves, get into the ring, get beaten up, or sometimes have a little bit of wins and I come out. So enjoying the game as of now. So.
Amazing, Ravi. So I think that's beautiful. Now, the third panelist we have is academician, but he always sounds more practitioner for me. I mean, generally academicians close their doors and focus more on the subject matter, details. But these amazing panelists we have here is more in terms of learning. And every time I meet him, I learn so much of knowledge from him. Ravi Saripale is professor of entrepreneurship, currently working at Geetham University. And then, I think I want Ramesh.
So basically, I'm not an academician. In fact, I was working with Wipro for almost 14 years. 97 to 2011, I was with Wipro. In 2008, I was actually inspired by Anil Gupta of IIM Ahmedabad. He started the grassroots innovation movement. I thought I would actually join his movement, Honeybee Network, and came down to our part of the North Coastal Andhra, and actually working with the grassroots innovators, honestly. And the idea was, we started a small startup. Idea was bring these grassroots innovators to the mainstream business. That was the startup, but miserably failed. I could not able to succeed in that. Then finally, anyway, I had a PhD at the time, so I joined college and started the first incubator, probably in India itself, in 2009, probably the first incubator we started in Gayatri Vijay Parishad, and ran it for till 2024. In between, in 2017, before the ChatGPT came, we started our AI startup, which is skill2030.com. It's a completely AI-powered, avatar-driven, total interview automator. But again, we came too early when AI disruption is still happening right now. I think we started way before LLMs were non-existent, and we thought we'll totally completely automate the interview process. But I think we invested heavily into the early stage, so we failed, and recently we closed it also. We thought, okay, any failure founder would actually become a teacher, right? That is how I actually accidentally became a teacher now. So.
Amazing. Now, we have almost 70% of student to kind of people who have graduated already. And then another 30% of people who have their own engagements and doing. So I want it to be really helpful for them while we follow the structure suggested, AI first innovations and startups, kind of democratizing AI. But we will give some of your practical examples in your real life case. I think that adds real value to them. We try our best to inspire them with the examples in our real life. I think that is the motive. If through our discussion, if at least one of them want to come forward and start something, our goal achieved. Okay. So I will start because Ramesh have already given some insight initially. I will start with Ravi. Ravi, first of all, you have good experience in Vizag, where in tier 2 cities you have built the startup ecosystem. So how do you see that these founders are now leveraging AI, traditional startup to now leveraging AI, and how is this really helpful? Is it really helping? Is AI really helping the startup ecosystem to grow?
Okay. I would probably call AI as a level playing field. Doesn't matter whether you're tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. If you've got something and you can build it, because today people work from home, people work from all over the world. Right. So there doesn't matter. Maybe tier 1 is only for an ecosystem to be able to exchange ideas, get into something where you are talking to other co-founders and other stuff. Except for that, and maybe your VCs at a VC.
You see, Ramesh gave so many examples. Being in Hyderabad, he could able to get data, and he was stressing, I'm getting quality data. Okay, so tier 2, you have slightly different ecosystem. I mean, you have availability of data, a lot of open data is available on the internet. But from your practitioner perspective, when you're guiding these startups, have you seen how these people are actually using AI to innovate themselves, and any case examples that you see?
I've seen a lot of startups now coming up in the AI space. Like I run the NASSCOM Center of Excellence in AI and IoT, which is out of Vizag, and it's there in 4 cities in India: Bangalore, Vizag, Gurgaon, and Ahmedabad, Gandhinagar. Right. So out of 2 are in tier 2 and 2 are in, you can say, tier 1 sort of places. And tier 2s are coming up with startups which are equally as good. Like if you talk about something in the AI space, that probably I can talk of something that I have rights to, which is I've invested in, which is DreamBot, which is like what Ramesh was talking about. So it's basically a lot of one part of AI it's a robotic startup. It's a robotic kitchen for retail with multifunctional, multi-arms. But the AI part of it is you take a photograph, so let's say dal makhani. It identifies that it's dal makhani and you say you need to cook it for 4 people. Then it actually, what it does is first it checks if there is all the ingredients. So what is that? Based on a picture, what is that? It identifies, goes to the internet, identifies that it's dal makhani. And based on that, it also then goes, I'm just giving you an example, I know it's a long answer. Then goes, it sees if all the ingredients are available, it automatically picks up those things. Then that's a check done. In enough quantities for 4 people, check done. Then third is then it goes to the internet, brings up a relevant recipe and immediately converts that recipe into mission instructions with no human intervention, and it cooks. And so there is no need for predefined. So what happens with this LLM is no need for a predefined menu, but create your own menu on the go. So that sort of a thing. That's happening from Vizag. So there are things like a fintech startup, again I've invested in, which is basically, this is a complete this thing of when you say, let's say a loan syndication. A person going and trying to, it's just in a matter of 15, 20 seconds, it gives you all your government data, just on a phone, just by giving your phone number and doing an OTP verification, which you do and give a consent. It brings all your data, which is your phone, all your government data with respect to including your vehicle data, to your where you stay, then data of where actually your real address is, not the other address with like your, based on what you order from and all. So multiple things, including CIBIL scores to crime data, to where you do, what you have done in the past. It goes to even if it's for, let's say, corporate loan. It goes even go to the ROC data, sees all the companies you and your family members are associated with, any, bankruptcies, everything. It gives you a complete picture in just a matter of 10 to 15 seconds. And it will also predict whether you will pay on time, will you not, how much can be given, what days should you put your EMIs and all that. These are all happening for tier 2 cities. But what happens is as they grow and they mature, for need of 2 things, usually people will shift from a tier. The idea germination happens in a tier 2, but they might move to a tier 1 for need of maybe talent sometimes, or sometimes in search of an investor who would say, work from a tier 1. So it could be this thing, or for ecosystem related issues. That's
sure. Thank you, Ravi. So we'll go to Ravi Sarpalli. So Dr. Ravi Sarpalli. Ravi, so one way, there is this concept called democratizing AI innovations across India. So when you look, can you explain what is that, briefly, and then subsequently, can you also say how academia, industry, and government can collaborate to make it happen?
Yeah. So the first part is the democratization. The second part is how the collaboration system should work. In fact, if you look at the statistics, more than 85% of the AI companies today are located in 5 cities in India, right? It is not about the location, it is access gap itself, right? That is how the reality of the life. Having said that, recently when Google announced data center in Vizag, immediately I actually tweeted to our Honorable Minister Nokesh, right? So I was only talking about the 3-tier architecture. What we immediately should do. The euphoria is good. I think we have some Google, the good name is there. But the follow-up, I think we need to do something big. Right, the 3-tier architecture, the first layer is the data layer, where government would actually spend some infrastructure, industry is anyway storage and compute infrastructure, all that is there. And that is something has to be accessible to the researchers, academia, probably I think industry again. Right, I think that is the first part. I think they are already doing. I think in case if they are not, they need to kind of strengthen. The second part is the design layer, right? Where the designers, social scientists, or the researchers again with a human in loop, right? I think the human interventions or design thinking level, that kind of layer has to be set in. At a highest layer, of course, where some decisions are to be there, that is where the actual use cases should come in. Unless we have these 2 layers built up, right, the final layer would not succeed at all, right? And then ultimately, all 3 coherently should working. So if that is the kind of setup done, probably I think we as a tier 2 city could actually succeed in the AI contest, right? Otherwise, probably I think we'll make some inroad, but again, the challenges would continue.
Amazing. Ramesh, what are the emerging AI first opportunities do you think you see and you advise for people to embrace?
See, in general, I mean, I do agree with Ravi that at least AI is a level playing field in many ways, right? I don't think we're even talking about Bangalore or Hyderabad and Vizag or Kakinada. We're talking about US, Europe, and India, even at that level, right? So to that extent, the knowledge access is there. So which means if you understand the technologies and the possibilities, the opportunities are nearly equal, right? What you can do, because we don't have as much resources in terms of compute or funds and such. But otherwise, technology is a level playing field. That's one good thing, right? Now, AI, in my view, AI is incidental. I don't think anybody should go after saying like, I want to build an AI startup. I don't think that need to be the goal, right? Okay. If you say like, the problem is the key. Anytime a startup, if they pick the right problem, that this problem is worth solving. These are the users that have the problem. These are the gaps or the inadequacies of the current solutions. And I have a way of solving it. That is more important. Somebody should not be saying like, I'll go do an AI startup and then see what to solve. It's okay in some ways, but that may lead to something good, but they may not be the most ideal way to do a startup. To say that, okay, look at problems, some problem that's worth solving, and that problem requires some amount of AI is probably okay. But the starting point cannot be AI, right? I think we need to understand what problem is worth solving, and then once you identify a problem, then the tools are available, frameworks are available, a lot of open source platforms, and you can experiment quickly, right? But at the end of the day, the problem is key and the problem should be worth solving. And so I know it's easy to say, right? It's much easier said than done, right? As a professor, as an advisor, as a mentor, I can say this, but I know it's not easy. But that's the key. Look for those problems that are worth solving and then try to solve them.
While I agree to your point, I also want to mention another pattern that I have seen personally. So I've seen Indian ecosystem where you have these tier 1s and tier 2s. The same thing is also happening in other countries. For example, in UK, the way London behaves, the way Manchester, the way Birmingham has a bit difference. It's like Hyderabad and then kind of Vizag. So, I mean, it is open for three of you. So just wanted to understand, do you have any international models in your mind that inspires innovation beyond one place or one, so rather say metros? Do you see any models that you wanted to take and talk?
See, if US, I was telling somebody in the US, not now, some years back, saying that at least, I mean, you should not be having somebody, I think if I remember somebody in Austin and or Denver, I forget, one of the two, and you should not be having a problem, you have a very rich ecosystem. They said no. We said like, when I was comparing Hyderabad with Bangalore and saying Bangalore has a much richer support ecosystem, and like, while at the end of the day it shouldn't matter, but it does matter to some extent. Then he was saying it's the same in the US. Like when I was saying something about Hyderabad, Bangalore, also saying like Bay Area is so rich and you can't get the same thing in Bangalore or Hyderabad. He said you forget Bangalore, Hyderabad, you can't get the Bay Area ecosystem even in Austin or Denver.
Is it?
Yes, they said it is nowhere the same. Oh. The vibrancy and the kind of people, whether it is has been successful entrepreneurs that have turned angels or the tier 1 VC funds or some of the top corporate strategy and other tech leaders that are there that come to Bay Area. They said that amount of richness is not there anywhere else in the US. Boston has it. Again, Boston lost the tech, a very well-known fact, right? They were the tech in the 70s and 80s. All big tech was happening out of Boston. They lost it to Bay Area, right? Bay Area was not that strong in the 70s. 80s, 90s when Bay Area got built, and Boston lost it to Bay Area. But thankfully, they got their act together for life sciences. For life sciences, Boston is very strong. For everything else, Bay Area is strong. And they say even well-evolved ecosystems like New York or Austin is nowhere close to Bay Area, right? So it's not just, I don't think there are models. Say at the end of the day, it's like a flock, right? Everybody try to converge. And even in the digital world, even now, post-pandemic, you think anything and everything should be able to happen online. Even now, Bay Area is Bay Area, hasn't changed much, right? there is an element of physical convergence that plays a role, which to some extent in India, Bangalore has, other cities don't have as much. Bangalore alone has it to some extent. Though I do believe it is not today, getting time, half an hour time from a tier 1 VC is hard. Flying to that place is not hard. From Hyderabad, it will take you 4 hours. In Bangalore, it will take you 3 hours, today's traffic, right? So I think getting that half an hour is the big thing. Getting there is not the issue today. You can afford flights, and it's not so bad. But still, I think the convergence, physical convergence is more in Bay Area, in US, and Bangalore, in India.
Sure.
Yeah, can I?
Yeah, just want to add what Ramesh was talking about. So actually, I was working with Nokia for some time. I think I was managing Nokia account in India, and I was in Finland. I got one consulting opportunity with Nokia. So the consulting opportunity is something different. It is not regular IT consulting. I had to interview all the Nokia's senior people and see what is that can be outsourced to India. It's a kind of outsourcing consulting. When I was talking to all these people, right, the one common thread or one common pattern which I observed is, in Finland, they considered there are only two natural resources. One is a wood, second one is Nokia. That is the kind of affiliation with the Nokia, with the Finland, and with that kind of city, right? So that kind of a heart connection somewhere I think has to be there. Something has to grow. Probably I think traffic and all that can be mitigated, but if you have that connection, maybe model works here in that fashion.
Okay. I think we sometimes get driven by tech. AI is a horizontal, and we know it cuts across and verticals. I think most of the countries, what I have observed is they're sector specific. If I'm talking ports and logistics, you have certain cities. You have, if you're talking medtech, there's a few places. The medtech life sciences are specific places. You're taking hospitality, GovTech, whether you're talking petroleum, you're talking manufacturing. They are clusters where you have to go and finally you have to implement your this thing. You could, wherever the solutions initially could be germinated, but implementation would have to be distributed. Sometimes these are like what Ramesh was talking about. There are clusters depending upon the industry. Tech, yeah, because it's Silicon Valley, but not everything is tech. Finally, whatever you're developing is for the sector. So AI is, like what he was saying, is generic. It's across. So just like you don't say I'm an AI startup, because when I was talking to startups, I was saying one is in a robotics and one is in the fintech space using AI. So it's the other way around. So depending, if you're saying fintech, you would go to probably now Bombay, but in a tier 2, like Gift City is coming up. So something like that. So if you're talking petrochemical, you would probably still be Vizag, Bombay or something like that. If you're saying defense, it's again Karwar, Vizag, something like that. So it is again Navy, Air Force, different things. So you probably have different clusters depending upon the sector for which these applications are, and that's probably, it's a good idea. Usually in countries like Japan, China, this thing I've seen, innovation clusters develop around that specific base of the sector.
Thank you. Okay, so in the interest of the time, even though I have some more questions, I would say like this. I mean, most of the others, presenters, speakers have told that you come up with, or you don't focus on the solution, rather focus on identifying the problem or come up with those use cases. I think keep that in mind. All these gentlemen are on LinkedIn. Please follow them, and if you have questions, they are the right people to answer you. Wish you good luck.
Thank you.
Can I call upon Mr. Sri Harigaru on stage to do the honors for the speakers? So ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a big round of applause. Can I call upon our gold sponsor, Daisy, for a quick note? You're good news? Okay, fine. Yep. Can I have a Daisy, our gold sponsor, to have a few words with us?
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone, or evening. I'm sure everyone's quite tired, just like I am. But this has been a super, super innovative event, and doing this the first time in the Godavari region. This is just the entry roads into this amazing place, and hopefully these events are yet and more yet to come, and we'd be there all the way through as well. We are Daisy. We are an AI innovative company that is headquartered in Canada, but it has actually started off right here in Tanuku as iTurn, and it was iTurn has basically acquired Daisy, and we have our AI tech firm in Canada running retail and insurance global solutions. So we would love to see any one of you people send your resumes or just directly contact daisyintel.com. You can contact me, pranav@daisyintel.com, and we'd love to see what talent you guys have, and super excited to give you guys opportunity. And anyways, thank you all for the stage, and I'll leave that up to you. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have now moved on to the last part of the segment, the most interesting one and the more energizing one, recognitions and awards. Recognitions are not just about acknowledging the past success, they are fuel for future performances. I believe it is one of the simplest and most effective ways to invest in human capital. So anyone from Kite, I would like to invite any representative from Kite to give away the startup awards. Yep. Anybody, yes. And the award goes to ONYEG Private Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause. And the next award goes to Project Genesis. దేనికి దీనికా
This is second, this is first.
శ్రీధర్ గారు ఆనంద్ గారు ఆనంద్ మన ఆనంద్ So next category of award is Best AI Idea. Thank you.
Take a group photo.
Who is he standing there? So next category of awards, Best AI Idea. Can I call upon Sridhar Garu and Anand Garu to be on stage to give away these awards. And the first award goes to Dr. Ravikishore Veluri. He's an academician from Andhra University, Aditya University, sorry. Let's give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And the next award goes to Keta Lohita. She's a student from Aditya University. That's it. This category is done.
See, for every award, somebody is going to give. Who is that? Next.
I don't know.
Kumar Akarko.
Kumar.
Invite Kumar Akarko. You invite him. Otherwise, how would he come? Invite Kumar Akarko.
No, you're giving the award.
No, I'm just going to preside. Kumar
Acha.
Akarko is going to
Oh, can I now have Kumar Akarupu to give away this award for the winners? Next. Student A project. Can I now invite Ravichandra Kolluru Garu on stage to give away these awards in the category Student AI Project? The first award goes to Shyam Sundar Manikrishna. He's a BTech student from Aditya University. The next award goes to Maharaja Maurya, as a BTech student from Kite College of Institutions. Thank you, Ravichandra Garu, and now call upon Mr. Murli Krishna Garu to give away the next award. To Maharaja Maurya, he's a BTech student from Kite College of Institution. I now request all the award winners to please come over the stage to have a group photograph.
Can we have all the award winners on the stage, please?
Can we have all the award winners on the stage to have a group photograph? Congratulations to all the winners. So, Sir Ravichandra Garu, Kumar Akarapu Garu, Anand Krishnan, Sri Hari Garu. We would like to see you all on the stage for the photograph. Murli. Congratulations to all the award winners, a proud moment. And I would now like to call Mr. Anand to give away the, for word of thanks.
Swarna, answer rounds. After this, we'll have a group photos. Anybody wanted to have a photos with anyone, any organizer, any speaker, they can have. And also request all speakers to stay back for a group photos after the vote of thanks. Just to announce.
I would request all the speakers to after this vote of thanks, we'll have a group photo. So I request all the speakers and guests to please stay with us for a few more minutes. Anybody who is willing to have a photograph with any of our guests and speakers or the organizers, you can stay a little more time. After the word of thanks, the photograph session will be there.
Volunteers no cheppan.
Stay back. Let vote of thanks completed.
Given my name already? Oh, sorry, I didn't hear you. Good evening, esteemed guests, respected speakers, valued sponsors, and dear participants. As we conclude this remarkable AI Fusion Summit in Kakinada, it is a great honor to deliver the final vote of thanks on behalf of the organizing team. Okay. First and foremost, our deepest gratitude to our generous sponsors, without whom this event would not have been possible. A special thanks to our diamond sponsor, Anand PAG Inc., our gold sponsors, Daisy Intelligence, Criffy, our silver sponsors, Avignon, and our event sponsor like KIET, Kite Kakinada. Your unwavering support reflects your strong belief in AI innovation and community development. Thank you. We also extend heartfelt thanks to multiple government bodies, innovation partners, association partners who collaborated with us without any persuasion. Your collaborations have enriched this summit with valuable resources, legitimacy, reach, enabling an inclusive platform for learning and networking. Thank you. To all our morning mission dignitaries and guests, your presence ignited the spirit of this summit and set a motivating tone that fueled every session throughout the day. Allow me to acknowledge our outstanding speakers for their invaluable contribution. Over the day, I was gathering some pearls, what each of them are talking. I'll just throw one or two of them what I gathered, because the time is not enough. Dr. Anand Govindluri opened our minds to AI transformative industrial revolution. Maitreyi Ganapati and her team shared deeper insights on Agentic AI. Mr. V. Bhaskar Srihari from Bosch gave us a forward-looking glimpse into multimodal Gen AI capabilities. The panel on future of work with AI, Mr. Srinivas Ramdas, Mr. Suresh Nara from Infosys, and Dr. Ravi Saripalli challenged and inspired us to human-machine collaboration. Sri Thirumalesh Konatala illuminated the silent revolution of AI impacting our everyday lives. Mr. Ashish and Trivenugopal empowered us with the knowledge on how Edge AI is enabling the real-time intelligence. Mr. Prakash Verma introduced us to the robotic sensors, multimodal sensors revolution, broadening our own view of embodied AI. Finally, the panel on building AI native companies, Mr. Ramesh Loganathan, Mr. Ravi Ishwarapagaru, and Dr. Ravi Saripalli gave invaluable lessons on startup innovation and ecosystem development. So, I missed out few, but to all the unnamed moderators and panelists, your pivotal roles has been deeply appreciated. We are immensely proud of the inspiring KITE presentation, the advanced facilities, innovation ecosystem, and the engaging humanoid robots on stage spoke volumes. The success stories of KITE alumni further exemplify their leadership in nurturing future-ready AI professionals. Thank you. Most importantly, we owe a profound thank you to our chairman, Mr. Sridhar Kosraju of DTNF, for meticulously organizing this entire event. You know, the difficult part is to convince him to do a certain thing, you know. So to us, he may find it, this is right, but to get his approval, it takes a long time. Some people easily give up with him. But so it's due to his meticulous planning, this event was of this standard and high quality. Okay, so your visionary leadership and dedication have been the backbone of this summit success, sir. Thank you. Finally, to our wonderful team of volunteers, thank you from the depth of our hearts. Okay, the most valuable thing, I always say this, the most valuable thing one person to give to the other is their time, sincere time. And you all have given, and your commitment, your energy, dedication is nothing short of splendid. Thanks a lot. Without your efforts behind the scenes, none of this would have been achievable. So on behalf of all the organizers, speakers, partners, and attendees, thank you for making AI Fusion Summit a memorable, inspiring, and forward-driving event. Together, let us continue to explore, innovate, and build a smart future. Thank you. Jai Hind.
That was formal word of thanks. Right. Just, I'll not take more than a minute. So I just wanted to express, being the chair for the summit, so with the entire team, I just wanted to express a few things. First thing, yeah, all sponsors, without your support, we would have not been able to do this. And I wanted to acknowledge the support from the KITE. They are not just event sponsor. It is not just a financial support. So I think you have seen the kind of support they have given on the ground particularly. This we conceptualized, of course, during our Fusion AI Summit itself, we conceptualized because we were looking to start this tier 2, tier 3 concept in both Kakinada and Amravati. KITE has come forward, then we had multiple discussions. We just we frozen the date, we blocked this only just 42 days or 43 days. After deciding the date, we had just only 42 to 43 days. But still we could do this massive event. You have seen like how the event went well. I mean, only in just 42 days with the only support of the entire KITE team. I think all their management, faculties, volunteers, students. So hats off to the KITE management, KITE leadership team, faculties, particularly Ramakrishna Garu. So thanks to you, thanks to the entire team of KITE and volunteers, particularly the students, young students, even when I went to the college, so how they supported and all. Definitely, this is only just a beginning. We would do more and more in Kakinada with the support of the KITE and other colleges. This time, we will reach more and more other colleges also. And, okay, that's about the support what we got from the Kakinada. And second, I wanted to acknowledge the support from the local industry and our principal partner. Of course, I'm also part of IT Association of Andhra Pradesh. Locally, we have a chapter chaired by Krishna Reddy Garu and guided by Ala Nagaraj Garu. Ekadunari Nagaraj Garu? Okay, sorry. Nagaraj Garu. And of course, my beloved sister Anupama, she's part of our team and she's also part of the IT Association of Andhra Pradesh. We got a phenomenal support, both from the ITAP state and ITAP the chapter. Chapter is headed by Krishna Reddy Garu, Nagaraj Garu, Anupama Garu. And the state, we have a wonderful team. Wherever there is an event and the state team is there, so for that event, Indrajit Garu, Sridhar Garu, and we have many other members from the ITAP state and ITAP chapter. And we have support from the other industry fraternity, industry colleagues, particularly Murali Krishna Garu. The moment we announce the date, he'll come with a couple of speakers, list of speakers, at least not less than 10. So thanks to you, sir. Thanks to you. You make our job easy, particularly in finalizing the speakers. Thanks to you. We are looking forward to your support in the coming summits also. So last and not least, particularly the support what we have from the organizing team. So my deepest gratitude, we could do this massive event in 40 days because of the team, two teams, one organizing leadership team, like we have Anupama, R.L. Narayana, Srihari, Kumar Akarpu, and we have other leaders, Anand Krishnan, yeah, Srihari I have told, and we have a team at my office and headed by Nikhila, and you have seen all the designs, right, today, all videos, everything is designed by our team and headed by Mr. Lavakumar, he is here, and you raise your hand. So every design, every flyer that you have seen, every poster you have seen, and every production work that you have seen is designed by our team headed by Lavakumar, and we have a team of people, Bhumika and other designers, Pujita, Ambika. Yeah. So we have a team of people, and we also have admin team and all other teams, technical teams, and they supported us a lot because see, what you see in the front is something different when we go back and we spend a lot of hours. So 8 to 10 hours on a day, particularly in the last 1 month, even for Kakinada event, that what we have done from Visakhapatnam. So a great support we have, and we had a wonderful MC today, Swarna, and she has been MC for our earlier event also, APDTS, Andhra Pradesh Digital Technology Summit. Thank you so much, Swarna, for all your support, and particularly you have come all the way from Visakhapatnam so to host this particular event. And thanks to all our beloved fraternity members, Ravi Kishore Garu, and all other industry members for your support. Thank you so much, sir. And I think we will do more and more events, maybe just not only summits, we'll also try to do more workshops. I'm actually more interested to do something at the college level. See, event is something like which creates a buzz and sets the context, but we want to do something more on the ground and go to the colleges and do more technical sessions, organize more hackathons, challenges, and also that they make more productive at the next level, second level, third level. But kindly don't invite us for the freshers parties and these kind of general events. So, thank you so much. Have a great day. And so I think when you are posting on LinkedIn, I know when you people like make a lot of buzz on social media, don't forget to tag us AFKKD25. Okay? Jai Hind, Jai Jagannath. Now we'll have a photo session, like we'll have photos with volunteers. Speakers are requested to be there for a few more minutes. All the sponsors and all. We'll finish it off maybe in the next 10 minutes. We'll have one photograph with organizers first, then we'll have a speakers, then we'll go with the volunteers and all. Anybody else can come for the photograph. Thank you.
All organizers, can you get on the stage, please?
All volunteers, please be ready. We'll have our snap together.
Yes, we told them. Come on. Can the organizers make it a quick